Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Everyone wants to lower shield.
Yes, exactly.
That's easy. Thank you.
That guy. I mean, oh, look below after. Look below, look below, look below, look below. There you go.
Nice, nice, nice.
Nice, nice.
Very good. Lumber. Focus fight, focus fight.
Keep going.
Run.
We can dash.
Go.
Nice. Does he have ult?
I don't know. He has no.
Nice. You're in the back. Olaf, no flash.
Rakan.
Okay.
you take me.
Nice, good.
Go.
Difficult dive. Adam pops the Ragnarok, runs onto Juhan through the Magnet Storm, almost takes Juhan out, needs another axe, and finds it 1-for-1. He's able to escape with a flash of his own! True shot!
Poke. Guys.
Mega show.
Watch me!
Oh my god. Oh my god!
No glance, this guy.
Still chased, Juhan flashes forward, there's the grand entrance, and there goes Sheos.
I can flash.
Listen. Nice. Enough, guys. Enough.
Okay.
Ah,
She used cleans? Yeah,
Watch me!
Guys, this time I might clean. Let's go, Nick. Your time, look.
Oh,
Let's go.
Look, well, no flash in mid.
That's Cannon, guys.
Nice. Right, no flash.
Very good.
No flash.
No flash, no flash.
Cannon.
Yeah, help upset.
Next game I'm gonna try to not die level 2.
I
mean, you don't have to, but it
Are you
would be
ready?
nice.
3 seconds, I can't TP it.
He flashed at it.
No!
Yeah.
Ding. Boom. Kill them. BPM. Kill Cannon. They are not playing the game. Like
4 seconds.
Tower.
no. Only tower, guys. Only tower.
Nexus, please.
Let's f***ing go!
Go!
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. So happy to see all of your happy faces as we head into the final weekend of the summer split, and we'll find out who will take the shield on Sunday. Fnatic is already waiting in the finals, but of course we have 2 more best of 5s to go because we need to find out who's going to play them. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Dracos and by Jackies to analyze the day. Hello, Jackies.
Hello.
How are you?
Anxious now because I'm about to watch the series that kind of determines if I go home, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you for setting it up because that is the context today. If KC manages to win, KC would make it to the season finals, GX wouldn't, and MDK would fall to 5th seed in those season finals, making it harder for them to make it to Worlds. So Drake has a lot on the line.
A lot on the line, and not a situation we expected to find ourselves in based on the way things looked coming into the start of playoffs. But so many teams have stepped up and a lot of teams have been knocked down. Obviously KC making a pretty miraculous run to get here. BDS as well, a bit questionable.
He said the thing, miraculous
run.
run.
Oh, I mean, come on, at this point it does feel like a miracle. Like, I don't want to jinx it, but it feels miraculous.
I think when you look in all the context that came before us, being KC this year, also Jackies, what do you think about the way they have really turned it around, and what do you think it comes down to?
I mean, for sure, the roster change they made them 10 times better, right? And I think their read of tempo and their evolution in their macro gameplay is just insane. Like, it's skyrocketed to the roof, so they for sure look way more cleaner than in spring and winter.
Yeah, they look super coherent. I also have to shout out just the PGLs we've done with the KC members have been super entertaining. So it's quite the turnaround on multiple facets.
I mean, absolutely is, right? The confidence we get to see from these players now that they are winning, the momentum they're carrying through. You've highlighted the gameplay, the team coordination, and the crazy thing to me is it's not just new players who are getting the opportunity to shine in the mid lane, but also Upset in the bot lane, right? Who had struggled for so many years, now really rising up to the occasion, showing us, hey, this is the ceiling you've seen before, and I can find it again.
It's one heck of a story. I will for sure say that, and I'm really excited to see where it goes. And as a reminder, the season finals is our 4-week year-end event concluding in Munich, where 6 teams compete for the title of LEC season champions. Of course, in Munich, not 6, but in the entire season finals, we've got 6 teams. And for the season finals for here in the studio, the first 3 weeks of those season finals, we still have a few tickets left. So you can head over to lec.gg/tickets to secure yourself a seat and join us in the studio, because who wouldn't want to? Now, BDS, they also are already qualified for the season final. And I want to say, Jackies, lucky for them, because even the series you played, some people said you should have won that series 3-0. So what's going on with BDS?
I mean, I agree, we should have won 3-0, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, for sure, they've been getting away with murder, because I think against even MDK, it was a really close series that they, on paper, should have lost. So it looks rough for them, for sure, yeah.
They lost their way.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very difficult road where we saw them be so good in the regular season to now be really inconsistent. Obviously, we've heard in post-game interviews from Adam, he's not happy with his performance. And also in Euphoria, he talked about not really understanding why the pieces weren't clicking. Because on paper, not much had changed. They just showed up and things stopped working, which is concerning. Now they've had a few days. We'll just have to hope that it's a different form.
He said in the interview after last week, he said, "We are terrified on stage." You never want to be terrified. But now for more on BDS, GB is standing by.
And thank you, Sharks. Now, recently, LEC fans, you may have noticed that our second seed from the regular season, BDS, has been struggling to maintain that performance in playoffs.
They're trolling!
Yeah. One of the most notable aspects of this change is their early game goal differences, which have gone from typically positive to completely negative.
They're trolling and they're broke.
Now, draft is also a bit of a concern for this team. Not once in playoffs have they picked up Brand.
How do you not play Brand? Are you afraid of doing damage? You think, oh, throw another rock at him, we'll get to finals? That's your plan?
Now, finally, Labrov without Rel has been skipping steps, and honestly, he's been struggling to have the same impact recently.
Okay, he's feeding. The enemy team doesn't even farm anymore. One Labrov Rakan combo meal is enough for the entire team to eat good for the week.
No. Luckily, it's not all bad. Ice has been incredible.
Yeah, okay, Ice has been really good. Yeah, that's fair.
Exactly. Now, but often the victories they've gotten in playoffs, they feel a bit more about the mistakes of the enemy team than they do about the successes of BDS.
Okay, successes. MDK and GX gift wrapped those wins. That was Amazon Prime one throw delivery service. If KC League of Legends are here to play League of Legends and not handball, I think BDS probably in a little bit of trouble. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
I do love handball, but yeah, fair enough. On the other hand, though, KC is having their best performance so far, and Trouble is now sitting by in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame lobby with Reha and Apples to talk about their development this year.
Thank you, GB. Indeed, I'm here with Rhea and Apples. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Rhea, I'm going to start with you. Your team has been absolutely impressing, especially the last couple of best-ofs. I want you to give me the steps that it took for their development to get from where we saw it at the start of the year to here.
Yeah, I think it comes with a lot of different steps. Obviously, the first one, which I think is really important in the team, is building synergy. So making sure that we understand each other within the game, and especially I think the jungle support synergy, making sure that we have a tandem that can play together and dictate the map when they can. And also it comes, I think it came up with a lot of work from the staff, and also like especially I think with Vladi empowering himself as a young mid laner, but as someone who can short call in the team and make the right decision, especially side laning wise. And for sure that was a big improvement. I think like around with 3 or 4 during the regular season, which after that, when we found a groove on stage, it was easy to perform, I think.
Absolutely, and Vladi has looked incredible. Now, Apples, you saw Vladi debut on the NLC. You were on a different team back then, but not only did you see his debut, you coached for him on the LFL, and now you're working with him on the main team of KC. And let's not forget that he did replace a very legendary mid laner for the organization. How have the steps been for Vladi to come from a super aggressive Yone kind of player in the ERLs to what he is right now?
I mean, honestly, it took a lot of work, right? But the main thing with Vladi is that even though people might not notice it, he remembers very well, and he doesn't have confidence issues. That was the biggest thing. I was like, even when they were asking me like, oh, should we maybe look for Vladi in the LFL? I said, yeah, because I know he will not choke. He will be confident, he will perform. Now it's just about teaching him, and he's a good learner, so...
What was that one thing that you had to teach him to see him as he is right now?
I think right now I would say it was mostly on the side laning. It was mostly macro. People still say he has a weak laning phase, but that just, you know, we're working on it. It's going to take some time, but the players are just better than his previous competitions, so he needs a bit more time to adapt, but he's ready.
Absolutely, he's still young and he will grow with experience. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Best of luck in your best of. And Ifya, back to you.
Thank you so much, Georgia. Well, amazing insight there, specifically into Vladi, who I think we have all been so impressed by, and who better than Jackie's to ask about it, right? I mean, also a rookie. They talked there about laning phase, about macro. What has been your impression? What do you think he's good and bad at?
I think for Vladi coming to the league, it's like a lot of rookies do a lot of mistakes on like early game laning phase because they're playing against players that have been there for so long. But for Vladi, he's not really doing them. Like he's going even, which for a rookie is insane, and I think his team fighting is his best quality by far. Like he's popping off in team fights lately, so.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, and I wouldn't even, like, if you told me he was a rookie without having known him, I wouldn't even believe you, because I think he's become such a clutch factor for this team, in the team fight specifically as well. We saw the SC impact he's had, we've seen the Yone as well, where they still find a stylistic with him, despite the losses too, he still looks strong, and I think he just looks like a player that was just slotted in, and it feels like he's been here forever.
And when we talk about kind of the resurgence of KC, I don't even want to say there was nothing to resurge, right? There was always kind of the heartbreak now into the zenith that they're working towards, and we got rid of him, but upset is also crucial in this, and I love how these are two sides of the same coin. One of the most experienced players on the Rift versus one of the least experienced banding together to get that KC success.
Oh, absolutely. I think upset has been pivotal to get them here as well, especially like he's been through the grind as well. You can look at the results behind you right now too. Like you've probably seen this on Winter too. 2-7, 2-7, 10-10. It just felt like this team could never get it clicking right, but even with upset still there, they are rallying behind him, and they're finally here where it looks like they can make it to season finals if they make top 3. My main problem is that even no matter how good it is, because it is good, they've been doing amazing here on KC. Problem is, if you lose here today, it's actually no better than your 2-7. You have to perform. You have to continue doing things you've never done before.
Yeah, on the one hand, there's all that momentum, but Jackie's, you can probably stand in their shoes because you were there just last week. The fact that this is it, you cannot make any mistakes today. How hard is that for those players?
I think first games it won't really matter, but if they get close to the series, that there will be like a match point for BDS or something, then the pressure starts hitting because you're playing with the thought that if you lose, you go home. So it becomes a bit more nerve-wracking, but I think these players are, I mean, Vlad is the only rookie, but I think they are experienced, and Vlad, as Apple said, doesn't have confidence issues, so I think they will do fine, to be fair.
Let's see, they're up versus BDS, and BDS has been meddling. Now, they already booked their ticket to the season finals, so they know they're gonna get there anyway, but they don't want to be embarrassed. And I gotta say, in terms of what they wanted to show us,
they're sneaking in playoffs.
they're sneaking.
That's what's
I
happened
see.
here. They're
In
sneaking
terms
in.
of the things that we've heard that they wanted to improve on, this is where we're left wanting.
Absolutely, especially because I was so hyped about this team in regular season. It felt like they were finally ticking the boxes where they started to become better, but recently in playoffs, it just feels like they've been dropping the ball a lot. I still think players like Nuke and Ice has been standing up, but the rest of them, it's just been kind of falling apart and not what we usually saw from them.
Meddling, I think Ice is the guy to look at, right? Jackie's, when you played versus them recently, did it really seem like, all right, this is what we have to look out for?
Well, when we played against them, it was kind of like Shio Labrov kind of running it down, to be fair. We were just kind of killing them on timer, but then it was always Ice getting 3 items and just, okay, now we have to kill this guy or we lose. I mean, this is...
This happens right here, actually.
Yeah, pure example. These are bad memories, but...
Bad memories, I know, unfortunately. But for BDS, it's been a lot of this very often in positions, as you say, where they needed a person to step up and save the game for them, and that has been Ice very, very often. There was also a note in here, I think it's yours, GB Sheo, not reliable as of late, but that's always a team issue, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think like there's obviously a lot of issues with the team right now. You're talking about killing people on spawn time as well, but I think it is difficult being a jungler in this situation, but also you need to play brand right here. We need to be able to actually play these metas that way you can actually rely and play for Sheo, and it feels like the team haven't started doing that, but they're very good at doing it at the beginning. I wish they started playing more for him like they did in the beginning of the season, because if they don't, I actually really worry about their chances against KC.
Well, let's see what happens today. Can KC, against all odds, make the dream come true and secure the last spot in the season finals after making 10th place in winter and spring? Or will BDS be able to return to former strength to contest G2 and Fnatic? Let's find out in our final week of the 2024 Summer Split.
Definitely looking to bring some revenge. Losing against Fnatic always sucks. We're gonna come in stronger than ever.
849 days, how long have Fnatic waited? Victory over G2 Esports!
It's way funnier now that we are in the finals and they are going from the loser bracket. It's harder for them now.
Win against BDS would be an amazing story for us. Like after going 10th place 2 times in a row, qualifying to season finals and making it to top 3, and would be like pretty amazing.
Body blocking as much as he can with the Unbreakable, but it's Oscar Reddit in the back line, deleting Caps. Get out Broken Blade, getting in front of that damage, but the Caitlyn, as strong as she is not enough in the face of 3 carries. Noah with the triple, Fnatic with the fight.
But we're definitely looking to do another low bracket run.
We can play way better than this. We will have fun in the final.
We still want to win the split. We actually believe it deeply and try to be better next time.
Giant X now have to fight into Nuke and Ice, who are doing everything they can to turn around the 2v5. Jackie's goes in, he's busted back. Ice is low, but now Nuke can hop, skip, and a jump forward. A 2v5 for BDS.
Having KC in season finals would be pretty hype.
G2 is not the only team that can win.
You guys barely beat us this time, but in the final, we'll come swinging.
They're putting the speed.
But today, I guess we get to find out if that's really true. BDS versus KC. Interpret that how you want, because, man, KC are on a mission, and BDS have been giving us some weird vibes since playoffs started.
But if we were coming in straight off the regular split, I would have said that it was BDS who were favorites. But coming into this, Karmine Corp feel like the favorites. They've had a fantastic playoffs, and it feels like they're finally clicking on the Rift.
And I do think, you know, BDS come in as the underdogs, like you're saying, and I think there are some specific questions. Right. What comes to mind for me is Ice going to be clutch again? Can Shio pull out more picks than just the Talia and tank junglers? And also Adam and Labrov, what's going on with them?
Yeah, because the question is, at the start of the split, there was nothing going on with them, especially, you know, Adam running Olaf into the Ornn game. We remember that as a clinic. I remember Labrov playing Rel time and time again. He starts moving on other champions, and we know he can play other champions. But from there, it's just been a downhill slope.
But I don't really feel like it's, you know, Labrov off comfort pick champions. It just feels like Labrov isn't comfortable on the Rift in general. He's getting caught out trying to get vision, doesn't have Sheo working with him. He's overextended it multiple times and gets caught out. And well, it felt like a very formulaic early game for BDS seems to have just completely fallen apart now.
We're obviously very negative on BDS. We look at them as historically the overdogs. I don't even know if that's the right wording, but for KC coming in for their dream, we start this BO5 now. Still 14-13, and remember that's still worth a Tristana ban coming through. Lebrov's Rel, which is banned against BDS as well, 75% of the time won't break trend yet.
Immediately, my eyes are on upsets pool. Okay, you have Kai'Sa, Zeri, all these champions that historically he's been absolutely the best at, but haven't been meta in a long time, have suddenly risen up. So I want them to prioritize that early. A Zeri pick is a must, I think, alongside the Kai'Sa for Karmine.
There's also a question for me is, okay, what was the AP jungler you're going to take? Because Brand is still up and available if Karmine Corp want to try and go for it, but we've traditionally seen Karmine Corp go back towards more like the Vise, which is banned away the Sejuani. So is it just a Maokai here for closer, or do you try and take away some of these picks on the opposite, away from Ice on the opposite side?
Yeah, I think what rises up now is Rakan for Karmine Corp. I think Targamas, that's his most played this playoffs, and he has looked really good when it comes to engages. It also pairs alongside the Zeri as well as the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal, because you get so much mobility from it. And then what do you match into the jungle? I want to highlight in the bans, BDS have targeted the really overpowered picks that Karmine Corp have been prioritizing as well in the Sejuani and the Azir.
As Dagda just said, right? I mean, again, it's those two junglers prioritized that as they're taken away, we start going down the list. The other jungler played by Closer, since it's on the topic of our minds, is that Maokai too, Dagda, that follows the trend that we're so following so hard. I love the word follow. It gets locked in.
Yeah, and I think it's, again, it at least offers some of the AP jungle threat that you really need, but oftentimes you kind of need to flex a little bit more AP into that mix as well. Ezreal can help out to a certain extent, but with the Lucian now locked in on the opposite side, that's definitely going towards Nuke and is setting up for a very strong mid lane for him.
Yeah. So what happens here with the Lucian is you pick Lucian because it's good into Corki, and that's the duo that's left available. Usually Lucian actually struggles into Azir, so that's another reason why they banned that out. And now I wonder, does Vladdy pick the Yone? Great combo with the Maokai, and that's another AD mid that you might want. You could also alternatively go for some kind of control mage, but I think the Yone is what we're probably going to see.
I like Ashe in general, but I'm a little bit question marked on it for Ice specifically. He did look okay on it when it came to like mechanics, but oftentimes when they needed him to pull the trigger when it came to that Ashe arrow, he just wasn't really confident enough to do so, or wasn't aware that they had an opportunity to play around it. So I think I like this pick as a secondary engage tool, but I'd like to see the Brav going back towards something to be that primary engage, not something like a Braum or anything along these lines, despite the fact it does quite well into what Karmine Corp have drafted. So
well, those support picks still up. I mean, we've got the Alistar still. We've also got, what else? The Rel's already taken away. I'm looking through the pool. You know, Lebrov's played a lot of Nautilus here. Brom is really good into the current meta as well, gentlemen. KC actually just taking it off then.
Yeah, so what you can do here now is you can decide if you want counter pick for Kana or Targamas. You can early pick top lane like a solid blind. The problem is Renekton's out, and so is Kana's Jace. So what you can do now with the Braum ban is you can pick Leona or Nautilus or whatever kind of hard engage you want, and that way you can't be countered. Now what's up and left available is the Alistar into that Leona if you decide to BDS.
Yeah, and I think the Alistar is the nice one, because it's also if you get the Maokai ultimate out, Alistar can tank it, pop the Unbreakable Will, you're totally fine then to look for the engages. It does kind of suck into the Ezreal is the only thing, but honestly anything you take here is going to struggle against locking down that Ezreal. So, well, I suppose honestly,
exactly.
Side,
I think you're completely right, because the knock-up not being able to land on the Ezreal, going to take the lockdown with the point and click R onto the Ezreal, and then you're lining up for a really nice R5 onto Kana. His best champion, Jace, is out the window, but it really depends on what Adam wants to go with. I think Cassante could be a great blind here if you want to go with that front line.
And at least you're questioning engage there. At least that's short up with the Nautilus as well. We've got a front line built there for BDS on Adam. And since Adam's not performing, and putting him on a role player feels like the right way to go for this first game of draft.
Notably, that was the big game that they did win in their last best of series.
Very true.
Blind pick Cassante and decided, you know, we're just going to play attack. Now, you have Gnar and you have TF. I think it's your go-to options for Kana. And I gotta say, guys, I'm not the biggest fan of TF in the current iteration of it. I think there's so much Merc Treads value into TF, Maokai, Leona that I'm a little bit concerned, and I just don't think TF's that strong right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think TF has kind of been waylaid out from the current meta. There was plenty of options that you could have gone for, even something like an R. I wouldn't have minded too much, but this is where I think Karmine Corp are going to have to try and find a lot of success to keep Kana in check, get him rolling early against Adam in that top side. Otherwise, it feels like you come into a fight against BDS, you have the opportunities of BDS to try and set up well with a Braum. The only thing is, when I look at BDS, they're definitely a team that your top half wants you to run into them. But Karmine Corp isn't really going to offer you that in a lot of situations, because you can play long range with, you know, solar flares, with TF having the rapid fire cannon, and even the Maokai ultimate as well. So I think a lot of this fight for BDS is going to be on Lebrovs and Ice trying to find these good engages to set up BDS to get on top of Karmine.
Yeah, really great front to back, right, on the side of BDS. On the other side, you have TF Gold Card and a lot of point click CC with double AD carry as well. Kind of similar comps in a way with better frontline for BDS, but you can play off of those gold cards really well for those snap engages in the jungle potentially.
Now ignore Varus in the back end. That ain't what happening here. We're just flexing around champions, but I think the other big thing is what I've noticed globally at the moment is Lucian punishing Corki hasn't happened maybe as much as it should. It can be a lane that can actually be quite even, and we know the scaling that comes from Corki can overtake, and is still the most busted out of the duo. Tristana getting nerfed from the next patch. Thank you, but we're not here yet. We're here looking at Corki yet again. I mean, my takeaway here, ladies and gentlemen, is while mid is so important, we look at top again. We look at both these teams in full. Let me just lay it out for you. KC need a win in this series. In this best of 5 we're about to undertake, they get a win, they get to season finals. They lose, Giant X take their place, and BDS are sitting here regardless, chilling. They're in season finals, but they don't want to ruin the year they've had. They've gotten top 3 performances in winter and in spring. This would be their worst of this year yet.
But this would be an incredible story for Karmine Corp. If they can win, they will get to top 3. They will make it to season finals. They will push Giant X out. And what has been a very tough road for Karmine Corp could now finally see them reaching the high highs that I think a lot of Karmine Corp fans were nearly expecting from them when they initially came into the league. It took them a little bit of time, but finally they do feel like a top contender.
It's been such an insane run, hasn't it? 2-0, then 2-1, I believe, and now into this, maybe looking for a, I predicted 3-1. Potentially a 3-0 for KC because they've looked that strong.
And the thing is, for BDS, the early game hasn't been particularly strong. And when you look, at least in playoffs, like they feel like they've lost that magic. And KC have been a team that have kind of weathered the storm in the early stages, but have come online with, upset popping off in team fights, having these great opportunities where they've found picks, found plays in the mid game. And that's where I think BDS, when they have struggled the most.
So looking forward into this game. Immediately my eyes are on bot into mid. We've seen so many support roams up to the mid lane because those trades in the mid lane can be extremely volatile with the double AD carries. You have Targamas, Labrov running mid lane with the junglers, on top of Kana maybe with the ultimate, affecting that lane based on how the trades go.
So I want to take a look at jungle pathing. A stretch line just comes through. What you expect, Leona and Nautilus both being able to tank it up. Bot will continue to digress, especially towards level 6, but I think, again, jungle path, if we are talking about how mid can be influenced, is important. Closer started topside clear here and will be working his way down. Over vision, by the way, as well. And BDS right now, Sheo is working his way through his bot side camps as well.
I am curious if Sheo wants to go for an invade. You can already see just the ward to try and spot it out there in the jungle. That was supposed to be a small circle, but as we come in, because there is a window where you get push in mid here for Nuke and you have push in bot, but I think Nuke, having already crashed that second wave, makes it a little bit more difficult for him to go for it, so he's just going to go for the full clear instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something else that Zyra can do on top of invading with the priority, utilizing the priority, if the trades are good enough down bot side, Zyra clears so fast that she can actually just full clear into gank down bot side. But in second to fish, like you said, Dagda.
And it's important to note, again, Sheo is walking over vision as he walks on in. Closer is the one who's playing super defensive, has full information, waiting for that smite, but Sheo here to contest, and his smite almost up and available. He resets anyway. The damage is coming down instead. Forces Closer off of his jungle, and BDS now have full priority here, knowing the speed that Sheo's going to be up.
It's really nicely done. Just playing off the fact they had made him bot priority means they can try and invade. Closer wants to try and steal away Gromp. Keeping close to his turret here means that Targamas can always help out if he needs to, but I think Sheo going to be able to move across here afterwards. Still has Labrov to help him out as well.
He doesn't use his smite, gents. He just holds on to it. He can steal this away too. It's going to reset once more. The plants come through. A smite, and I want to see the CS numbers. 23 to 11. This is the power of Zyra's clear.
They have mid and bot prior, so they had a set play to use it. Targamas gets hooked, but it's not going to turn into anything. And I thought maybe Maokai could pick up that Grump because of the Q smite. Look at these trades in mid.
Is it diveable? That's the question. Sheo's here and says, hey, Closer, remember your jungle? Good times. Well, Sheo just walks back in, hovers around, and look, both mid, both jungle in bad spots. The plant stops and Nuke flashes. The double shot was close to getting a first blood, but his flashes out who have to TP back and digress.
The quickest pot in the West here from Body to keep it alive.
Well
that was
said.
very, very close, but nicely done already by BDS, right? You're able to set up perfectly for good control for Nuke. He's going to be able to TP back in. You've completely decimated the bottom side here for Closer. And now Sheo just gets to have a great time. And we were questioning, how good is BDS's early game going to be? Well, this is a fantastic start.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so different from the previous series because they were so shaky in the early game, only having to come back off of the back of people like Ice. Now I was wondering, what are we going to do on the respawns? Because the path that Closer decided to take. Are we going to attack the respawn camps as well? Maybe the Wraiths coming off the map, but it looks like maybe the Zyra's going to consider a full clear down to bot again.
I was curious if we'd get Ice and Labrov start to move up towards the top side, because this is something that we traditionally saw a lot of in the regular season, was them rotating to then fight for Void Grubs and using the fact that they traditionally took these higher priority pushing AD carries in that bottom lane, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Instead, it looks like Targamas off this, well, I was going to say reset he could potentially go for, could move up and beat Labrov to the punch if BDS don't want to hyper-focus on these Void Grubs.
Just to touch on top lane.
What a surprise. Sorry, Aragon.
I'll keep it brief because it only needs to be brief, but generally how this goes is in top lane, with TF into tanks, is you leave him in isolation, he'll naturally accrue about a 1k gold lead by 10 minutes. He'll hit the plates and utilize his passive to gain a significant gold lead, but that has to be utilized later on with that rapid fire cannon. But now this is what we're talking about. The main aspect of this game is going to be mid lane. Heavy trades in the mid lane will convert into potential skirmishes and kills because of the trade's volatility. You see Targamas and Labrov and Shio, they identify this and they're just going to hover around.
But again, vision control seems to be key in talking about this early game narrative, right? Vision control is dictating the pace as Upset has to arcane shift away. Ice just gets a nice trade and bullies him off the wave, while now all this hovering around Dragon. Enemy jungle from Sheo just doesn't stop.
Yeah, it's what Aragon was talking about, going in to contest the camp respawns here, and it's perfect because Ice has control of bot. You help Nuke successfully get control over mid, and now it becomes very difficult for Closer to really try and push this, but Vladdy has cleared out mid wave, so they're going to come in.
Zenith Blade starts it off. That Destiny we talked about, using some of the lead from top, brings it in. Sheo flashes away, and BDS caught out this time around. Casey with a great response. Kana chasing him down, and Sheo has nothing to get out of. Zenith Blade with a flash on top. First blood for Vladdy. KC's response there, very intelligent.
Super nice from Kana. He knew, the whole of KC knew that they were going to invade those respawn camps. So what do? Well, Kana crashes a wave and moves down with that TL ultimate. When they know they're going to be there, flex that numbers advantage, and they find that pick onto Sheo.
And that is perfect for Closer, because he was starting to get desperate. If he lost that bot side again, stuck at level 4, as Sheo would start to take over to level 6, you just have no presence on the map, and you would start to lose objective after objective. But now he'll at least get to try and farm up, get some control over his side. Would have enjoyed to get an assist there, but unfortunately just wasn't quite able to.
And it looks like what you said is going to happen, Dagda. They're moving up, respawning, and they're going to leave Ezreal in isolation, whilst BDS is going to be able to secure these first set of Void Grubs. Already swapping up the Ashe and the Nautilus, Ice and Labrov, all the way to the top side. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a cross-map down bot, because naturally Adam on this Cassante isn't going to be very diveable.
I mean, the only question is, can they punish Kana for anything here, right? No Destiny available, Flash is there. The wave slow pushing out as the arrow close. Kana with a nice sidestep, and as Ice and Labrov show, he's just going to get bullied out with a potential for the dive, but Targamas knows this too.
Yeah, the wave is pushing away from him, which does hurt a little bit, but Ice and Labrov going to try and push that in, so won't be too bad. I am curious if they are just going to leave Upset in this bottom side and go, hey, look, we're going to try and get you as much resources as possible. But I do think Kana kind of needs to snowball ahead of Adam, so giving that experience lead away from Kana to Upset may not be the play here.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Upset actually crash and then try to match up topside. It looks like that's exactly what we're going to get. Kana walking down bot side because he wants to be left in isolation versus Adam on this Cassante. Otherwise, he can't flex his passive, right? Because in the constant 2v2, you're going to fall behind naturally in XP. So, gonna send Upset up to top side. Much happier in that 2v2.
So the game steadies out for a little bit at the 8-minute mark. Again, we talked a lot about the early game of BDS, but that one play seems to have steadied the ship quite a bit. The only disadvantage right now I'm looking at is the fact that Sheo is still ahead of the curve in experience and in CS.
Yeah, Closer has hit level 6 at least, which is kind of the big thing that he needed to get to, so won't be too bad. But the problem that you're going to see now is Ice and Labrov, crash wave top, fantastic. We're going to reset, roam back bot. You can already see Adam is on his reset timer to move top, and then you fight for Dragon. So again, this was what was classic BDS and what made them look so good in the regular season, was this constant tempo advantage, playing off the push you have in bot lane to get these early leads.
Definitely is Dagda. And what they're doing right now is they're constantly mismatching the bot lane with the top lane so that Kana has to constantly be running back and forth, and that way he can't just flex onto Adam on this Cassante. Now Labrov's looking mid, trades, and you can take a small trade here, and that chunk's going to help him in the all-in.
Just depends. I mean, half HP, Labrov here, dredge line needed, but Valkyrie out of the way. Instead, now I'm looking towards bot because Dragon's up, and Sheo's doing this again. Getting in his face. I mean, get caught out one time. Yeah, what's he going to do? Destiny down bot again? Well, the question's up for the taking as Kana now starts moving.
You also have Ice, who has the arrow if Closer tries to overcommit here, but Closer will be able to get us. Smite committed, but I think BDS off this push on bot will just turn over towards the Dragon in just a few moments' time.
Yeah. Caught between rotations, Kana has to run topside. Otherwise, they're going to for sure miss a plating up top. He can't walk through mid and then ult to the Dragon. And saying that, Adam's already going to take a plating as well. So no ultimate potential for Kana there.
I mean, Gold's actually not that far up. Aragon, you were just talking about the 10-minute mark and what happens, you know, usually in isolation for the matchup. Kind of sacrificed himself a little bit, and as Arrow comes through, it makes me pause. Vladdy going to dodge this away, and there's nothing to be seen up in the top side as the wave is too far stretched, but I'm also looking towards bot. I pause yet again because there's going to be a dredge line coming through onto Targum as he steps forward, and the grasping roots don't hit either.
It's just really intelligent, the way that they're playing, avoiding the TF lane, and TF being behind in this kind of a game state is really surprising for the side of BDS, how they managed to put Kana behind here.
But this is what BDS were doing in the regular season. A lot of people are like, oh, this is where we want to see it, is Vladdy taking a heavy trade against Nuke, but this is what people were expecting from BDS coming into playoffs, was this smart rotations, playing the map, playing through tempo. It was a very different look from the BDS that we got last year, and why, like myself included, a lot of people were very high on BDS because they looked like they finally had cracked the code on how they wanted to play the map, but then they got to playoffs and everything cracked and fell apart instead. So it feels like this is a return to the form BDS were expected to have coming into playoffs.
Aragon, please.
Yeah, definitely is a surprise. I really didn't expect the TF. I thought maybe the Gnar left in isolation would be so much better. I thought maybe the Camille as well, because that's something we've seen Kana take. Instead opting for this, and it's just not paying off for him. As the grubs spawn now, you can see the supports are going to open up through topside left, leaving the Eddie carries in isolation. It looks like, though, we might get a full-on 5v5. Ice is resetting as well. He can open up through topside, and Adam can go down bot with TP and join the fight if he needs to.
I'm noting those support ultis coming into this fight as well. If we start looking for the 6 grubs for BDS.
Yeah, this is where you're going to get the rotation. There's multiple options you can do here with Ice, which is just run straight top, which it looks like is going to be the plan, and then maybe look for a push.
Yeah, Adam just TP'd bot.
So that indicates to me that they're not actually going to contest this, or maybe they're going to soft contest, try and find a quick pick and then get out, whilst they definitely have advantages down bot side.
Yeah, this is bizarre. I assumed that they were just going to try and play off of that rotation advantage and then look for the pick with Ice's ult, but now you are in quite a bit of danger. Multiple members of KC here, and Destiny can pop things off at any point in time.
Lavrov is angling for the engage. All he needs is one dredge line, but again, numbers aren't here until Adam, he just walked up. He must have, as he TP'd out, and now coming through, the arrow follows through as well, but the Wild Growth doesn't have any plants under it. This is scuffed. KC are getting poked down regardless, so they're culling enough, but with Adam just walking in and then playing it slow, it looked bad at the start, but all KC need to do is find a turn. There's a dredge line against the wall. Vladdy will not be caught out, but Grub's going to be taken over. The early game's still strong enough. Kana has now ghosted a strange turn of play that BDS seemed to have gotten away with.
It was a little bit indecisive. We were question marking it a little bit as Adam TP'd down bot side, but he decides, you know what, we actually want to contest this. We want to secure 5 grubs. He walks up, and then you have KC trying to play off these gold cards, but it just isn't enough. In the end, it's BDS win.
Yeah, it was just... like, the setup from BDS was really weird to have Adam TP bot, and then they come into the play, but at least it means that then you've got your frontline set up. Ice is able to kind of poke from over the side here, which is perfect. You get the ultimates to try and buy space. And at that stage, because Upset has set himself over the backline, it ends up essentially being a 4 versus 5 in this part of the pit, with Nuke having a great culling across several members. And then BDS overextend a little bit because both Labrov and Sheo stay on towards the Void Grubs, but eventually they're able to get the Void Grubs. KC think they've got a moment, but they end up having to back away anyway.
It's janky, wasn't it? But still, it's a big win for BDS. I mean, 5 grubs in this game as well, denying from the Twisted Fate, from the Corki. I mean, Ezreal as well applies to that same logic. It's great. It's an early game that includes a Dragon as well, with a minute 30 till the next one comes up. And you have to just come back to it. Even though it failed once, even though Sheo was punished once, this guy is living rent-free in Close's head this game, and showing the strengths of, you know, Maokai, well, the disadvantages of Maokai versus Zara.
Every single bot side camp respawn, they have timed it and they have been on it. They keep matching their wave crashes with the ability to enter the jungle and denying Maokai any ability to farm. It's beautiful.
You know that meme where someone's like, oh, is this my bot camp? And then someone's hugging them going,
this is mine.
This is mine. Shay is doing that this game. I mean, he's already got the Leandri. Sure, Closer is catching up, but 500 gold the differences. Adam is getting access, and you know, I just keep coming back to it, Dagda, the early game, BDS, the evolution. It is good to see that here in game 1.
Yeah, but as Aragon was saying, like, you're dodging this terrible matchup for Adam. He's now up in gold. He's been able to get a ton of plates. He's been farming well because Kana hasn't really had the time to just punish him down, right? Exactly, and it makes it really, really difficult for KC to try and play against this peekaboo style that BDS have been playing.
Arrow. Oh, Vanilla Ice! Man, stop and collaborate on that one. That was close.
Close. You can see Kana, he actually reset that to complete his Kraken, but then they bring up Nuke into the top side, so then Kana cannot flex onto that tower. Planting, a beautiful attempt from Ice, not going to quite land.
Maybe Destiny's going to be used. I mean, Kana's here, spots them all out, and Yeah, just walking where he has no business. No one on the map at the time as well. A short mistake in front of Herald.
And this is what we talked about with Lebrov. It's kind of been a new symptom coming into playoffs, is at times he's just wandering through where he has no right to be. There was no presence mid. They'd already seen Connor leave from topside, and it just ends up getting caught then in the river, giving KC this Rift Shroud. Nuke does need to be careful as well, though. Connor has no flash, which means he should be able to get away.
Nuke has the range. Gold card under turret. The poke doesn't connect, but still Nuke has just shown where they are. Is trying to come through. That's the two-man solo player. BDS, it turned from a soft contest into a hard one. They've got an ulti from Adam, though, and Sherry gets out, but it's burnt over the wall. Instead, now Nuke comes in, and Ice starts free-firing. It's turned around so quickly. They're double 80 carries, blowing them apart, and BDS are the kings of misfortune this game.
How the hell did BDS win that? KC had got the pick. They had the point of pressure. They'd forced Nuke out of topside, but BDS, they're able to rally and fight back against KC.
I was about to praise them for their mid-game about what was going to happen. I mean, let's take a look at this quickly. Labrov gets picked. It's classic for Labrov at this stage in time. They use their CC and they turn on to the Rift Herald. But then I think it's Adam. He managed to find an isolation over the wall with the ultimate in this fight, but it doesn't even look good. I mean, I'd love to see what happens here in this team fight.
Yeah, because it definitely feels like Adam with the double solar flare coming in. This looks awful, but I think who was this? They get Targamas close to the wall and closer, so that gets one over. You do end up losing Sheo in the mix, but Ice is in a great position to follow up this fight with the static shiv. Very strong early item, and then you're just having these isolated skirmishes in the pit as well with the numbers advantage for BDS.
And I've noticed every time KC are running from a fight, or like even if it seems like they have numbers, things like the Ashe dueling that comes in early as well. The early power of this Lucian is adding a lot of value versus a Corki as well. And let's not forget, the Maokai is 2 levels down in most cases, so his base health is also low. He's actually quite squishy.
Huge power troughs before the Triforce completion. I completely agree with you, Asterix. So just, I guess, in the raw DPS, the raw strength factor of these champions until now, regardless of they have the Rift Herald, so maybe they can utilize that to break mid.
Yeah, Flighty got it.
Yep, so we'll have to see if they're able to fight with that. The only problem is, I mean, Dragon just secured for BDS, mid-tower secured for BDS. It feels like they don't have a huge amount of points of pressure, because you can even see Lebrov now coming down to help out Nuke, so he doesn't get played. You have to go to the tower though, Lebrov.
He arcane shifts away, or rather that's Lucian in. Closer under turret, gets cullinged. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It might even be more. Adam comes through, the arrow did fly through. It was a shutdown over to Vladdy, but slowed down, and now he's in a lot of trouble himself. Adam has enough to keep him there for years. He gets flipped around, and man, as easy as smashing a coconut. Adam's 3-0.
TPing down, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Adam. He's had shaky performances recently, but this TP into the rundown with the Ghost. He's in a position he should never be in this game, and he's making it work.
Yeah, he looks absolutely fantastic. Getting that tower now on the bottom side, opening up the map even further for BDS. And KC are trying desperately to answer for the plays, but it's just BDS in a position to fight back so consistently and catch KC out.
I mean, again, this has just been kind of shock and awe this game. I'm surprised because I started complimenting KC. I started thinking, well, KC's reaction has been good this game. But BDS, again, their adjustment, their adaptability that we saw in the regular season, that was their ability to pivot, Dagda, I think is really crucial here. And in this game, I mean, again, their ability to adapt, thanks to Adam in the side lanes, thanks to how they're playing the game, has been really good.
Yeah, but this has been a big difference from what we regularly have seen from BDS in playoffs. The early games have not looked very clean whatsoever. You can see it at the bottom of your screens. It has been a very different story for BDS in the course of playoffs, and it felt like they didn't really know how they wanted to approach things. We weren't getting those smart rotations with Ice and Lebrov around the map, buying space for Adam, Nuke having that isolated 1v1 where he could try and shine. It felt very disjointed. They didn't know how they wanted to approach. It actually felt like they were regressing back to last year, prioritizing Dragons, but might need to hold off on this. KC force them off top tower.
Yasho gets poked down. This one-trick comp, it felt like, in a bit of playoffs and even in previous splits. Definitely adapted. Now, Kana's going to be using the Herald that was placed bot preemptively just to escape.
Yeah, it looked like it could be a decent trade for KC using that Herald and the TF in the side lane. They managed to mitigate the attack from BDS onto the tier 2 top side, so trade relatively good for KC considering this kind of game state.
However, gold is still in the advantage of BDS. 3k gold lead, Dragon stacking as well. Unfortunate that's a Chemtech soul, but maybe KC fans will be cheering about that as Baron also spawns in 50 seconds. I'm looking at that since double AD carry comps have early Barons these days with the pick out on the side lane.
Look topside, the
I mean,
TF
I am
is
indeed.
ulting.
Destiny's going to be there. Ghost is on top of Nuke. I mean, he's got nothing to get out of this, and Targamas with a Solar Flare locks him in place. Nuke is just trying to trade. There's a pick. Arrow doesn't connect either. No follow-up.
And this is the problem that BDS have in the side lane. I was going to get to it in the mid game. They're against Global with the TF, so what TF on Canna can do is he can just sit side lane with the core key and just keep pushing, and that way it's really hard to push your lead when you've gotten these grubs, when you really want to hit these towers. So just nice heads of play from Kana there to pick the side lane.
Yeah, you can even see upsets rotated back down to this bot side to pick up the big wave that BDS just crashed, so they don't even lose out on a huge amount of that one. So nicely done by KC to try and slow this pace down. And I think that's where you've got to look towards people like Ice to try and counteract this. If you can get control over mid, look for an Asher on a side lane, like open up Labrov to start to roam. Maybe you can find these picks back to prevent how KC want to play, but you have to be quick. You have to set your vision up, because if Kana is able to get his Destiny back and look for a play, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Already, BDS posturing around this Nash. I'm really looking at it too, because that's 2 items completed for both of these AD carries on their side, as well as a Zyra jungle. They one-shot this Nash. They alternatively could play with Adam in the side, but that's clearly not what they want to do right now. Adam wants to fish right now and potentially look for a pick, because that can convert instantly into a startup.
Well, Washayo stands here at level 13, closest level 10, by the way. Herbology 101 tells me that 180 to 92 CS is a big lead. Double the CS lead in jungle. And so Shayo's going to be strong as Arrow flies through onto Targamas. I don't know if he's tanky enough. Adam runs forward, and him getting caught out, that's a big engage from KC. Nature's Grasp is there, but Labrov is willing to die for it. Closer runs in, but he will not be running out. Adam now searing with a vengeance as the double goes over to Ice and BDS. Their pick tools are as easy as that.
Great pick from BDS. I mean, Targamas just didn't get to move, and now they should be able to get this top lane tower. Kana's trying to push in mid to threaten the tier 1, so Ice going to rotate and pick that up, but I felt like that nearly could have been a Baron angle as well, to be honest.
I do too, but they're going to take the more disciplined approach, the more reserved approach, and rather take top tier 2, have the tempo to head down bot side and go to this dragon that's spawning in mid time. But yeah, nice play coming in from Ice. I think Targamas maybe thought he was a bit tankier with the W, with the Celestial opposition, still gets locked up and falls to the very fed carries of BDS.
Just don't get to play the game from that position. You can see how much CC was coming through, even closer, falling prey to that as well. And Adam started to walk forward to get onto Vladdy, but at this stage we're like, look, call it off. As you say, discipline, keep ourselves in check. Dragon now started, and it looks like KC, they're not even going to try and contest this third Drake. Instead, going to look to push out these top waves and see if they can get some pressure around that, or some vision, I should say, around that Baron area.
Yep. Those deaths up top side for Targamas means they've lost full control of bot side, only that crab there for vision.
When have they had control of bot side? Let me ask you.
That's a good question, I guess. I really suppose they haven't ever since minute 1, have they? With those respawn camp attacks, it's been really rough.
Right.
Third dragon.
I just keep counting, by the way. I just keep watching jungle go further and further apart.
That's almost a flame horizon.
It is almost a flame horizon. It's, again,
but it's been a team effort, right?
It has been a team effort, but I mean, again, Shayo, seeing him like this on carry junglers, we've talked a lot about this jungler and what his role is for the team, I think, and also giving him flack for, maybe not even him, but just BDS picking up the Talia jungle, which got nerfed, which didn't look too good. It is really nice to see him in control, and, you know, part of the crew, part of the ship as BDS are all one piece. You're right, in game 1.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, it's just been really well played around Shayo, getting into the jungle, finding those plays, getting this early lead, and then making it very difficult for KC to really contest because of that gigantic jungle lead. And now, just grouping as a 5-man unit, they know they're strong enough that if they can find any pick with Ice or Labrov, they can find the opportunity to start this Baron.
Take a look at what Kana's doing consistently on side. That's not meant to be a circle, but I placed one anyway. He keeps walking to bot and then mid because they're so scared of this Baron startup. Thank you. So he can't actually split push in the bot lane because he knows without TP, even though he has ultimate, it's still going to take too long to run up and ult to contest. He needs to be there with his team with that gold card to make sure they can take control of this top side.
At least he has a flash to do so. Solar Flare followed through as well. You say it's a pick, but as Labrov flashes out, they just used 2 ultis on the side of KC to get Labrov. He gets down to half HP, but KC now forced off again.
Ice's ultimate saves Labrov there, managing to hit onto everyone and keeping Vladdy in check, so we can't finish Labrov off with the damage. Warmog's going to come through, going to help him out to heal back up, but you still have to be careful as, okay, able to step on out.
Long time expended chasing, but still going to be neutral game state. It's still going to be BDS favored. They have a lot of wave kill there mid push, and they can keep playing this dance until the next dragon spawns. They could do this forever. They may be losing side lanes, but but they're going to hit this tower first.
I mean, because of the vision top, right? Because of, as you said, side lane state, they just run it down mid. Inner turret's going to be taken. Thank you, Demolish. And as Adam walks away with the rest of BDS, now again, they have set up for this future Dragon for bot side, for the push into inner turret, around bot as well. Nuke starts it off.
The push on bot side here for BDS means that it's going to be kind of hard for KC to get much done. They actually just full collapse into this, because you can look at where KC are on the map. Closer trying to get vision control back around the Baron area, at least use the time that BDS are on the bot side, but wave cleared out, so BDS not going to be able to get too much here.
Yeah, nice mitigation of any kind of gold injection before the next upcoming Dragon fight in 2 minutes' time. I wonder if we're going to see some kind of Baron 4th Dragon dance as KC panic to defend the Soul. Still, good mitigation on the tier 2. I'm going to open up through topside again to play that dance once more.
The only question I have is, while Soul's being taken, is it worth a Baron rush? It seems like a risky move, but Chemtech Soul is utter garbage. So, do you care?
The problem is, I think naturally, Corki, TF, and Ezreal, they're all AD carries, but these champions, these AD carries don't do Baron as fast as the other side. Also, they're not as far ahead with the Triforces, so I think their Baron rush potential is a lot less than BDS's.
Yeah, and on the upside, I think for BDS, you have a decent spot here to just continue to play off of the advantages you have, like pushing mid with Ice, look for a pick off of his arrow, and play for the vision control as Nuke, trying to fish out Kana.
He was hiding, wasn't he? He comes around the side. Oh, there he is now spotted. Destiny going to be used. Kana has to get out of there. There's good damage. Half HP, by the way, in about a second, and Kana knows he was dead.
This now gives BDS the opportunity to try and play sides, because you don't have essentially that teleport for Kana.
True.
So you can try and play through this bot lane. We are just saying Ice wins priority on mid, so you can play mid into bot, or bot in towards a mid and a Baron pressure, depending what happens over the next couple of waves.
Yeah, this tier 2 goal will be great to prepare for this upcoming Dragon, in case you know that. They're trying to play with the top side vision, but there's really no way to move into the bot side to defend this tower, so it's just going to be a gold injection for BDS and control of this bot side.
Or is it going to be a flank is my question. I mean, BDS coming in from the right side. Now, just a side note, while we are walking towards Baron and Casey like we're going to flip the game, Shao hasn't backed in a while, so maybe not as powerful as you think. It is that fast, but as Nuke gets side, he has TP, and Nature's Grass comes out at 5k. Casey are trying to get this game back in their swing as the steal is not there, but the jungler is now dead. Okay, worthwhile if they can get at least 3 members out. As flashes are burned, gold cards are thrown, and Nuke is everywhere in between. The culling comes out at a bad angle.
No tier 2s.
Upset is running away. There's good damage again, but BDS can't land any as Targamas is between the wave. He's sacrificing his life so that 3 can get away with Baron. When you're so far behind, especially in that jungle role, this feels like it's a good trade.
The fact you just get Baron off the map is kind of helpful for KC, but 2 kills going across and the Dragon now up means that you're just going to be giving soul, but this was a very much a flip.
Yeah, stalling the game with that Maokai, stalling the rush rather with that Maokai ulti, they managed to secure and actually get out with 3 people. I'm surprised. I think BDS are too, with how fast that Nash was, but Vladdy.
Oh, he's caught out. We come back. I mean, remember that Targamas died in it. Nuke almost getting outplayed. It's a good flash in the end, and Vladdy showing the power of Corki, but that's another Baron down. 2 left remaining.
Dashing away from the rockets and flashing the Q initially as the ultimate. Not gonna land. I think Nuke. Fancy feet there, dodging every single spell.
That's so Chad to go to dinner after that. You just dodge True Shot Barrage, and then you sit down and have a sip of wine.
Sorry, I'm still baffled by the noise you just made.
I was scared. I was there. You know, Nuke, good dodge. BDS at least, you know, they're back and they're like, hey, we just got to pick on top. That also enables the Dragon. Soul's up. But gents, I'm going to throw something at you. No play-by-play ever does this. They say, don't say this, Hysterics. I think that's good for KC. I think Elder Flip is the best thing that could happen in the game. Dagda, feel free to disagree.
Yeah, I think the problem is you've just got so much map control for BDS right now, despite the fact you've got some Barons. It means that if you spread them out correctly, you can try and stop at least the base from being taken, but the power that you have for BDS on mid push into putting pressure into bot side means that you're going to be almost impossible for KC to really contest any sort of Elder Dragon, even if we get there.
I want to play disagree with Jake as well. I think the exact same thing.
It's
you just have mid and bot push, like you're saying, and you maintain control of this bot side river. They should never even come close to an Elder Dragon unless they manage to find some kind of pick, or BDS, you know, mess up the tempo somehow. They can find a way in. But yeah, I mean, the mid and bot push, stalling this Nash out.
We just wait and see.
Okay.
I mean, but look, realistically, despite 1 or 2 missteps, BDS have looked significantly more consistent than we've seen over the course of
absolutely.
playoffs. So, wait, as I say that.
Ice Destiny there. Arrow comes in as well. Kana has no way to
Oh
stop
my
that.
God.
Ice is just turning. He flashes into him and the entire team. Upset hits him, but now Tigers with the CC doesn't have follow-up damage. Closer comes in though, and now it's turning about in a big way. Ice finally dies as Nuke spaces out with the culling. Sheo wasn't there. Their big fed jungler, and BDS are on the run.
I shouldn't have said anything.
I mean,
well, can't wait for Elder.
Ice flashes forward for a potential kill, but there's nothing on the map anyway. So you flash forward and you won't have flash for the next Elder. It's just a questionable choice, even if you do get something there, Labrov.
Oh, two-shot barrage, good bit of damage, but Aftershock probably saves his life. He has Warmogs, but he won't be sticking around anyway as KC. Big couple of picks punishing BDS, and a mistake that can haunt them.
Sheo's still on the top side as well, so it means that he's not going to be here to try and defend it. So it's a case of how far do KC want to try and push it. You know, at least get Kana pushing the mid. Looks like Sheo going to move over to try and defend the mid tower.
And Dag Daddy, they've got objective bounties on there as well. And so gold is now caught up. So if we had that argument of how far BDS were, that's out the window.
And these towers are going to melt like popsicles. You cannot stick around to be in a position to hold on to this. KC, they've just got a massive gold injection.
This gold swing was absolutely crazy, but take a look at the flash forward from Icy. A definite overextension, overexpending your resources in the flash when you should save them for the Elder Dragonfly potentially, or a Nash. Gets CC'd locked up, maybe doesn't see Targamas there, and then Adam gets cut out to dry. I thought he'd be tankier than this personally with that Chemtech Soul, but he falls. And the rest of BDS, they just have to get away.
It's a bizarre one from Ice, because Ice has probably been the standout performer for BDS, where it feels like he's made little mistakes. We heard our anger translator probably kind of doing the same thing at Draco's, but going and flashing in, I thought he just would have been happy to play back, play a little bit more reserved, and it gives KC not only the kill, but so much gold off the back of that because of the bounties, because of just the towers that they've been able to collect. So a lot more even, and you can even see at the top of your screen, gold basically dead on.
And you see BDS, they're thinking, we're not risking any kind of side lane play versus TF anymore. We're just going to group up. But now KC, they don't mind this. They can play off the gold cards, the rapid fire cannon. Their front to back is not bad either with Triple AD carry.
Nature's Grasp is down though. Remember, this is a level 13 Maokai, and I keep comparing the levels, but it's important to note the cooldown is still a decent chunk of 30, 40 seconds right now for Closer, who's got some stats under him thanks to the Warmogs, but he's still quite squishy. That tool is down, keep note.
There's a huge wave in bot side, so Kana's got down. Labrov double! We got him!
He's dead. He just underestimated Upset's damage. It's funny that Labrov in this scenario is actually Upset.
Any other dragon, and they'd be sitting pretty right now, but the winners of the Chemtech Soul is not carrying them over. They're just getting one shot. Labrov getting picked again in the enemy jungle.
But it's also the fact that, like, this was a 4 versus 5 position, so BDS, like, you should have been the ones controlling that, but Kana got to push out bot wave. Now they're in position to start rotating up as Baron in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
The setup and the vision means you won't have your support there, and KC, can they find another pick off the back of that?
I feel like Kana could have kept pushing side lane and really flexed the fact that BDS only have 4 people alive, and having to drag someone down to bot side means that you can maybe start up this Nash again, but gonna send up numbers to the top side to make sure they maintain control.
I'm a bit worried. BDS, a bit worried. I mean, again, Elder's up in a minute 45. We can talk about that in a second. 20 seconds till the Baron that we were setting up as well. I'm looking at items. We're at 4 item mark. We haven't talked much about items this game, gents, because, I mean, again, it's been pretty standard, right? But I want to draw attention to the fact that we do have a 4-item Ezreal, 4-item mid Corki as well. Even that Twisted Fate with the Zhonya's to run into the middle and get his stun off.
If you mess up, you will die quickly. Either side, they are both incredibly strong. So
great point.
that's where BDS losing out on this vision is crucial, because you can set up then for those picks significantly better, but fight over mid-wave now so you can lean in towards that top side with both Closer and Adam playing for flanks.
Yeah, watch Ice's arrows as well. I think they're going to be pivotal. It's pretty hard to catch an arrow if you're side of KC. You don't exactly have a Cassante W to tank it. It's going to have to be Leona.
Keep your eyes on Kana as well, trying to get that flank on towards Nuke.
This ult again, arrow comes out, they're stopping the engage. Kana, Dagda pointed out, he starts it on Labrov, but in the backside, Adam is controlling the fight. Cassante is fair. Yes, he is, of course. Double kill goes over to Nuke, but in the meanwhile, the damage from this Lucian is also scaling nicely.
Both solo laners resetting though to try and teleport back in. Nuke going to cancel his, so they can have those health bars now to go towards the Baron. 35 seconds until Elder as well. You can double up here as BDS and basically get the Exodia of buffs to finish out this game.
You can tell they can't contest this. They don't think they can either. They're just going to settle for some bot side control on this Elder, like you're saying, Dagda, and take some camps away. This should just be all she wrote with this Baron.
Every single fight we watch is just like watching a plushie go into the middle of it. This Maokai can't withstand anything. And now that Baron's gone, gents as well, BDS back in the driver's seat, rather. Driver's feet, oh. For how long?
But it feels like Adam's found his feet. This guy was not having a great playoffs, but now, and even on the Euphoria podcast, he was saying, look, it feels like we don't really know how we want to approach things. We're uncoordinated. The connection doesn't feel there. But Adam, he's been connecting with KC real hard, and they've not been enjoying it.
We've seen, though, how much damage KC have. With this triple AD carry setup with CC, they can focus down a target really quickly if they manage to isolate. Watch Kana on the flank.
Destiny's here. All right, let's watch it out. As again, he's waiting for the gold card. He's already burnt it, though. It's down. Kana didn't get to make that flank, but a true shot barrage does the damage as Ice sends the arrow into the backline. It lands on Upset. He cleanses away at 9.5k. BDS are still hovering. With Lebrov having Warmogs, he needs to get out of combat and reset.
They can potentially flash onto Upset. He has no cleanse.
Oh, Kana's out. Flash comes through, 8.5k. It's still danger zone here as KC try to find themselves the brilliant pick, but Nuke's on the back end, making sure they can't. Flash is burnt there. It's not a spectator bug. He gets gold card and Bloody takes him out while on the backside. Adam is doing it again. Closer steals Elder, but I don't think it's enough. Depth charge comes through and Ice is doing enough damage. Their damage sources are out of there as Sheo gets himself over the wall and KC only survived by 2.
But if they can at least keep the Elder off of BDS, maybe they have a chance to stall, because it's only a minute and a half left on this Red Bull Barn power play. KC, they're running them around the map.
He's got Flash!
No!
Bloody! Ice gets him in the end, and Kana, I mean, I'm not even sure he's safe. There's no Destiny for ages. Sheo's got a blast going. The arrow. Oh my God! Man, I love this track in the 80s, and again now, I'm getting Ice, baby.
But how much do BDS want to try and take here? You've still got 10 seconds until closer, but we're going to take a look at the replay. As Nuke goes to try and match out Kana, he goes in aggressively, but then you end up pulling Vladdy across to try and help him as Kana goes low. But watch the flash from Nuke. He tries to get onto the far side of the blast cone, messes up so the double shot doesn't end up taking him to safety. Instead, you can just see here, he goes a little bit too far forward, so you kill off Nuke. And then on the top side, KC gets the bar.
It looks like Adam's going to win this fight as well, but he doesn't manage to do it. And it looks like KC can get out, but they absolutely hunt the rest of KC down across the map.
And now back to live. BDS take that mid inhibitor. This is at least the last few dregs of this Baron buff to try and get at least these outer inhibitor turrets down. Can they? Yeah, they should be able to just tick over with this one with 20 seconds left.
You're questioning it because, again, you know, KC got some range here. Dagger, I know we talked about it in the draft, but BDS, their sieging power with Sheo is just so powerful, and I like the word power as well. Inhibitor's going to be dropping. At least his top one feels like it's up next as BDS, their bot wave. It's not slow pushing in, but there's so much pressure on the map that, again, that's just only the next dice.
No flashes on Ice or Nuke. Can target his lander. A potential engage.
And they just grab
and flash forward if he wants to.
They're down. Closers, no ult. Targamas, no ult. BDS take that inhibitor and they'll be able to reset one last inhibitor. An inhibitor turret stands in KC's base, but that is a far-flung attempt at trying to hold on to this game. They need some sort of pick. They need some sort of miracle to hold on and upset. Ooh.
Good reaction.
No cleanse there. Would have been absolutely stunned up and locked down. But now BDS, they can take a reset and they can just play for bot side as well. I mean, Nash is up in 2 minutes, so you've got a long time to do that. That siege can take place, and you can just pile in the super minions up top side. So really good game state from BDS.
Again, it's been recovery, hasn't it? Because again, that KC play that was down the bottom of our screens, that was a rough one. They caught out BDS. It felt like the game was back to more of an even state. So much gold on the map, but through that pick off that one team fight, BDS come back to what we know in Dagda, whether it's been up or down, and we know as a fact it has been up and down. We always come back to that state where, like, BDS's team fighting team, it just seems to just work for them no matter what split it is.
And I mean, a huge amount of our conversations were BDS being one of our top 3 teams, right? And then we kind of got into playoffs. I was like, oh, you okay? But this is where we kind of look at BDS and go, this is what they're comfortable at, is playing through a strong early game into good team fights, into decent setup. And look, there are still been a few hiccups with people getting caught out, but overall, this is what you want to see from BDS in a return to form. It's just unfortunate that KC are running into them now when their lives are on the line for a season final.
And it's just really good that BDS understand how to get rid of those hiccups, right? And how you do that is you tell yourself you're not a fish. Actually, if you Google that, that is the way to do it. As Siege comes through on the bot side, ask me questions about that later because I'm just waiting to see with this next wave how much more BDS can push.
They can buy time on this siege if you're side of KC by throwing down your Maokai ults, playing with those TF gold costs to zone the auto attackers from BDS. The siege, it will be challenging, but they are against the clock. Those waves are going to start pouring in for the side of BDS, and it's really about can they find uptime on this tower. Looks like Closer's not going to pull the trigger with the R.
Wait for the next wave at the very least. Gold card comes through. Kana again trying to push them off, and it is just the last stand, isn't it? KC have been outmatched through this jungle. I could talk you to death about it. I mean, this is a 4-item Zara who's running in with the crew.
This wave isn't the problem for KC. It's going to be the next one, because look at the double super minions in that top side, and now this wave is about to hit. So KC, they need to clear this wave very quick, but I don't know if they're going to be able to.
I mean, Closer just lost his flash on the back end thanks to Ice's arrow again. Adam just stands there, blocks for his team, and Solar Flare going to be used as well. Targamas engaged now down. Super's channeling up. You guys are talking about the pressure. There's a wave of it.
Now, what do? Do they pile in for the inhib? No, they don't. They decide, you know what, we want to take this, get out and reset up topside. Ping's coming down already for that Baron. It's spawning in 15 seconds. And they know they want to move over there, shift their vision upwards, and use these super minions to secure it.
And if you ever... Oh, actually, Targamas.
Oh, finds a pick and flashes away.
I was going to say, if you ever overextend as KC trying to protect this Baron, well then they can just run down mid lane and look for your base instead. So this becomes basically impossible for KC to really try and commit to, especially because BDS didn't reset. They just immediately took it, and you can see there KC, they just have to look on as this is taken, but that feels like the final nail in the coffin with that Baron push going to be coming through.
With that Baron push down bot side, you play for mid and bot waves, empower those waves and maintain control with the Elder spawning as well. We might see a run back of the Nash and the Elder buff for the side of BDS. That lone inhib's probably going to fall, and we're going to see a lot of super minions pouring into their base.
Yeah, it's crested 40 minutes, which means that in playoffs we're allowed to finish our games now, so we have to be able to finish this one out soon, but it definitely has been reserved from BDS, which is not bad, like especially when you have had a few fumbles. Just taking things slow and dotting your I's and crossing your T's is not a terrible look, but it feels like for KC the window for them to find any sort of a miracle play back into this game is gone.
I mean, again, there were a few of those windows already shown. I am at least glad as Destiny comes through, and I pause for a second. See what Kana can do. I mean, were they spotted? Dredgeline comes through. Kana's sitting in a bush. Adam is the one to face check whatever bush that may be. Arrow flies through. It's onto target. They know Kana's here. They run forward, but Adam has taken too much damage. He dies. That is a fumble again as Kana gets a gold card onto Nuke, who starts chasing him down.
Look at the move speed coming up from Kana. He ghosts, and he has the plants. He can displace himself really, really easily.
Oh,
Nuke, oh no, it's a red card.
Red card. Send him off the pitch. All right, KC are going to survive from the culling, but Nuke again almost caught with his trousers.
KC haven't been put into the sim bin just yet, though. They can continue to push in towards this Elder Dragon, and you can't really move in here as BDS. You're completely separated.
He's chunked Nuke, but he can recall TP back if he wants to. Doesn't look like he's going to. He's going to look for this flank. Can they secure this? It's going to be KC now.
It's at 4K, 3K, 1K. It is indeed. Nuke gets destroyed. Gents, what did I tell you? It might not be the first Elder, but KC always have the Elder to sit on as Sheo is in the pit and he's dead. Arrow flies through, and BDS, we are returning to some earlier stories.
2 minutes on this Elder Dragon. KC going to move in towards mid. Kana is clearing out the waves on top side and bot side. So they're going to look to just try and end the game right now. You don't have two of your big damage dealers. It's going to be a 3v4.
So much wave clear. Yeah, you just have Cassante and a Nautilus. They're useless. I think maybe they can look for an end here. They have the Elder Drake.
I'm looking at Ice, gents. I'm looking at full build 80 carry and what he can do in DPS. 4 members stand strong. KC with an Elder buff. A throw, but a catch of KC's godly hands.
The Baron buff is helping out BDS massively, though. They can slowly clear out these waves. And KC can't get them to the towers.
It's gone. Soul Flare's there onto LeBron. There's the engage. Targamas jumps on in, but they need to get rid of Ice. The Elder might be able to do it, but against the Nexus turrets, a throw given over, and just like that, GG!
An insane comeback from KC. An absolute banger to finish it out. I mean, this was almost similar to the MDK game that we saw from KC, where it looked like everything was done and dusted. There was no way they can come back, but they just find that one moment. But we'll have to see if they can do it again in game number 2, as we're going to toss it over to a quick break.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break. Red Bull gives you wings.
Chasing him down, and Sheo has nothing to get out of it. Then play with a flash on top. First blood for Bloody.
Mokai, no flash, Mokai, no flash. I'm looking. Good, Ben. It's good. Safe no flash. Look, Corky. I'm coming. Corky. It's winning. Yeah, it's good.
Nice. Yeah, look aside. It's good. Look behind.
We have Arrow. Has no flash. We'll take this.
It's gone Dolph there onto a prop there. The engage. Targus jumps on in, but they need to get rid of Ice. The Ola might be able to do it, but against the Nexus turret, a throw given over, and just like that.
Against all odds, it is KC that gets the first game, and I immediately want to jump into this replay. Jackies, do you want to talk us through what your eyes saw here?
I think BDS got a bit like over-eager on the engage. I think they got really scared by this TF in the back, so they just really tried to go forward, but honestly, I think that's the wrong decision. I think you have to get this TF off your back, or he's just gonna slowly kill you, because, example here, Nuke is dead if he doesn't red card him, which is unfortunate. So I think after that, like, it's just hard, you know, like, what can they really do? Maokai Smite is undefeatable, and yeah, it's just a tough situation to be in after.
I think they still have tools to try and apply pressure on the map, right? Nuke has TP here in this instance, and it feels like they want two different things. At least they're not really in a position to properly contest this, because Sheo has already made the call. I'm gonna flash in to try and steal it. Nuke being in that position right there doesn't really accomplish anything to try and help him. It just becomes more difficult for them to go for it, and they don't have enough members to defend their base afterwards.
And just so I understand, obviously the TF is running interference, right? And they need to know where he is at all times. Ideally, they need to kill him. But what else do you do, though?
Well, there is two options, right? You need to kill the front, or you need to kill him in the back.
Yeah, one of the two.
I also think the most important part is, like, Nuke can kill him, but I think he just needs to buy that QSS, you know, because TF cannot play if there's a Lucian coming at him with QSS, so I think there's a bit of a build issue there, but sucks.
Sucks. I know how nervous you were watching. You just lost your mind, really, because BDS really had this in the bag. I mean, a lot of the things that we were criticizing them coming into today, Goldberg, were better, namely Sheo on that Zyra.
I mean, I absolutely love the way they played around him in the early game. We finally see Sheo back on an AP jungler like the Zyra. We see that he's piloting the faster clear speed against the Maokai, where you get to invade on that Grom spawn, and they just kept being there again and again and again. And I think the stats that I really want you to look at here is the counter jungler percentage and the team proximity. Team proximity, how often he's surrounded by his team members in the early game, almost 50% of the time as a jungler. This wasn't because Sheo was playing for the lanes, this was the lanes rather, playing for Sheo.
And it reminded me of something that you said in the pre-show, Jackie, that when you played versus them, you felt that you had the timer, you always knew where you could kill them. It feels like they learned from that and said, okay, we're still going to be as annoying, but we're going to make sure that we're always covered.
I mean, for sure they improved in this case. Like, their jungle support synergy has been way better than against us, for example. And I think they shouldn't lose confidence after losing this game. I think their early game was like really good until they died once into TF, but that's just a TF tax, you know, we have to take it.
That happens.
So yeah, I think they shouldn't lose confidence and just keep it up. They did really well.
Yeah, easier said than done, of course. In a best of 5 like this. But I also want to talk about KC using the GX tactic. The Baron we're going to look at, they were really far behind in this game. Jackies, this is what you do.
That is what we do, yeah.
Well, was it a good GX Baron?
Well, it worked, so it's a good flip, of course. It's not a flip if it works, but yeah, I mean, the trigger is there, right? Lucian is knocking on your door, so you have to do something. And I mean, I don't really know if their setup was that great, but their rush is really good, and Maokai Q Smite never fails. So it's a good plan, and they executed it pretty well, I think.
I mean, yes.
But the question is this a reliable plan, Jackies?
I mean...
Well, it's not a reliable plan, but it's the one you have to do to come back into the game, I think.
Yeah,
so
it's a necessary plan.
You have to do it,
yeah.
But still, when this is the goal graph that you're looking
God.
at, one thing, of course, this sucks for BDS. Like, this feels so bad. This game should have been in the bag, right? It came down to the flip that you quietly see there as well, but also some of the later objective fights. I still think, though, that in terms of adaptations, it really should be KC who's looking at most adaptations, right? You need to shut down this early game pressure that came from the Zyra, or at least have a winning bot lane so she can't just walk into your jungle every single time.
Yeah, BDS will be selecting the blue side. Oh, I'm sorry, production, but we talked about it in the talent room that the casters would be fine with us taking this draft, because I'd really love to hear Jackie's talk about the next draft. I hope that's okay. Let me know, because I forgot to tell you. But BDS do select the blue side, and I mean, it makes sense. I just think about the context of what I heard from BDS last week also, right? But we're not getting it together. We play more scared than we usually do. We can't replicate what we have in scrims on stage. And then you play a game like this, and you do exactly what you're supposed to, and you still lose.
Yeah, but you started to see those cracks in the late game as well, where at first when they got caught down towards the bot side with ads flashing forward, okay, that sucks. We're gonna try and recover. Then Lavrov gets caught. Sucks. All right, Elder fight.
He
Oh
got caught
god,
a few
it's this domino effect as well. And I know Jackie's as well as you as a pro player. Like, I can only imagine that it will trigger your communications a little bit in terms of the plays you go for when you add an in-game step, but you keep going wrong and wrong and wrong.
I mean, it's for sure tough in situations like this because at this point, anything that kind of touches you, you kind of die. So one bad step and you're dead. So you have to be really precise on where you actually want to go and where you click. Like the most important thing is just be grouped. Like I know it's like a little bit of an NA ARAM thing, but you kind of have to in this meta because there is 4 carries on each side, so you kind of die to anything right now.
I think that's a great read on how you have to approach these situations, and it's also why we saw that the TF was just trying to run interference to make sure that they weren't grouped. Now, as we go into this draft, also from the other side, from KC, right? I think from KC, you could think this was a really hard game. We didn't really play to the strengths we usually have. Upset wasn't popping off. Vladdy wasn't having that performance he has been having in the last couple of weeks. So they know what to change, I think, and they still have a win in the book. So it's a win-win for them.
Yeah, I like the confidence there, I think. But
I think.
But I'm very curious about this Sejuani ban that BDS brought out because I actually think it worked wonders against a team like KC. Closer has had so much comfort on this champion because it's easy to play for topside with Sejuani, but it's also such a reliant team fight tool for them. But it's already proven that when you have an AP jungler on Sheo and Sejuani wasn't there to get that close to that comfort, they were struggling against it. So I can already say I'm bewildered to see Maokai is there because I thought they had an easy time against him in the early game, but it just proves that late game, it still matters.
Yeah. I mean, you heard it here from Jackie's as well. It's undefeated when you have to smite the Baron, so...
Yeah, it is broken. I mean, I think BDS should just stick to their prio lanes. I think KC is really aggressive if they have prio and they can do plays, but that's where you take it with like picks like Lucian, Ashe, right? You take it away from them because those champs just get prio on default. But they let the Sejuani open this time, which I think is a really strong pick for KC, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just first pick it right now.
Right, so they're probably looking to first pick it. I think that should be no surprise here, but what are they going to respond to that? Because Lucian is still open. Is that just the strongest of the AD mid laners right now?
I think when Tristana is out, it's mainly Corki and Lucian, yeah. It's for sure just preference-wise, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just go back to the Ezreal. I think it worked fine for them, even though, because Ashe is out now, so there is less stuff that can contest the prio. Oh, but they go for opposite area.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
It's kind of 1v9 on it. So.
Absolutely.
I wonder if it's a flex for Vladdy as well, because I'm a fan of that, but I don't know if he plays it.
Yeah.
Have we seen it? I don't think so. But
I don't think we've seen Vladdy specifically on this area yet, unfortunately, but what I'm really curious about what is Closer going to bring out, because he can't be on that facilitating junglers. Sejuani and Maokai is the 2 strongest on them right now. Either you go down the AP route where you want to play those champions again, or you have to say, well, here's a Sentao, here's a Viego, but I'm not the biggest fan of those kind of picks right now.
It's a Renekton. It's a Korean Renekton, so don't despair.
I think there's a brand coming for us Closer, because you don't pick Renekton just for fun, right? You pick it for the AP jungle, so
yeah.
For sure something is coming, and I wonder if it's the brand that you guys are so much of a fan of.
I mean, it's great. Are you not a fan of it?
I think it's strong, but I think it gets a bit too hyped.
Okay.
I think it's like, just depending on your team, because brand, you kind of always die, and then you kind of kill all, but your team needs to be ready for that. So it depends if you actually can play with the champ.
So is it champ diff or team diff?
Well, I think Zyra is a champ diff, Brent is a team diff.
Oh.
Maybe I'm completely wrong on this and I'll get called out, but that's what I think.
The Rel's coming in, of course.
Oh, Labrov Rel.
Labrov will be really, really happy. And the Jinx for Ice, you know, saying, we trust you to carry us, so go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I mean, for BDS, this is their bread and butter, right? For sure, Rel Jinx, this is what they want, this is what they know. So yeah, now I'm wondering if he's actually gonna go to Brand or not. For a Talia flex.
Don't talk about how much, just wait for it, and yeah, there we have it. And just Jackie's has already said, if this fails, it's not Closer's fault, it's the rest of KC's fault, it's a team diff.
Mid laners, they always protect their junglers, right?
Yeah, they do need a prio lane.
There you go.
There's 2 ways, either jungle protect mid lane, or mid lane just keeps crying for it, but...
One of the 2.
Yeah. Second ban phase, Adam still has his top laners available. I'm curious to see what he would like to play into Renekton. Will he already get some of his merchant picks out of the way there with the Volibear going away? I guess Cassante, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's kind of a little bit comfort for Adam right now, and it's a safe one.
How would you like to see BDS round out their comp? What is the perfect 2 last pick?
Well, the thing is, I don't really know much about top matchups, but I think they should just look to outrange at this point. Like, I honestly think I've seen Kana play Jace into Renekton and he was kind of smurfing. I think Adam, if he plays Jace, he should lock it in because Zeri and Renekton Brand do get outranged, I think, quite heavily. And with the Jinx Rel engage, it's a good reset as well. So I don't know what he's gonna look on mid, because Azir is banned. I don't know if they're gonna go AD mid, but yeah, to be fair, I'm kind of lost right now what he's gonna play, because
That's why
I wouldn't be
coaches
surprised.
drafting usually.
Historically for Adam, if you had to pick a range top laner, it would be Nah. Outside of that, he hasn't really played range champions at all. So like, my head went like, are we Nico merchants? Are we playing Varus top or anything like that? But I don't think that's gonna come through. And I don't think the Jace is gonna come through either. I think safest bet for Adam might just be that Nah as a pick. As for mid lane though, I think you just want that counter matchup if you can get it, but I doubt it. They're probably just picking support here on 4, and then last pick for Vladdy. Oh, hold on.
Never mind.
I mean, they did ban Delusion as BDS, so they are saying if you want an AD mid laner, you're gonna have to take the Corki now. What would you pick into that then?
Now I'm kind of like flabbergasted this happened, you know. Yeah. But I don't know. I think I would just look for probably Talia or something like that, because that's the only champ that's actually open right now.
I mean, Nuke loves it.
Or Lil Hui, but for Nuke Champool, I'm thinking that he's just gonna look in Talia. Or he could just go Ezreal as well, or Mundo.
We've seen this one before from Adam. Wasn't to the greatest success at that time. It was an Alpha and Mundo into the Aatrox. Into Renekton, though, we have seen it be piloted, but the laning phase is a bit rough. It is more of the scaling side with this Mundo champion.
Yeah. Actually, if I have to pick. I think if I'm Nuke, I'm looking Kai'Sa right now, but...
Oh, that's a classic from Nuke right here. He used to love casual.
Oh my god.
What year is it?
Yeah, we haven't seen this in ages. You said you wanted outrange. I'm not sure it fully outranges.
Well, they just went complete opposite.
They were like, instructions ignored, short range.
Yeah, that's why the draft coach is not a player.
Okay, so what does Castillo versus Corki look like in 2024?
Have you played this in 2024?
I have never played this, I think, in my life.
Yeah.
That actually shows how young you are, because it's so meta.
I can already tell you that there is a first item Mercs coming in from this Corki, because that's the meta. But I honestly think Casio can stomp this matchup if Vladdy does some mistakes, because Casio is strong in early game and he has the Sejuani in his team. So I think it just depends on first 5 levels how Casio is gonna play it out, and then after Mercs, Corki is completely fine.
Yeah, can be scary, you know, no boots on Casio, so there's no Mercs value or anything like that into Leona or Brand, so that is actually going to be a little bit difficult to pilot in this meta, something you don't often think about. But
I mean, it's probably the ace they had up their sleeve, hopefully, or maybe they don't know what they're doing.
I mean, they must have had a plan here with the Lucian ban on 4 and then letting them have Corki. They must have had one, I'm pretty sure.
Let's see what their plan is, or rather how it pans out. Let's head over to our casting.
Well, it's a Michelin star for me, that's for sure. BDS throwing something into the works for game number 2. As gentlemen, all I can say is that looks like a lot of fun.
I mean, that's definitely one way to say it. I mean, the Cassiopeia coming out for a Nuke. The last time we played was season finals last year, where unfortunately lost. So I have high expectations for this, if this is something they clearly already had planned. But this is dangerous territory. There's a lot of matchups that I'm not quite sure of coming into this. So I'm looking to see how the early game pans out.
Yeah, Nuke. Pinch pool, I think. Having to go down to the cast, you have a decent early game into the Corki, but then you will get outscaled by range and the Rockets. That's typically a problem right now, and why you don't see it, because there's a lot of range in the meta. And Mundo into Renekton as well, spicy.
I mean, it is spicy. I love the top lane, I love the mid lane. It's not Corki versus Tristana. It feels like home. Snakes, crocodiles, like, man, I'm in my element coming into game 2 as BDS threw it all away in the first game. That's what hit hard. But before we get into this game, I'm going to ask you guys one important question, and it's whether you're a master of the Rift and if you never want to miss a game. These are both questions. Santander is here to reward you, and you can head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. If you want to farm that, this week's code is PENTA50. Now, guess what? As I get home, I'll go back in the VOD. I'll remember the code because my brain is... You know, sometimes I get a bit of brain rot, gents. You know, I've watched a lot of League of Legends and I forget things as well. We're on the camera, that's us, hello. Now, back to Australia. Snake mid, crocodile top. Aragon, you're kind of Australian, except opposite side of the world.
I lived there for a year. I lived there for a year. I've experienced it.
But you lived in Perth.
That's true.
Which
It's
may
not
as well
really
be another
Australia.
country,
True.
yeah, 2
Very
hours
far
away.
But yeah, looking at the Crocodile, this matchup is massively Renekton favored early, which is why, I'm not going to yoink your point, Dagda, you can go on it later. But we thought maybe there would be a lane swap potentially coming out because of how Renekton doesn't really like that, and Mundo can farm with cleavers. Regardless though, because they are laning normally, this is a very Renekton favored matchup. He'll get prior almost all stages early on, and will really only start to lose once the base damages get too high, once the items come through for Mundo. And in the mid lane, first 5 levels matter, like Jackie said. But then as you go on in the game, the rockets, the range is going to outscale the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and that's where it is kind of bizarre, because it feels like what has been the struggle for BDS is when they've teetered back over in towards Sheo off of Akari, which is very weird to say when you think about historically what Sheo's looked most comfortable on, but having him on something a bit more where he can deal damage and using Labrov as that main engage to has kind of been where BDS have shown in this current meta. So going back towards, hey, we're going to have less clear space, we won't have Sheo being able to play around our lanes as much, is definitely a weird look for me from BDS.
Yeah, Labrov, I think you highlighted there on his rail, so much comfort, and I think Nuke's Cassio is just something we haven't seen in a long time, but it was so comfort for him for the longest time. And the same with Labrov's rail. It's good to see them going back to basics, going back to their comfort picks.
And on the opposite side, I mean, Closer bringing out something a little bit different as well. He has been the tank guy.
Yep.
And like, as I expected coming into this, I thought it was going to be Sejuani, Maokai, Vi duty for him. So taking a very different look here, coming in on towards the brand, picked it up obviously as we started to see it rise in priority, and now he's going to have a significantly faster clear time and can try and get on towards this top side. Although you can kind of see a nice ward there on Krugs already to spot out, and also the Raptors to spot out exactly what his clear time is.
Mid prior going to go over to BDS, but top prior is going to go over to KC because Renekton has full control. He can decide what wave to crash. You can see him slow pushing. This is the 4th wave, and it's going to perfectly coincide with that Scuttle Crab spawn if he wants to move down into River, giving Closer what he likes in the river there. So what I imagine will happen is Sheo will backtrack, potentially go down to bot side and take that crab.
What I noticed for the time being, again, that vision coverage that we talked about last early game is tracking Closer now on the top side of the map as he hits his level 4. Much like Zyra, the brand clears hella quick, and Casey now trying to use that advantage to get in Sheo's face, but great timing on the blue buff here as Sheo has to run away.
Even if you just force Sheo off this top side, that's a win, because all you really want to do is secure one of these scuttles. You can already see both supports kind of staggering themselves in towards this river to see if they can pick something up. Targamas would be able to walk on out of this, he'll be fine, but it will mean that Sheo can at least secure a scuttle for himself as well.
Push in for bot. For the side of BDS means that Sheo won't be completely unhappy. He does get the Scuttle Crab on this side of the map. And then we just see a rerun. Another rinse and repeat of the full clears up to top side again.
As we look at Labrov as he sits around mid, I mean, it brings up the point that you guys entered this game into as well. Labrov in the regular season, 7 games of Rel, 1 Nautilus, 1 Alistar. They played 9 games in the regular season. Then after that, they were like, hang on a minute. As we go into playoffs, teams started doing their prep, banning Rel against them 78% of the time. He only got 1 game in the playoffs so far. And this, we have to see if he can bring it back as we then avert our eyes to top and we think, hey, what Aragon was saying about the Renekton kind of rings true a bit.
So now Adam, he faces a dilemma, right? He has to handle this bounce back, and Kana has to make sure not to overtrim the wave so the wave actually continues to come back to him.
Right.
A big thing with Mundo that people don't talk about very often in terms of his weaknesses is that his passive spell shield, it has a really long cooldown early. It's almost 50 seconds. So you knock it off, Adam is just naked. He can't play for the longest time, and a stun can come through.
Wow. Do we want to see that? I don't know. Adam is just going to throw out a briefcase. But he's going to keep his clothes on for the time being.
He looks biffing in the suit, so.
Yeah,
but the biggest issue, as you say, is that that's just Kana being able to completely demoralize Adam in that top side, keep control. Adam's going to have to TP back in. And this is only going to be something where you can now set up for potential dives coming through on towards that top side with Closer. That's a ton of early damage you can try and set up, especially if you can knock that passive off early. So this is where you do have to be careful, but also control for Void Grubs in just a couple of seconds. And we already said it, like Ice, Labrov don't really have control on the spot side, so it feels like this should be KC favored as Closer makes his way up top side.
Yeah, my only concern now is Closer's going top side and the recall hasn't come out from Kana where it has come for Adam. So in terms of raw stats, Kana's a little bit weaker in this upcoming Grub fight where you would think they would go automatically over to the side of KC with the power of this Renekton.
But as you talked about, I mean, it goes where he pleases. That's now off as well. So I'm tracking that cooldown a little bit closer, Aragon, as well. Because again, as you said, it's really high in the early game. 60 seconds at the base level too, which is, again, a whole minute for anyone who can't count. That's crazy. Top lane continues to be good. No, I know you guys can count, but there's a big CS lead. That's why it is good. Kana is up about 25 CS. Sheo starts these grubs, but again, Closer's here.
Sheo's going to manage to yoink one away, I think. Cheating one away versus a Renekton top side. I mean, they do have mid-prior with the Cassiopeia, so maybe that's what they're playing for. But KC, they're going to secure 2 of them. I just think they could have secured all 3 if Kana took an earlier reset with his items.
Sheo has Smite, just wants to try and get in range, but Kana coming across denies him access.
Maybe it doesn't matter in the end, doesn't it? There's the knock-up or knock-in from Targamas. He sets up with the Sun. BDS are moving into position. 1 stolen from Sheo in the end. He flashes over the wall to stop the stack. Still KC with 2. is a big opening game using the priority in their lanes.
My problem with this is Kana delayed his reset so long that they didn't secure all 3 grubs, and he decided to pick up a cull. Now, the thing is with cull, is it takes a long time to complete. That's why you usually see it picked up much earlier on. So they've decided that, you know, we've opted into less grubs for a cull pickup, which is only going to complete in the next 13 minutes or so. So I think a bit of a misplay from Kana in the top side here.
Whereas when you look at Ice, picked up his nice and early, already stacking that and getting the plate for himself because he stayed on this bottom side. So in the grand scheme of things, BDS going to be relatively happy with that passage of play. Sure, Sheo had to burn his flash, but they steal away the Void Grub, means that then they can set up for a potential 2-take on the next one and keep things even, and you just get gold onto Ice. So with KC investing that much, actually, LeBron.
Good trade.
Yeah, they might spot out Targamas coming in here. How aggressive do they want to go?
Ice is level 6, by the way. I mean, Upset the same, but again, that Jinx Rocket is quite a bit of burst in the early game, and LeBron is just hitting it out with Targamas. Again, these guys must be friends because they keep throwing blow for blow.
Both junglers on this bottom side, though. Looks like BDS going to use this bot push to try and also to push the new Kazza mid to look for the dragon. I wasn't sure how aggressive Targamas or Labrov wanted to go, or even Targamas, because the junglers were just immediately behind them. But looks like BDS going to kind of keep up the cautious play that we saw in the last game and just look for the dragon instead.
I mean, Dragon on top of that, plates, by the way, for Ice is going to be there. He's up 400 gold. I mean, when you think of Ice, you think of the team fighting 80 carry for BDS that has been old reliable, even last game on the Ashe. And for BDS, he's in a great spot.
Yeah, 2 plates down bot side, massive lead for BDS like you're saying, but matched up top side by Kana. Now, Upset is chunked. He does have full summoners to be able to flash away from potential Labrov engage, but Sheo, he really wants it. They want more here.
Articuno setting up the ultimate from across the wall. All it takes is Targamas. That Zenith Blade maybe would have pulled the trigger on the other side as Ice continues to sit out here and now starts trading against Upset. There's some good damage coming down. Targamas and Labrov again fighting it out, but there Sheo waited so long. Patience is a virtue, and that virtue gives first blood.
Yeah, I think Labrov going that aggressive should have been a sign to Targamas that something was up. They didn't spot the Sejuani on any of the jungle creeps, but at least when you look at the top side, Closer had already moved in, going to start up the blue as well, so it's at least something back, but Ice is going to get a ton of plates, and it's a big win for the bottom side of BDS.
Yeah, you're going to bleed out minions as well, aren't you, Dagda? It's just really rough if you're Upset here, but take a look at Kana here. Big trades coming out.
Oh, actually, Dominus going to come through as well. Adam has his own ulti too. I mean, he picked up the goes where he pleases. I think, right, we need a better name for that. While KC hover.
Help is on the way, though. Labrov is here as the dive comes through.
Dagda's going to start singing for us in a second. Labrov with a good cut away from the Seer. Sheo's coming in. His ult already burned in the previous exchanges. Closer has his blaze up and running. There we go. Seer that one. The rocket ain't in the right spot, and KC takes Sheo apart, while the rest of BDS was sitting in the lane.
It was a good read from BDS saying, look, chances are KC's going to go top here, but because they didn't play to go underneath the tower, they isolate Sheo, able to pick him off, and KC come out with the 1 kill back.
Yeah, you can see the thought process as well from Sheo. He just completed his item. He wanted to skirmish and maybe play with that Jinx Rocket, but the Jinx Rocket doesn't go where the fight ends up going, and it's just another win playing towards this top side of KC.
And again, that early gold lead from top, it keeps enveloping the game. 900 now, and Kana's still in a great spot after top has just been open further.
But that's the thing, the kill didn't even go to Kana. It went towards Vladi in the mid lane, so now helping him to get accelerated, getting him into a position where he can be significantly stronger, and even opting in towards the tier here as well. Like, you're going to have a ton of rockets in that later portion of the game that you can just free fire, and that kind of already tells you that KC, they want to try and play a lot for using this range advantage and try to keep BDS at bay.
Yeah. 10 seconds now on Grubs. Both supports going to head over to mid lane and fight for that mid pro. Vladi and Targamas there at the head of the play. But take a look at bot side. Wow. So much damage with the cross map from Upset onto this tower. He's getting really fed in isolation. And I just mixed up both 80 carries.
No, that's all right. You meant Ice. I know what you're talking about. You know, in isolation, yeah, Ice is getting so much from the plating. He stays in the isolated lane, using the range, it looks like, as well. And things are going well. It is sides of the map that are getting traded off. Dagger, I love the point about where the kill credit went, because it means, again, that maybe that's the thing that pushes over the line as we look towards this fight.
Sheo going to try and get himself in here, but I don't know if you really can. Adam is very separate and super low. That ultimate just about to tick over, it seems, in the top. Yeah, has it available now.
We've got a squint for that one. BDS at least forced their way in, though. They deny 4 grubs. Okay, maximum dosage needs to be used now. Does it? Adam actually holds on. That is very tame.
Wow. I'm shocked that BDS ended up getting 2 of those.
What?
Maybe it was just Ice rotating up they're a little bit nervous about, but they're going to look again for the play on Adam. He's completely isolated.
That's his workout gear from the 80s. That's what he wore to the gym. Adam's going to heal up, and dosage has been used. BDS are moving on in. Nuke is there. I mean, the petrifying gaze is what I look for. Standing on ground. I mean, he's there, and he gets a 2-man! Cassio comes in and knocks him still. Kana now between the whole team, and Nuke walked up. He looked like a bait, but that snake ain't for eating.
Nuke finding the play with that ultimate, that two-man like you said, but I think what happened is Closer tried to find the Q flash on Brand, but it gets blocked, and the ultimate doesn't come through. The damage isn't quite enough to finish off the Cassiopeia. Nuke gonna take down two of them.
Ult comes through, he's gonna cleanse through the traps. Ice has to flash away as well. Upset holds onto his and a half HP. That's where the play ends, but 80 carries now getting a little bit frisky as well.
Yeah, trying to get something back here against Ice, but we're going to not be able to get too much. Ice will still be able to clear out these minions, should be able to get a reset for himself here as well if he really wants to. Upset going to try and use the wall here to get the zap to at least stop it looks, but Labrov is going to be here.
He's always here, isn't he? I mean, that's what Labrov is. He's just a roaming horse that continues to set up these engages. 100% kill participation for BDS in this game too on their support.
I think it's just KC overplaying towards topside because they have a winning top lane. You can see Closer getting picked off there because they've decided, you know what, we can't win through bot side anymore. We're leaving KC upset in isolation, but now deciding, you know what, we're going to give you a little bit more resources. We're going to let you hit tower. And it's just good heads-up plays from BDS to match those plays up topside and actually take advantage of that.
We know KC's early game, right? We're talking about it at the start. It's maybe not the biggest weakness, but we argue that, again, their early games can be a bit of a detriment, and it's their ability to fight back in the mid-game. It's the ability for them in last game to really control the mid-game that was their strength. Here in this early game, it's a lot worse this time with those winning lanes that we talked about, and the fact, again, that there's a lot of scaling as Kana walks up, gets the stun down. Adam has flash and the dosage again, and Kana's really low.
But that's the thing, the Warmog is now completed for Adam, means that he's able to heal back up, so Kana not having that kind of health advantage consistently off the Q means he's going to struggle a little bit. Adam might have gone a bit too far, they were closer here.
It's Mundo. Dag to say the line, come on.
He gets on out of there.
Yeah, okay, you're right. That's Irish Mundo, if you're wondering.
He stalls the ball.
Good one. Right, well, Irish Mundo has different voice lines if you want to go play on the server to find out.
Yeah, but that's exactly the thing. Now with the Warmogs completed, they can continuously play for those platings up top side, so any chunk, as long as it's not an all-in from Kana with a potential jungler to actually kill, it's just going to be healed up from Adam, and he can convert that into Demolish Box over and over and over again, just making a bigger and bigger lead. He's gotten through the worst of it now as the Mundo, and he's only going to start to outscale Kana now in terms of the 1v1.
A lot of presence here on this bottom side from BDS, but KC in a position here as well to cover up Closer. I don't know if he was spotted on that ward, but he's definitely spotted Labrov.
Oh dear. Wait, TP comes through, actually. It's going to advance, isn't it? KC under this turret field safe for now, but Adam is just running them down. Labrov with the engage. This is why it's banned against him so much. It's clean as anything as Nuke just stands his ground, poisons them down, slows with the petrifying gaze, and the Twin Fangs commence. It's a trade from Closer, but BDS still open the map wide.
BDS investing everything onto the bottom side there. You'll see Upset going to get some damage on this mid tower, and also probably top going to fall, but getting kills in towards Ice was the big advantage off towards that. But honestly, only the 2 assists for him means that it wasn't as successful as they'd hoped for, but still, they do open up the gold feed.
I mean, look at Labrov here. He's fishing onto Upset potentially behind him. I mean, Upset can hop over this wall, but he's still kind of stuck in isolation.
He is. Vasco in there. He won't take it. He's got Targamas coming to help him out, but Targamas needs to leave. The flash away from Upset won't be worth it. He's just dead. A kill over to Ice, and it was 2 turrets there for KC. But at the end of the day, getting more kills over to Ice still feels like the game plan's in full run.
Because the Rift Out now off the back of that is going to help out as well. Ice in a position now to get mid push, to move over, and you can potentially crack open mid lane turret with this as well, because 15 seconds still on Upset. This could start to really shove the game in towards BDS's favor, or at least, well, as I said, at least open up and catch up for the turrets that KC have already taken.
You could tell that BDS were not happy with the way the game went last one, especially Adam taking that top lane lead, crashing a wave, and then TPing down bot side as well to secure that first blood turret. It's a massive lead over to the side of BDS.
The thing was that we saw a good early game from BDS in the last one. Like, that looked fantastic. It was as we got to the mid game and the late game where we started to see the cracks form. So we have to see if BDS at least can try and keep things up where they're able to play well around Ice, or if there's going to be some moments where KC, with the high amount of damage that they have, can find these comeback potentials.
Now, looking forward to this mid game. I do think that they might start to run into issues in terms of being outranged. I mean, your Mundo and your Sejuani, and your bunch of melees and short-range champions running into a Brandle. That's my only concern, but I suppose the same thing could be said the other way around with Leona and Renekton dashing into a Cassiopeia. That's exactly where Cassiopeia likes to thrive, because we don't see this champion much, but people, Cassiopeia loves when champions dash into her.
Remember Miasma as well, you get grounded too. So what does that mean? No Renekton E?
No Renekton E,
no Corki W.
Yeah. Allowed to leave your bedroom.
Yeah, that's right. You're very scared, aren't you? So you put your big boy pants on and you just kind of hope you can get through it, because again, that's another tool that we saw in a lot of the Cassiopeia meta where it stops a lot of these engages and can become a nuisance in its own right.
Still, nice moves from BDS here. They move Sheo from that top side in towards mid. Bully upset off the wave.
Mine.
And now Adam gets top. But you can see multiple members with the Rift Herald starting to move in towards mid lane as well.
Waiting to get low, he flashes away. He's got the ulti there as well. Red buff is burning him down. I mean, this 1v1 for Kana is getting risky. It's only a level 12 Mundo, and he takes the 1v1. Does not go where he does not please.
Unless it's an all-in, Adam can win. He can back off and heal up and then take the trades again. But if it's an all-in, that Black Cleaver, the Conqueror stacking is going to do too much damage at this stage of the game. Maybe until he completes a couple more items. That's going to convert into top push. And with that Executioner's calling, he's going to cut off healing. That's going to be a kill, especially with that red buff.
They're in a position where the side lane not going great for BDS. Kana making his hurt known. And again, you've already got the mid lane tower down, so if you are able to unlock Kana from pushing top to roam across the mid, suddenly you're pushing ice underneath the tier 2, it opens it up for potential dragon takes in that, but already resets coming through from BDS. They're already leveraging in towards River here to try and set up for that, and operating Nuke on towards that top side as he has that teleport available and can be a little bit more of a threat in the range v range matchup.
Significant item advantages across the board now for BDS. 2 items to 1.5 a lot in terms of these components, so I could see them winning this fight at third dragon. It's going to be a massive fight for Soul Point here. KC, they're going to contest anyway.
I'm just noticing as well that second item is the Heart Seal coming through, so that's starting to stack up from Adam. Nuke also sitting on 2 items, and yeah, Cass no boots, classic. Nuke is sitting on those 2 items with a shield, I should add as well, thanks to Archangel's, now Seraph's. Ice comes through, and as Nuke TPs, 2 items for everyone. I love that you guys pointed out because the strength is being shown here. BDS with confidence to now overpush mid with Herald.
Yeah, this is the Herald play that we're talking about, and now BDS can start to very much threaten. Bullying KC back off the turret itself, guarantees the take, and now they can move in towards River, potentially even down on towards Kana as well, who does need to back on up out of there before BDS encroach.
KC have such a difficult decision to make here. Do you take the fight down in items or give up a Soul Point fight here? I mean, it looks like they can't walk in through this choke. It's going to be incredibly difficult without being picked off.
And Kana is going to be spotted out first at the very least. He's another Heart Steel stack as his passive is taken away. Adam can't find the chase to get it as Targamas is already in the river. Cheo jumps in first and Targa is getting bullied on down. He has to flash away, which is part of his engage, which is an issue. Solar Flare on a Mundo. Zena's played on a Mundo. Targa is going for the engage, but at least they find it. He's destroyed by Closer. Casey finding the pick when I thought they couldn't is a start.
Adam falling for the team fight is crucial. Dying through the W, you never see that versus a Mundo, but they have enough damage to bring him down. Now, can they flex the numbers advantage versus BDS?
Pressure coming forward. Closer wants to step up, but he's so squishy. LeBron goes in.
He does again. There's a setup from the rail, and Closer's drawn on in. Still enough here from Nuke and Ice. Upset will take him down for the trade, but Ice also gets excited. BDS running away after getting the Dragon at the cost of 2 of their members.
Third Dragon for BDS after losing 2. They just about able to get that one, and then BDS again being able to push in towards this mid lane. They will lose bot lane turret as Kana is already in position to take that.
Wait, take a look at the TP coming in down bot side. Adam might get for the long chase here onto Kana. Kana is really chunked, and now he has no E.
Dominus is not available either. I'm watching for Adam. He's 2 levels behind with maximum dosage also up and available. Kana's being sneaky. The path he's taking out is great, and he's got a portal. Teleporting for that as well. Kana just makes them grin.
Kana able to worm his way on out of there, really well orchestrated, but here you can see Adam just removed from the map immediately. The CC way too strong, and then BDS trying to set up again here to take the Dragon, but Targamas is kind of low on the top side, so he can't really be the engage, but he's all you really have. So Lebrov sees his moment, jumps onto Closer as you get into smite range on the Dragon. They pick him off. They will lose Lebrov in the mix, but they do get one back.
Sacrificing his HP bar there for the secure on the Soul Point. Adam crucially not getting the W2 to reactivate to heal absolute ton. Like I said, that spell is really, really broken, but I guess the flat HP versus the brand percentage health is going to be really problematic. I want to see him pick up some magic resist here, potentially like a Kanik, to help him survive this brand burst, because it is a lot of damage on the other side. You have double AD carry plus the brand, that's a lot of HP to get shredded through.
And again, we question, because Close is usually the role player on this team. We know Engage, we talked about Jungle, Sejuani and Maokai, champions that again play the role of KC's frontline. This time on the brand, it's been not too bad so far. Sure, the early game's been a little bit of rough with BDS finding the trades across the map, but And we're going to watch him in a fight again. He actually gets caught on out. I talk about him and he erupts. Nuke finds the kill and now Targamas is in trouble. What an engage, and another reason why we say LeBron just shouldn't get his hands on this champion. He's pretty damn clean with it.
And the things you have to be careful about when you're playing such a squishy composition, when Connor's on the side lane, if you get caught, you are done. And now BDS stepping up once more. KC looking at group, looking to push BDS away.
And Mundo great at zoning away, as you can see, as Vladdy has to walk in, Kana has to walk in, Adam will take his stacks with him as well, and the Heart Zapper heals him up. We finally see the second activation as also with maximum dosage. The chase will continue. Ice gets excited. BDS get Baron. And the first major gold lead in this game goes to the blue side.
Brilliantly orchestrated by BDS there. Finding the engage with the Sejuani up from Sheo in the mid lane, then turning that into a Nash and zoning off with Adam's cleavers. It's just too much damage. Kana cannot face check to be able to contest it, even though they try. And it's an excellent play altogether from BDS.
And you can see Targamas is trying to be in front of Closer there, but 1 second he's not, and Sheo pounces, catches Closer with that ultimate. Really well played, and the follow-up is great. Like Lebrov again, this is kind of more the BDS that we saw last year, which was Sheo being that main engage tool, Lebrov following up, and here you're just bullying BDS with those health bars on the top and support players.
BDS, they know the win con. Survive topside, mitigate the potential damage that Kana can do, and then play these team fights out with Nuke on his comfort picks and Ice being extremely accelerated through the bot side players and all the isolated scaling with that gold from the plating.
I mean, we talked about Nuke at the start, but again, this Cassiopeia has also been really solid in these fights as well. Solo play comes through, and speaking of which, it's Nuke in the backline, but it's a good disrupt from both Lebrov and Sheo. Sheo Sejuani, another one is, I wanna look at mid. Or maybe not Ice, wait, he's excited, he's excited, and
the damage
is killing. Ice is unleashing. Those earlier plates are starting to build and build and build and build as BDS keep going and going and going on this top side. Closest dead for 25 seconds. That inhibitor is rubbishly dead.
It's completely gone, and you even got the get out of jail free button if you want, but they want more. They want to crack the entire case wide open here.
And Ice keeps getting excited every time a turret goes down, every time an inhibitor goes down. He uses the range, he steps forward, and BDS just like that have taken double inhibitor with the base completely broken.
BDS so confident, not afraid to walk up and hit these towers, and the inhibs as Closer is dead on the other side. Now they can recall, take the Hex portals out, and secure that dragon as well.
And I love the TP from Nuke immediately into that bot lane. It's the one wave that's not pushing in their favor, so let's get it pushing in our favor. Shove that out, walk in towards River, keep the control, but they will spot out KC already on their way out. The TP from Kana to match. BDS going to try and encroach from this bottom half of the river.
Well, it's Sheo again, who's looking for the engage. Closer's just stuck. He has to flash over, and Targamas is taking the front line damage. I mean, there we go again, and here comes Nuke once more as Adam is leading the charge, but Ice is excited once more. A double kill. I smell Penta territory for Ice on a classic. Kana jumps in, but Ice gets him again. A quadra sitting in the making as Tom Riddle's snake leads at this time, but Ice is so low, looking for the gratification.
I think Nuke was fishing for that flash ultimate there to facilitate Ice to get that kill, get that penta kill over the wall, but they don't pull the trigger, and now they can just look for the end.
But Upset might be caught out. I mean, he's got to flash himself. There's Nuke. Oh, it's fake. He ults backwards. Was it the classic buffer that you can do on Cassiopeia? Either way, regardless, this game's over, and BDS will not make the same mistakes in this best of 5 that they did in the game 1. This time it's clean, this time it's clinical, this time it's team fighting front to back with Ice in charge. Old, reliable Korean AD carry. BDS, love that guy.
BDS, they're mad, they're not happy with how last game went, and they change it, they turn it around, getting a huge lead for Ice and playing the map clinically. A beautiful showcase of minimization in the top lane and excellent snowballing through bot side.
Few mistakes when you see BDS in their comforts abroad. Brilliant on the rail. The engages were fantastic. Nuke turning a ton of damage. But we have to see if they can do it once again. Game 3 is just around the corner.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
And welcome back to the lower bracket semi-finals where BDS tied the series 1-1 against KC, and I am here with Jackies. Jackies, this game was a bit of a statement game from BDS. What will you take away watching this one?
I mean, this is what I like to see, right?
Exactly.
But, yeah, I think it's just about comforts at this point, because all BDS members just got on their comfort picks and just decided, you know what, like, just like screw meta, just get on those comfort. Like Casio for nuke, that's his all-time one trick. Labrov Rel, right? That's also insane. Jinx on ice. I think this is their like best draft they could get.
There was just the Exodia of BDS you could get right here.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely perfect. I'd love to go through some of these plays as well on these comfort picks as well. The first is actually a grub fight that we have here on the Telestrator. And I know there's a specific play later on that you got really hype about, but before we get to that, I'd love to hear your takeaway on this in the beginning, because I'm seeing an AD carry that shipped first onto these grubs. What do you feel like when you see a play start out like this? What are you looking at? Because I see a Mundo on top here as well.
Well, here, when I was watching this, I was a bit scared for Adam, but I guess he's Mundo, so he's always gonna be fine. But this, I think... Wait, what even happened here? I don't even remember.
Well, it's basically what happens here is that they're gonna
top, yeah.
shift all into mid lane, and then they shift all up to top side here.
Yeah, I think it's a good adaptation by KC, because I think Adam went a bit over-eager on the side. And here, this is really good adaptation, again adaptation by KC, because here you kind of know you're screwed, because everyone is coming. So here, turning on Casio is probably your only play, because Rel is in the flank. So I think what Targamas and Closer is doing is like really good. I think Closer should be a bit more forward.
My question is to you, do you think they got over-eager when they didn't have the mid lane power here first, with Lady Force back in the tower?
I think it's just BDS did the right thing and pushed him into the tower. There's not much they can do after. So I think they should also like run faster, right? When Vlad, they should like start screaming at them, but yeah.
Absolutely. So as this clip plays out, you can see they're gonna go on nuke. And look at Sheo here, because you love this.
I mean, when I saw this, like this is the type of play when you just kiss, you just turn to your jungle, just kiss him, you know, like. This was really beautiful from Sheo because he saw the only...
You can see it again. Let me bring it back for you just again, because it's the block here on the brand queue where it just comes forward. Like, this is a cinematic moment like no other.
I mean, this is like, Sheo saw the only possibility they have, right? Like, you have to block the Q, and he did it perfectly with the ult instantly on Leona as well. I mean, it was just beautiful from Sheo, what can I say? It was really well executed.
So what do you think about Sheo's performance in this series so far? Because we already saw him on the Sire earlier, and while they lost that game, it seems like he's definitely been stepping up since he played on you guys. Do you feel a difference from your series and this series?
I think Sheo is for sure, like, he's stepping up. He finally woke up, I think. Like, this game he was like kind of smurfing completely, like catching off targets. And first game as well, I don't think he did that much mistakes. I think the only thing he can improve is actually just build. But that's just like analyst fault, you know. It is what it is.
Sure.
Yeah, not his fault.
That's not the player fault. That's on the coaching staff, of course. Now I have another Drake fight that I'd love to go through here as well, just to really get your take on it, because it's kind of a fight that goes even. But as a team that's ahead right now as BDS, as you can see, like this Jinx is mega fit. How do you accelerate it in a fight like this? Because I feel like BDS, maybe they could have done better. I see members get caught here.
I mean, really good like waste of flash on Leona because Targamas was out of position, but Adam needs to group up. I think there is no point of him trying to flank, like he's just a Mundo, what is he gonna do, you know? So I think he should group up, and after that, it was well executed. They got the reset for Jinx, and just go, like with Casio and this draft, you just go first target, you know? Anyone you see, you just kinda go. So Labro found a good engage on Brand, if I remember correctly. He even flashed and still got caught, which is kinda nutty. This champ is broken.
Is it a mistake to give Labrov Rel?
Is the biggest mistake you can make, I think, because honestly, like Labrov on Rel is mega insane.
Yeah.
Plus, on other champs, he is not that insane. It's just what they need. So if KC wanna like continue, you should just target him and just ban it, personally. But I want BDS to win, so don't ban it.
Yeah.
And you should just leave it open.
Makes sense.
I think, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, Jackies, your team is very familiar when playing from behind. I'd love to bring up the KC stats as well from this series right here to see if you had anything to say about how they might improve that, because no matter how you've seen the series, no matter how you've seen the performance of them winning game one, they're still behind in the early game. How do you mitigate this early game pressure coming out for BDS? What would you tell KC to do?
Honestly, I think it just comes down to draft, because BDS is doing really well when getting those prior lanes, because Casio into Corki, you're just gonna get prior no matter what. Corki can't fight you. Jinx into Zeri, like Jinx on lane just outranges her, right? The only way they got lead was from top lane, which was like, it's just all matchup dependent, you know? So I think KC really should strive for these like prior lanes, or they even had red side twice, where you should get those counter matchups. So they should really like start getting those prior lanes a bit.
Yeah, I think at least from the jungle matchup as well, we saw the Maokai get banned away on blue side and then first pick with the Sejuani. KC is picking blue side as well this time. What are you expecting from them?
I'm expecting to put the prior on Sejuani. I think this champ is key for them, and it looks like Sheo is also smurfing on his champ, so I think it's just gonna be a Seju first pick. I think BDS should ban it, and yeah, then the draft is just gonna go from there. I'm bad at predictions.
That's okay, you heard it here. I'm also a little bit bad at predictions. I do know the next thing we're going to is a caster, so I'll throw it right over to them to take it into game 3.
Smooth, Guildbox, smooth. Well, with
I
Jackies,
predicted game 3.
Yeah. You predicted game 3?
Yeah.
That's
You predicted game 3?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I predicted game 4.
Did you?
Ooh, that's spicy.
That is
All right,
spicy.
well, hopefully I predicted game 5. Welcome back. BDS in charge, it seems like in the top of this series. Game 1, bit of a throw. KC caught well, but again, a good punish. That game was a domination. And yeah, don't give Labrov rel. But as Jackie said, please don't ban it because he wants them to win, which makes sense again. Giant X go through to season finals with a BDS win. So, of course, Jackie's is cheering for BDS right about now.
Big time. And I think that's where we got to see what KC have cooking to bring something against BDS, because it's been very much BDS controlling a huge amount of these games, and it doesn't really feel like KC have gotten a foothold like in any of the early stages.
Yeah, I think the early games have definitely been gone over to BDS every single game. You had multiple games now, a prio in the bot lane and mid lane, and they've just been taking that and running with it, getting massive leads down bot side, platings for Ice, and snowballing him as well.
So, much like the theme of last week when we had checklists, I was trying to write a checklist on a tissue with a permanent...
A napkin.
That's a
That
tissue.
isn't going to work, buddy.
That's a tissue. A napkin is what you go to a fancy dinner with.
Doesn't matter. It's a terrible idea.
Anyway, I'm trying to write a checklist, right? And it's not working, all right? It's not working. This pen is garbage. The first thing on the checklist is, for KC, ban Labrov's rel.
Yeah.
Second thing, do you guys want to add anything? Pretend the list is there.
I mean, I agree with Jackie's. Get Sejuani out, make sure that it's in a good spot,
Okay.
and then you'd be all good to go. I think as well, trying to put priority on towards like, well, it's obviously going to be red side rumble ban, but like just trying to set yourself up early with a nice early game is going to be the best.
I think the biggest thing is that BDS, I assume KC have gone blue side now. BDS have had the luxury of being blue side 2 games in a row, and have had the luxury of target banning 2 games in a row because they don't need to ban those OPB ones in the Tristana, the Rumble, but now they do. So are they going to leave open the Rumble? Are they going to leave the Trist and let Karmine Core pick that?
Looks like that is going to be the case. I feel like Rumble ban probably going to be coming through incredibly strong, and I don't really feel like Adam has good answers into it. So I imagine this last ban is going to be Rumble, but it does mean the Tristana is up and available. And I wasn't even sure if they're going to try and do some sort of like, hey, we're going to leave Sejuani and Trist open so we guarantee one, but it looks like it'll just be a nice drop over of the big Tristana pick.
Yeah, and then your question is, right, if Tristana's going through, what does NewCap prepared into it? And I think their answers prior in different series were Talia as well as Azir. And I think Azir is probably a better answer. I think he's performed better on it recently.
And now Cassiopeia, I'm just going to throw that
true.
because I feel like in the past that was also an option towards it. But again, we're throwing this up.
Yeah, I'm curious if you go for like the Vi Azir here, and then just kind of go, hey, look, we're going to end up with this very strong mid jungle that we can look to play through, good lockdown, and then it kind of forces upset onto something like the Ezreal, where then Ice can go, hey, I'll take the Kai'Sa, we have good lockdown, we can try and very quickly go in towards the backline, but not actually going to be the case. Going to just match with the Corki instead.
Oh, God.
Well, now the question is, both tank junglers are out, right? So traditionally, both of these junglers have not picked up many AP champions. We saw the brand last game, and it's really a question of what are they going to take towards that? Is it going to be the AP jungler, or is it going to be Denial and Kai'Sa into upset?
I just love Dagda saw the clear, was like, oh, God. His stomach turned. I agree, Dagda, I agree.
Look, he just hasn't been great, all right? And this is not a slight at Sheo at all. It's just hasn't been working out well for even we've seen like MDK where Yoya was great on the pick, but it's just when you get in towards the mid game, it's so hard to operate with, and without that setup coming through from your mid jungle, it makes your mid jungle much weaker. But Kai'Sa now locked in for Ice. Zeri taking on the opposite side.
Nidalee brand, we've seen them go for the Vi plus Trist, even though I dislike it. That's something they have played before, and I hope they don't do it again, because they're just stacking the same damage type, right, in mid and jungle. So it's more likely to be some kind of brand pick, I think. The tanks are out, unless we see some kind of funky Ivan. I think that's probably the direction we're going in.
I mean, again, Close was fine on it, right? We saw a new direction as Vi actually gets locked in. So, okay. So we get some more setup here, and we get Closer on one of his most picked through playoffs so far. Is Morgana jungle. Now, that seemed like a Giant X thing with, you know, I almost called him Peach, but with Juhan picking things like the Amumu alongside the Morgana being a bit flexible. But Sheo now apparently likes it too.
Yeah, Slam Dunk locked in instantly, the Morg into the Vi, a classic counter right now in the LCK, the LCS, and more recently Giant X, like you said. Really nice into the instant point and click burst of Vi. And now my only concern for the side of BDS is Tabais, right? Armor and Tabais a little bit concerning for the Corki as an early power spike because a lot of attack damage. Now, where are you going to get AP from? Kana? Brand? Gragas, sorry? I mean, they've already started banning out AP in that Kennen, so I wonder if they ban out the Gragas as well.
Because Rumble's already banned, right? As well, gents. I like that you're bringing up the AP question. Kennen taken away as well. Maybe Adam does go towards something like a Renekton here as Cassante also taken off to get rid of some of the role-playing that Adam brought in the first game.
Yeah, and I think he looked right on it, being able to set up for a lot of that backline threat, yoinking people out, and setting up for some decent fights. So it does make a huge amount of sense. But as you say, you kind of got to look at where that rest of the AP is coming from. Zeri will provide some AP damage, going with her ultimate providing some AP damage, and also then having things like the static shift coming through, but it's not going to be a huge amount. So I think you definitely need to add a little bit more into the kit.
Lock in your support here of your BDS and then give R5 to Adam. That's an absolute classic. Point and click lockdown's going to be taken away, which is really good. Into Zeri. I mean, notably, Rel is out as well, so the last hard engage support is Leona if they want to go that direction. They could also concede lane with a blind Alistar if they want to, but I doubt that. Maybe not. Regardless, though, I think R5 Adam is going to be the angle. So if you do go towards that Gragas with the AP blind for Kana, which is one of his better blinds, what do you have into it as Adam? I think Gnar could be decent, but it really is a God's territory angle if he does lock it in.
Good question, isn't it? Brom, one of the last supports outside of the Alistar available, right? We've got Leona too, but it looks like, again, they want some of the disengage or at least set up for the 2v2.
I also like the idea of a potential Camille here for Adam. Like, you've got a black shield when you go for time. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I just shuddered.
So, I think, well, we'll finish the Camille point, but like, I think the Lulu, nuts. Like, yes, you can do well in the laning phase against Alistar, but you just like whimsy him and he can't finish off the combo. But like the rest of that is just not a good time.
I love the ambiguous, nuts. Nice one, Magna.
Lulu alongside Vi is an unusual combo because usually pair off with Dive, and this now you've set up some kind of front to back mix with a Vi thrown in there and with a bunch of 80 carries, and you also have no AP. I guess you have a bit of that made up for with the Lulu. And now I suppose what the question is what does Adam have into it?
Oh my God.
It's a full AD versus Malphite angle.
How hard does that go? Malphite feels like such a good option in this 80 carry meta. As you said, full AD. The value that Adam just brought in from that one pick feels like...
What have we done?
A winning draft angle or what?
That's looking really winning for me. I mean, Malphite, it's not even peelable with the Lulu, so... I think Adam should have a dream game this game.
Yeah, it is so difficult for Karmine Corp to try and operate. Yeah, sure, you'll get like first few levels win with both Tristana and the Gnar on that top side and even the bot lane. So you need to try and make some sort of like early plays level 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. But after that, if this game is win in any way even, BDS just giga stomp when it gets to team fights.
So what they've done is they pivoted to Lulu and double ranged into the Alistar blind, which is typically why we don't see Alistar blind, right? It's a typically kind of terrible blind with loads of adaptations you can make into it. And that's why we were advocating for something like the Leona. And Casey decided we're going to go double range into it. We're going to bully and we're going to win lane harder, whilst also having stronger front to back. But once again, come mid game, Warden's Mail, tab eyes.
And this is kind of where it does get a little bit messy, and why we don't oftentimes see a huge amount of like the double range come out on that bottom side. Because even if you opt in for the Braum, at least then if Malphite goes in, you kind of have an opportunity to try and block something. But from this position, it is very, very difficult for KC. They need to hard stomp the early game.
And I mean, I see a comp from BDS that looks like Comfort as well. I see a comp that seems more meta-like. It's a big ask for KC. We question the draft, but let's see how it operates in our elimination BO5 in the lower bracket where it counts the most. It's KC's journey to season finals when all doubted them. To get into the top 3 would be such a statement for this new org who struggled all year. For BDS, it is expected. KC's still the underdogs here despite the 1-1 start.
And I do think it's going to be on the mid and bot side here to generate these gold leads. Relative skill matchup in the mid lane, relatively even in terms of trading, but then bot lane, you should have a huge lead if you're upset Targamas. At the very least, you should have perma push and maybe secure a couple platings with that double range into single melee. Blind Alistar, we've seen Alistars bleed out a lot in early lane phase when they're against these ranged champions. Top lane should be relatively even for Adam, who will then scale up, and Mini Gnar could be pounced on a little bit at times.
Minions have spawned.
Be nice to move, I think,
yeah.
is what you would look at, because when I say move, I don't mean lane swap, I mean Dark Binding connects, Malphite ult connects, guess what, an Alistar jumps in as well.
And you are such a mover and shaker yourself.
I am. I understand good movement, and that to me for BDS looks like good movement. The dive is absolutely unreal. Merc treads, you guys, but then again, we say Merc treads are a must on this comp, especially against a Morgana. It feels like BDS have a lot of value to to warrant buying Merc Treads?
The Merc Threads are great against Morgana, but like knock-up from Labrov doesn't really do much. Adam's knock-up doesn't really do much. So
and then
it doesn't,
280 carries.
Exactly, yeah. So I think you probably end up going more towards the plated steel caps, but it is tough because, as you say, Morgana's CC is just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and this is why you typically, Alistar's considered one of the worst blinds in the meta. I mean, it's probably preemptive into the potential Leona, who was the last pick support left available, and you just pick it thinking they'll pick something like that. But they had the options of Braum, you know, even though not so great with Vi. I think Labrov's got his work cut out here, because it's going to be a miserable lane phase for him and Ice. And this time around, they don't have push in this ball lane, which is a trend we've seen this entire series, being able to squeeze out leads. Now it's on KC's ball lane.
Heals actually burnt there. Barrier used by Ice as well, so it's a summoner trade, but one for Ice versus Targamas, always going to benefit the 2v2 that's winning out.
Yeah, especially when Targamas can just step up like this, gets the poke through the wave, nicely done. So you take the shield, you place it on one of those back minions, and you're able to get the glitter lance off the back of it. So nicely done, and you're just going to keep punishing here. And this is kind of what we're talking about, at least for KC. You have winning lanes across the map, so Closer needs to use it, and he's jumping on towards Sheo now.
Push for mid, push for bot lane. You could see Lulu's already walking up Targamas, gonna harass Sheo here, knowing that she would be so much faster on the clear. Closer has skipped some camps.
Wood in the brush spotting it out. I mean, Sheo's just trying to keep it here. That's the edge of Temperance right there. Sheo has it at a perfect spot. He doesn't want it to reset. The patience, rather, is what I was trying to say. Juggling really nice from Sheo there. He still loses his blue buff, so Closer's still going to end up, but you can see Sheo backing away now as he ends up at least getting one of his camps in the end.
Dashing away, gonna mitigate that trade from Nuke in the mid lane as well. But yeah, really nice set play coming in with the bot side, knowing that you're gonna get pushed into this Alistar. I mean, BDS must have seen it coming as well with the way they pulled that camp down into the bot side.
Yeah, I'm curious now how Closer's going to try and continue to play this, because obviously bot side is still there, you reset, and then maybe there's a window where you can try and invade on towards that top side, kind of forgo your own camps and just threaten Raptors with Vladdy having push, with Nar being able to pull over, and basically you do the reverse of what Sheo did to him in the last game, which was just keeping that pressure up consistently.
Reset for reset in the mid lane. I think that mana pool issue is going to be there for Nuke, so he's going to want to reset as well. And he's going to come back. Vladdy's going to actually be comfortable staying, going to get a push in. And so it's just teleport advantage as well for mid lane. Just a massive lead for KC.
At least the lanes for KC are good. I know we talked a lot about the draft and how like this Malphite is going to trump it, but at least in the early game, KC have winning lanes to play off, as you talked about, with Closer being able to push that advantage, get closer towards level 6, then start making magic happen. It does feel like this early game is going to be all about tempo here, importantly enough for KC.
I think the thing is, Sheo has opted in towards an early Dark Seal, so he's going to massively delay his Leandri's build, but what this says to me is he's kind of like, look, chances are Closer is going to keep trying to invade off of all this push, so I need to start accessing my lanes, and hopefully then he can pick up enough of these kills off the Dark Seal to make it worthwhile. But it is going to be a bit of a tough one, because I think as this game goes on, again, you just kind of time the bot lane, keep invading, keep pushing, and just get in on top of Sheo.
Yeah, absolutely, I completely agree with you. I think you can invade on the respawn camps again down bot side, since we saw when they were taken, and so did KC. So if we see that, you know, maybe the skirmishers with that push down in bot side couldn't come through again. I will say something really good for KC is the fact that usually on Vi you want to guarantee your 6, and she is not being attacked at all. So what we need from KC is in the mid game for them to hit and hit hard with this ultimate, making sure every single one counts. Because as we said, they need to really squeeze a lot out of this early to mid game transition.
And the lad's playing an MMORPG with triple longswords now as well, so that damage is going to come when he eventually reaches 6.
And when you do hit 6, if you can play with Targamas having an ult as well, in skirmishes, that's where you can actually find value with this Lulu Vi. In a full-on team fight, it's very hard for Lulu to press up because there's so much backline threat onto her. But if you're in a position where you're just 2 or 3 people fighting, she can then move up, have follow-up CC, but Closer looking on mid here.
The all-in is there from Vladdy. He's looking for the reset. Good damage from Nuke from the phosphorus bomb as well. Pretty much hits everything as Labrov is here to say g'day, and Closer just crosses through mid, saps some EXP himself. Targamas regains that position, and you can see it's all focused on this mid lane that Sheo now wants a part of.
But it was a nice call, because it means that by putting that pressure on mid from Labrov, you guarantee Sheo being able to pick up his bot side camp. So Sheo now able to secure those, moving towards mid, is now matching Closer when it comes to that CS. So it was that help from Labrov with Nuke controlling mid, denying access to bot lane, and now they're going to look for Closer on the...
I'm a little bit worried pre-6 for KC here. Vi and Lulu, not exactly the strongest champions. They can get comboed and CC'd up really easily. Top lane should have prior for Kana at this very stage with those Merc Treads, so he can run down as well, but Mininar will start spawning. Doesn't look like anything's going to happen, though.
Closer got one grub, by the way. Second one is still being contested by BDS. Dagda, with his very, very attractive hand, is pointing towards upset. in the river. Dagda, is there something you want to share with me?
I was just saying, be ready for upset. He's coming up river, so that's why you get to see BDS pulling on off. They were like, look, we don't really know if we're going to be outnumbered here. Now moving into bot side, Targamas needs to be very careful.
Rob setting up. There's the engage, but again, it's quite deep here. The Dark Binding connects, though, and over the wall, Polymorph helps out. Upset's angle even better. He's in the best spot here. Sheo now behind enemy lines wants to sacrifice, but I don't know if he'll be led. The Dark Binding to connect again, but Bloody gets a reset. Starts firing away, and not only one kill to the Eddie carrying the mid lane, but one to the bottom laner as well. KC with a beautiful punish.
Upset able to move up into mid lane and hover for the longest time with those tier 2 boosts. Significant move speed advantage over Ice, and he's not even going to lose anything off of it. Ice tries to crash, tries to push in, but Upset's going to be able to get down and back down there in time to catch the rest of the wave. So huge play coming in from BDS.
Really nicely done, as you say, and that's why I was pointing at Upset. This is kind of where you had to back away as BDS, but they don't respect that Upset can just stick around and end up falling down, and now you're getting this early lead that KC we talked about really needed. And level 6 for Closer. He can now start to play even more aggressive off that.
And they got 2 grubs off the back of that play top anyway, too. They got the better of it. They got the gold lead now, and we look at how as Labrov goes deep under turret, and it's just deep overall.
Yeah, you never should be here as BDS. Upset still hadn't shown on bot wave, so he's in a position to come across. Closer was even walking through mid lane. You just always end a position where KC have the opportunity to outnumber you, and they punished really well.
Yeah, they're on such a timer, right? They have to one-shot someone and get out, but it's so unfeasible. They should never be there at all. Give over the kill to Upset, he's going to be sitting pretty. And he picks up a bunch of components, a lot of gold injection.
I mean, they both are as well. You know, we had a question about Vladdy. I know we were talking backstage, like, can Vladdy play the Tristana? What does it look like for him as well? So far, he's been set up for success, so I don't know how he's going to play out the rest of it, but for now, giving the nice gold injection early, alongside Upset on his classic Zeri, it feels like for KC, they've been given a lifeline in this game, a 2k gold lead into this game as Dragon starts off.
You can't let your foot off the gas pedal, though, and that's why I would like to see KC try and contest for this Dragon. Immediately as BDS show their face in River, they back it on up, but Vladdy needs to get control over mid, you move on in, and then try and turn for skirmishes. The bigger the cash injection, the better for KC, and at the moment, it looks like BDS can't really contest, which is the right call for them. They're more interested in trying to stop their towers from falling.
Yeah, gold lead to the KC. A bit too scary for BDS to deal with. Point and click with Closer is up and available as well, so they could turn off of the Dragon if they wanted to. Gonna settle for full clearing. Now the problem is they're not cross-mapping anything, so it's just a dry Dragon given over to KC. And no play up topside, where maybe they could ult a Mininar, you know, find a play up topside with the chain CC of Morgana Mininar. They don't find anything.
Because he's also doing well, by the way. You got to look at Kana. Yeah. He's got a CS lead in the lane, you know, just about 20 up there. So while he's been the quietest out of all of them after that last play came through, Kana's still doing well in his own right. KC with 3 winning lanes, 3 good lanes, and an early game that we keep complimenting. I like that Dagda said, you can't take your foot off the pedal. So we have to see how we get set up now for the grubs coming up in 50 seconds and how KC look to secure at least 4.
And I think a lot of that is going to start to form around Vladdy. How can you push in mid, link with Closer, and then start to lean in towards these side lanes? Look for dives. Look for ways to crack open these towers, because already you're getting a little bit of chip damage on that top side. Bot hasn't really seen much action, but if Vladdy can get out of mid lane, I think that's where it becomes crucial. And even you can see BDS aware of this. They're investing a huge amount of resources to just allow Nuke to push out waves and deny Vladdy access to sides.
Yeah, and one of these tools that they can use to accelerate the game is those grubs spawning in 20 seconds. So you can see both teams trying to either secure them or deny them if you're the side of BDS. 10 seconds left, and Sheo is in mid wave to secure Prior as well.
And the thing we don't talk about as well, we don't see Morgana much, but Flash is a crucial part of a kit. Flash Soul Shackles as well, great setup for the ulti and great setup for the team fight too. Sheo's not going to have that available, and coming forward, I mean, Closer's got his ult up, he's got KC in a great position, and 5 grubs to this KC roster as well. With a Tristana, it's just, it writes itself.
It just feels like BDS, they're not sure what to do about these plays that are coming in from KC. They can't answer them by contesting, they can't answer by cross-mapping. You can see Upset's going to be a free recall, no threat of a dive, no camps taken in the bot side either for Sheo. Nothing's getting gained on the other side.
And that's the thing, like, you have options to cross-map if you want to, as Adam has to ult out. Like, Nuke TP's back into mid, you could shove bot into a potential pressure on towards bot side, get plates for Ice, but Ice is reset. And I think you're, like, entirely right, Aragon. It's like, BDS are looking at the action that's on the map and not really understanding, hey, how do we answer this? How do we try and keep gold even? Because they're kind of investing on running around after KC, but getting nothing as a result.
There's a lot of questions to be answered. I mean, BDS had a lot to answer for in game number 1. You know, that throw was questionable, and again, it was well played by KC, but by their own right, you know, BDS, you could argue, should be up 2-0. Last game was clean. This one, a question mark in the early game. The first 12 minutes, we've got an answer coming in the form of Dragon in 2, but BDS with those ultimates haven't had a chance to group up yet. And Adam is a big tool as a part of this comp. We know he's going to need a bit of time, but once he does have time, he should be unkillable. That first item seems to be something we should track here as he starts building towards it.
Yeah, Adam has TP, sorry, Kana has TP here rather. If they want to look for some kind of play with Vi ultimate.
True.
They do have a ward behind if they want to pull the trigger, but it would be quite long, and they don't have a nice TP flank ward. The reason I'm saying this is because Kana has push, and he can proxy. That'll buy him a lot of time if he decides to leave the lane phase afterwards.
Mininar for him, though, means it's a little bit dangerous.
Yeah.
So KC got to back away as that comes through. Nuke going to take some hurt, but I do like the idea from KC of trying to look for these plays. Here we go.
The flash in, cease and desist. Ice is caught out. He used the killer instinct to get some space, and that's really nice. And Sheo coming in helps, but he hasn't landed anything. Upset just chases him down, gets him to half HP, and with Targamas and Vladdy behind, Sheo's in trouble. He gets flashed on, he gets ultied. The Black Shield helps him out. No explosive charge to finish the job as Vladdy spaces the Dark Binding. The Tormented Soul is not enough damage. They walk over it. TP comes through. Adam's like, I'm going to protect him.
They can't. That bot wave is about to push in, so they need to invest. Adam down here, and Lebrov goes in, but the damage isn't here.
I mean, the question is Adam going to find anything with the flash ulti? Follows through. The Lulu Polymorph, the wild growth is there, and Targamas does die. Adam helps him get a kill, and there's that comp finally in a pretty scuffed way.
The second the TP comes down, KC needs to get out, but the chain CC from Sheo is there, and they keep chain CCing Targamas so that they can't leave. You can see that Kana had the option potentially to take plates up top side, but he wasn't comfortable, so he decided to shift down as well. And overall, it's a nice play from Adam TPing down because he doesn't lose anything.
With the TP to top side from Vladdy, though, may actually end up costing them. Nice to answer from KC to burn that. We'll be able to get at least a little bit of a plate, and they just shifted Kana in towards mid, so he was able to cover. So Adam probably going to lose 2 plates here, and then Vladdy can hop on out of there.
So there is something. I mean, it's not like KC are not losing without any disregard. Vladdy's just going to be run at by Adam, and this is nice again. He doesn't have the frozen heart yet, but as Adam flashes away, I take it back. I take the compliment back because no flash on Malphite hurts a bit as BDS come to defend.
I think the fact he's no ult hurts even more, especially with Riptide now up and available. Closer has his ult, everyone on KC has theirs, so they're feeling way more confident to step in towards this topside river.
Yeah, no ult available from Adam, like you just said, as well as no flash ult available for Sheo, so it's pretty hard to stick to the Tristana if they want to pull the trigger there. So it's going to be another objective secured, with Kana trying to shift upwards potentially to secure it as well, but that's going to be fruitless, and he's just going to have to head back down to fight the Corki.
I'm curious if BDS try and go for a dragon and trade for this top lane turret, because I don't think they can defend it. Okay. Ult for Adam going to be up soon, but if Kana ends up going Mininar here, I think that should be the go button for BDS to take this dragon.
But man, I mean, Vladdy's having the time of his life in the side lane. First turret blood picked up. KC continue to trade up in this early game. It's looking good as Adam.
Frozen Heart completed. He can run him down here.
Vladdy's going to be slow, but I think the problem is right now that, look at mid, KC have got to push in yet another lane. They still control the map.
Yeah, it's really difficult for BDS to try and move. Lebrov was trying to move down to cover any sort of potential play from Kana on towards Nuke if multiple members showed up, but because he was dragged down, Ice couldn't defend mid, and then you end up with the Riptide in tow, so at least the tower doesn't go down, but KC get the pressure they need to concern Dragon.
Adam has no TP either, so he's up topside deciding right now, you can see him in that tri-bush deciding if he should come down to help fight the Dragon, or is he going to hit top lane tower. To do that, he might need the help of some others if someone on KC decides we're going to defend this tower as well as secure Dragon and protect the cross map.
I think BDS should be trying to fight here, though. Yes, KC have a lead, but it's not a huge amount when you look at the items. Like, there's not 1.5 items coming through on most people, so you're at a relatively even point. So maybe this is a moment where you could actually go for it, but Kana goes in.
He goes in on Mininar. You just timed out. Can NA. I mean, that was rough.
I think he was hoping he'd just get the ults off, and then you had Closer over the wall who could follow with his own ult, and you'd be able to combo it, but mistimed it just about, and Lebrov, hero play, just there at the nick of time to get that CC so Kana couldn't flash away.
Question is, what's this going to convert into? Nuke can free hit the tower now. They do have a grub.
It's a bait. Lebrov Hex flashes over the wall.
Chain CC.
It lands, and Closer's stuck. We're starting to see BDS's comp and how easy it is to punish with one mistake from KC.
All it takes is a binding, and then a knock-up, and then another binding, and you just cannot move if you're the side of KC. And they executing it, punishing these oversteps, especially Kana's, onto that tower.
This is well played by BDS to punish this, but unfortunately for KC, they needed these plays to keep on rolling, because suddenly you're not getting the map play that you want to. You're not getting these turrets down as quickly as you want. As we start to get towards, you know, two items, 2.5 for BDS, and you can just look at, you know, third dragons coming through. As you start to group as KC, you are going to struggle.
Yeah, a definite hot topic in the community is how exactly punishing is full AD, and I think this is an excellent case study. If KC managed to win from a relatively even game state with full AD into a Malphite, I think it's quite a lot of evidence in regards to, you know, full AD isn't as punishing as it used to be with crit itemization and what have you. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out, but I do think BDS should be favored.
So your science will be a full AD, like AD comps are absolutely broken or not?
I think the thing
That's
is
the
we've
clickbait
seen...
title, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I do think that, to be honest.
okay.
I don't think it's as punishing as before.
Can
and
we
I do
get you
think
to
we've
do
seen
the
this
emoji
already.
face, the hands on the side,
Oh,
and
yeah, thumbnail.
oh my god, yeah, and then just AD carries are broken. Full AD comp wins? Question mark.
We need to find a way to get AD carries in the support role. And then we can just have 5.
What do you mean? Okay,
Senna?
let's start with T1.
Senna.
Let's just start with T1. Let's ask Carrier what he thinks of what's viable at the moment. I mean, that dude will pull out Varus,
yeah, of course.
Kalista. We saw it top from Keen as how does this go now? There is a lot of armor on this dude. He's still taking damage, doesn't have that much HP, but he is getting more and more like a rock.
Yeah, he has a bunch of sustain, but the problem is, right, you can never really kill the Triss because you can always buffer the ultimate as well as have double leap away with that bomb reset. So it's hard to actually push Vladdy out as well as having the sustain.
We're about to see some of the damage come down now, though, and Adam just walks away after the rest of the KC spotted on a ward down bot.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to get out Adam's ultimate because that makes him significantly less threatening, especially since he doesn't have the flash. But now Closer are going to walk in. Shale just misses the binding. But again, it's just about trying to burn opportunities on BDS to find engages, and then KC can play significantly more aggressive on the map because they don't have to worry about a Malphite TPing in behind them.
TP expended up topside from Tristana from Vladdy here. It's going to be a bit of a pain when trying to contest the next dragon, so maybe they keep Vladdy up topside when the next dragon's spawning, try to play for that tier 2 as well. Adam, really immovable right now. I think KC are having a problem with these side lanes because it feels like no one can touch Adam. He can just wave clear for free and get prio. Vladdy even, double AD carry, it's really rough.
Big time. So KC, at least with the reset delayed from Adam, should be able to put pressure on towards this bottom side. Nuke going to show on bot means you've got numbers advantage mid, so they shove off the mid tower. So even if they can't move him, when he decides he wants to move, at least you can then punish.
Or at least opening up turret. That's going to be something here. 1,300 gold lead in the individual matchup is upset with a good dodge away from the Dark Binding, and he's another carry that's sitting right now in a gold lead. I mean, they all are really in these lanes apart from jungle.
Finding a timer where Adam was on reset, you had Nuke being pushed in as well to play from side into mid lane and try to overexpend your numbers to secure that mid tower. That's just a couple of autos away now as well. So great map movement coming in from KC, almost securing that mid tower, breaking every side of the map.
But how hard is it then to start accessing these inner turrets? How hard does it become, you know, with Baron up as well and this composition that has so much pick?
So if you are KC, I think this is where it is a very dangerous game, but you have to forego dragons. Give up next dragon, try and get the tier 1 in mid, see if Tristana can pressure the tier 2 and top side, and then just say, hey, look, we will give one in the hopes we can get so much more later on. Because in this position, I think if you try and fight BDS, they're very happy. They have a ton of vision, they have a ton of pressure on the map, and you think you can already see KC alluding to that. Vladdy going to continue to push on top. They just want to put pressure on the map, forego the dragon.
Yeah, I wonder as well, a potential option they have is just starting up the Nash and playing for the turn and forcing a fight before they get too much armor as well. Because with that double AD carry, as well as a Gnar, you do a decent amount of damage to the Baron. It's an option, potentially for KC, if they want to play through mid into this Baron rush on the Dragon Spawn.
We know that the next play, though, as you guys said, I mean, setting up for mid and trying to just get this last little tick before the dragon comes up. It has spawned now, and Dagger, I like your idea. Third dragon would be here for KC, and we have to just see what their thought process is. Right now, they have Kana in a side lane with that same thought in mind. Kana has TP, Vladdy does not. KC sits as a 4-man unit, while BDS try to get river control.
Yeah, there isn't any sort of wards in behind BDS. They've done a good job of clearing out that vision. But now here, this is what we're talking about, right? KC just going to try and overload this top side of the map. They will get some vision, open up for Kana, but I think you can actually bring Kana towards mid lane here if you want to, as this wave crashes.
Yeah, you have TP for both side laners here and Kana and Nuke. Ice going to sneak away the dragon.
On a ward.
Yeah, oh, it's on a ward as well, yeah, so it's just going to be secured. It's a free dragon to BDS. It's a bit too scary for KC. I think Close is having a really hard time this game because he's a diveless buddy Vi. It's really hard to play a front-to-back Vi without playing just purely disengaged. So he's just got to run around, try and play that kind of front line, but not really tanky.
It is nicer doing it with friends, isn't it? You know, being alone and diving by yourself. Like, you know, I heard Medic did it with friends recently, and bro enjoyed it. If he was by himself, maybe not the same. Wouldn't have been excited to show you the stats.
Did kind of go on a dive holiday by himself.
Was it by himself? I thought he went with friends.
No, he eventually made friends.
Okay, well, maybe that's what needs to happen in this game. Ulti flushed away from, but Adam's now exposed. They can play front to back, and you know what? He doesn't need friends. He runs in under turret, and maybe I could be wrong, as Upset has been wild growth in the meantime, and Kana comes in with a big ulti, but here's the problem. The follow-through isn't there. BDS sitting under their turret, laughing at that hair's breadth of a structure, giving them so much support, and KC getting picked up like flies.
It looked so back and forth, and you saw Sheo wasted the shield onto Nuke, so Closer said, that's my go button. He goes in, but he gets popped under turret. BDS managed to clean up the fight afterwards, and now it's going to be a Nash start.
BDS have been playing this really well. The fact that they have Ice solo the Dragon prevents that big map play that we were talking about from KC. KC don't really adjust on the fly to maybe try and make a play. And then we get to see the big engage here as Kana goes in.
Yeah, but take a look at this, right? The spell shield comes out onto Adam from Sheo, immediately gets eaten, so then Closer sees, you know, I can go in, but that's a bait. Closer gets baited, he goes in, and it's a massive chain CC onto the backline of KC, and it looks really even until BDS managed to find the win.
Yeah, great positioning from Ice in that fight as well. He was consistently in a position where he's able to deal a ton of damage to Kana. No one could really touch him. And
that mouthful, we're ignoring it a little bit.
It's fine. You know what? He got the job done.
He got a flush out of Kana. I mean, that's something, right? It's not for nothing, but I mean, BDS now get the Baron. That's something, and that's a big turning point in the game. Fighting under that turret as well, gentlemen. I mean, Morgana CC we talked about. We're like, hey, Merc Treads would be great this game. They got it. It's still not enough for Closer to get out.
But now you get to see this is going to become a major problem. You push in mid, you just start to set up a ton of vision in this top side. And not on this one, it's the next one where you start to threaten then the top side here as well after you push in mid. Nuke in a position already with that Baron buff makes it so difficult for KC to really try and control this.
And I know why Vision's so important and so scary for KC. Malphite with flash up and available, he doesn't have it of course, but ulti, when you have no vision of where the Malphite is or where he could be coming from, that is one of the scariest things in League of Legends.
And I also think we're seeing the presence and just the sheer effectiveness of a Morgana versus Vi.
True.
You see Closer's desperation to find and engage after waiting so long in fights to pull the trigger, because he cannot ult until he sees the spell shield, because Sheo should use it reactively. The second he sees it used, he takes the trigger onto anyone. He pulls the trigger on anyone, even if it could be bad, because he's that desperate.
Feels like BDS have grabbed the bull by the horns in this game. It feels like our comp discussion, it seems very relevant again.
I mean, look at Malphite's items.
Like,
that is
it's done.
that's a tanky boy.
Do you go Thornmail third? Do you go Warmox? I mean, the world joys.
Who cares? My man can build a Rabadons if he wants to. I think.
Ooh. Well, I'll be looking forward to that. I will say again, this R5 Adam pick, we know he's got such a massive champion pool. We know he plays everything. Very intelligent draft from BDS this time, and it's been paying dividends here. As KC had the early game, they lost tempo Dagda. They took their foot off the pedal, as we were talking about, and now 2K gold lead. Baron has done a lot of work in opening up the map. And as you were talking about, that vision control is getting deeper and deeper as Lebrov starts shadowing these side lanes now and becoming an engaged threat.
But when I say KC have taken their foot off the pedal, I think it's more BDS defending against what KC want to do.
They put a brick on their pedal.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, hey, you want to unlock Vladdy to move and potentially dive side lanes? Cool, we're going to overcommit with Sheo on mid, Lebrov's going to come mid. Oh, then you want to try and potentially trade Dragon for a top tier 2. Right, we're going to send Ice to solo Dragon so we still keep numbers on the map. It's just BDS have been defending well against KC in the early stages.
Well said.
Yeah, as much as we're ragging on KC's game state, I do think it's not unplayable. I think they have some avenues of attack. They still have 5 grubs. They still have Soul Point potentially if they manage to find a team fight win, and Sheo, for example, messes up a spell shield. So it's not doom and gloom. This Dragon spawning in the next 30 seconds. If BDS face check or do something along the lines of this and get blown up, it's playable.
And I still see ultra late game scaling, like mega ultra late game scaling with a Zeri and a support as well. So, you know, mistakes that happened in the first game for BDS showed us that no game is ever really secure as well. KC not out of this one, as you said, and so rightfully so, as Dragon comes up in 10 seconds. They're thinking about what avenue they can pull as an attack, as Closer and Kana now hit for a flank, but of course it's spotted out by BDS's front line.
But how do you try and contest this, KC? BDS, control river, you're walking in blind to Alistair, Malphite. No, your flash isn't up on Vladdy, he'd Arcana, so they'd have to be very careful. So again, well, Nuke actually just going to solo this out, but trying to get into position here is nigh on impossible.
As Targamas has to flash away, Adam just ulties in, Labrov says Closer, go away. Dark Binding doesn't connect here, and maybe there's an avenue of attack as KC send Kana around the side, but Dragon's already taken. Kana, no Meganar though, so Nuke starts firing away. The Phosphorus Bomb is disgusting. It's dirty, it's unclean. The champion again showing us why it needs to be taken away as Ice now plays his own front to back. Vladdy gets out over the wall, but the poke starts landing, and BDS with a win, taking the objective off the map.
That was very scary for KC. Honestly, Upset had no ultimate. So much of Zeri's potential damage is tied to the ultimate ramping damage, so fortunately going to get out here, but they do lose that Dragon. That's a second Infernal going over to the side of BDS.
Now BDS gets to continue to put the pressure down on this bottom side of the map. Push in from Ice in the mid lane, group on towards the bottom, look to try and take this tier 2. You see Upset had to go and clear the wave in top side, so you're going to be lacking numbers, but looks like BDS not overly comfortable to try and force that tier 2.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at Targamas. I think you can pull the trigger relatively easily. It's a flashless Lulu. You can even ultimate if you're Adam, and just chain CC the Lulu until they fall. So this next Baron, it's going to be relatively difficult, I think, for KC to approach this river unless there is 5, because Targamas is going to have a hard time navigating it.
I just saw Adam raise his eyebrows. I hope that's a sign of things to come. He's almost got his third item. That looks like a dead man's plate, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be a Warmogs.
It could also be a Warmogs, of course. The outer combat movement speed, regardless, is going to be high, and Adam is almost level 16, so he's going to start approaching people very fast too, and with an extra cooldown added, or rather lack thereof, for Adam's ulti. Also, with the flash, it just makes me get excited thinking about what the opportunities for BDS could be as they start clearing topside vision in lieu of this Baron spawning in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I will say that Adam's ultimates have been a bit hit or miss, and I think if Upset can find...
That's funny. Sorry, go on.
Can find a avenue of attack where he can unleash with all of his magic damage on that Zeri ultimate, potentially is an avenue of attack there. If Adam...
Oh, okay.
Kana's mini.
Kana's, yeah, he goes to Mega, but he might have just run it. Kana there, and that one's a hit, Aragon, if you look at Adam. The binding connecting as well, Closer, just can't get out.
Ice?
Help him move! He gets the ulti through. Shayo actually misses the binding, but follows through onto Upset. Ice has gone too far, and maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was okay. As now Vladdy jumps on into the fight. He gets shocked a little bit here by the poke damage, but Kana, I thought, entered, and then it was Ice in the end who just went for it.
Second time, an uncharacteristic mistake from Ice. We saw it in game 1, now we're seeing it in game 3, where he tries to flash forward, thinks he can get the kill, but Targamas has the shields to keep Kana alive, and Ice ends up being the one that drops.
Yeah, and he expends his Seekers. I mean, it's really uncharacteristic, like you said. Usually we associate this guy with being incredibly clutch in the mid to late game team fights, and now with a numbers disadvantage, it's an Ashe start.
Baron start. Upset doesn't have ulti. Targamas does, though. I'm looking at KC's cooldowns here, and I'm looking at who can deal some damage. Closer with no engage, and at 7k, it has to come down to a still Shayo. The binding sent out, but he needs to get near the pit. Shayo's zoned out at 4k. Kana ultis away. Vladdy has already absorbed the ulti, but at 3k, it comes down to a flip on the back. Closest dying to Baron.
The Baron's
BDS run on in.
Get the Baron, get the Baron.
It hasn't been refreshed. Adam can't walk on in. Now it does. They turn for the fight. What are we doing? BDS. Nuke goes up, says, I can do it. And the rest of BDS are like, what are we doing?
We had 2 fights in a row where one of BDS's carries is just getting Narnia. Now the fight is continuing. Labrov, I don't think they could chase here, but how did Nuke end up on the complete opposite side of the map to the rest of his team?
But also, it just caused bedlam in the BDS camp, because we're like, Baron's at 3.5k, we can finish this. And Nuke's like, I'm in the middle of 4 members of KC. Can we please get some hands here? But there was just nothing they could do in this position. Like, this fight was all over the place.
At the very least, they stopped the Nash. I think they got that going for them. But I really thought at one point BDS could just take over the Nash as it drops to 3k right here. Vladdy gets incredibly chunked. The Wild Growth's going to save him. But Adam, you know, they're just frontlining, and watch Closer. He has to get out of the pit because he's so chunked. Look at the Nash HP
Let's
as well.
do it again.
Back again.
Bro, it's like watching Mark play Squeaker. At 10k, it's going down, and I'm looking at him with the ulti coming through from the flank.
Oh,
he He has 3 members. He's polymorph, but not in time. It slows it down. The Dark Binding out of range as Adam still absorbing the damage. But Ice is there. He's ulted on the Black Shield. Means no engage for you. Closer's just dead. Adam chased Lebrov into the mix. KC have lost their jungler, but they've found the engage. Shayo flashes away. Ice in trouble. Vladdy flashing on his head. Reset there. Killer instinct. And it's turned around. Nuke to save the day. Upset kills Ice anyway. The range there. And man, KC are catching me unaware.
It's going to be round 2 in just a second, though. Adam has TP if he wants to. Upset going under. Nuke can turn
We're just running for it, aren't we? KC, they find the turret, the Dark Binding not connecting, and Nuke is out, but this game is making me go la la la.
Dragon up in 10 seconds as well. It's not quite over yet. Nuke, Shayo, and Adam here, they're posturing, potentially. Kana.
Let's do it again. We're devolving, but it's good, isn't it? It's good. It's game 3, life on the line. KC are fighting, they're bloodying out. Who's the ambulance for? I don't know the name on the driver's card, but BDS, as this dragon spawns, are heading towards to find out.
I think it's for fans of both sides. The heart attack is real when you're watching this game as BDS stepping forward. Nuke going to hop away from Adam. Has his ultimate just up. Kana, though.
There's the ulti onto Kana. He's going to get binding, but he's into the Mega Knight. It won't matter. The burst from Nuke is too much. KC have lost their front line. Now onto the Dragon. The stats are for real, because Closer either needs to steal this, or it's Soul Point.
The massively extended play in the fight goes over to the side of BDS once again. Kana in mini Nah gets caught one shot before he can turn, and then he does turn, and he dies anyway. Adam pulling the trigger and finding the pick.
And now BDS just get to roam over towards this Baron. Closer in a position to try and help out with Vladdy, but I think there's very little that you can do in this situation. No flash on Shayo, no flash on Nuke, but can you ever find access to these two?
Can Upset be the hero for KC?
I mean, he's not. The engage is there again. It's a problem, but Upset now cutting it back. Lebrov has got a bomb on his head while Adam now runs on him, but Upset has exploded. Baron holds off, and Adam is thinking, maybe I can get an ult in on the front line as KC stopped the Baron again. And that purple worm is inviting guests over for dinner, man. The dinner party never ends.
Closer's still here, though. KC say, if you reset, we will take it. And that's why BDS, they stop the ports. Adam has teleport, that ultimate backup available. He joins in on the top wave. KC, they pull back. BDS will reset as well. Both teams desperate to make this work.
What was that last 10 minutes?
It just doesn't stop. The Baron still hasn't died, and we're at 3rd Dragon now for BDS. So in 3 minutes' time, I think we're going to get a run back. Whilst both teams, they just have double AD carry, right? So there's so much tension around this Nash because either team can rush it down.
I think the problem, though, is just how big Adam is. Again, you're kind of seeing Upset trying to deal damage to Adam, but they struggle to take him down in these fights, even with Vladdy hitting onto him as well. And now as you start to move up towards, Warmog's completed a 3rd potential item for Adam. That's where they are just really struggling in these fights.
But it really is all Adam, Upset rather. He has the magic damage on his team. He's the only source of it, really. So if he can get going, if Adam whiffs any kind of ultimate, Upset doesn't have flash to play with, though, so it's going to be difficult.
As you see in the damage charts, that magic damage shown there in the pudding is, I mean, this game has gotten tense. It's gotten to the deciding match point. Give him a lead, move him to the 3rd place at the very least. I mean, KC fighting for their year's life here. It's crazy that if they lose this series, they just go home, and BDS is standing in the way, now moving towards. Kana can't get caught out, and Adam, with his flash almost up and available with that ulti, you feel like he's the one to go in first.
KC are just trying to hard force mid pressure so that their Baron can't be started, but no wave now, and immediately BDS started because KC, they drifted to bot.
Closest bot, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, Baron's just gone. All that push and pull for Baron, and one mistake, BDS are there to snap.
I think it was a conscious decision, deciding we'll take bot side camps and maybe hit tier 2 and actively give up Nash, but that's such a terrible trade deal.
Especially when the wave is already here. BDS could actually have continued on here, I feel, with this next wave coming in. Adam went towards bot side, maybe worried about losing that tier 2, but I think you're happy to trade with Baron there.
It's also how hard it is for them to face check with only having a Vi and mini Nah. It's like pseudo tanks, right? They're not actually that tanky. So if the engage gets pulled, Upset has no flash. It's so easy to engage from the fog of war if you're Adam, potentially with a flash or engage from Labrov as well.
I mean, let's question the decision further as we have a 2.5 minutes of the Red Bull Baron power play, because for KC now, it's about how they can get these waves pushed out before BDS start controlling those side lanes. Adam going to respond to top. Bot's already slow pushing out. Mid is being managed as well as Ice comes back now with 4 and a bit items with the needlessly large. And BDS move into River, setting up some of that deep vision we keep talking about for the Dragon that appears in 1 minute 30.
But the problem is with BDS having this Baron, it's nigh on impossible for you to really defend against this. You can see they're drawing Adam in now that they got side lanes in position because they just want to try and brute force this. But BDS not really playing off of any of these waves. They're just letting them die out. You still have a minute 20 until Dragon. There's no reason for KC to face check anywhere here.
Upset will have Flash. Vladdy will have Flash as well for this upcoming Dragon fight. Incredibly important that weren't there for that Baron start. It's going to be incredibly important to see how well Upset navigates this Flash. Can they kite out the Malphite engage? It's going to be incredibly difficult as BDS line up the siege down bot.
Also broken to have Infernal Cinders on the ground. Adam is picking them up, and that cooldown reduction keeps coming and coming with his ulti as Kana has to get out of there. They cannot defend this turret. More gold over to BDS, more of a gap building, more of a defense from KC mounting. But that Dragon Soul in 45 seconds, I mean, might help decide the game with how KC have to now approach this Fog of War.
That's the thing, they're completely blind going into this. They need to try and hard force it, but our BDS don't even look like they're going to try and reset here. They just look for the full minute, although we can see the resets there, starting to come through. I think this is where KC maybe can get shallow vision in their bot side jungle so they can at least poke their head into contest, but you see multiple members of BDS just sticking around, making it difficult for KC to shift into this bot side.
It's so scary for KC right now. BDS in Fog of War, they could be anywhere. Actually pull the trigger onto mid lane.
TP from, I think it was Nuke on towards that mid wave, but here comes BDS.
Adam has Flash, has ulti available, closer, just going to get hit first. The movement speed gathered here with the 3-item Malphite, ready to pull the trigger. Onto Upset, onto Targa, closer starts it off. Adam is taking next to no damage and closer, and Targamas already poked out in the fight.
They can send Ice to solo this or rush it down real quick whilst Adam feigns engages onto the mid
free soul. I mean, closer's trying to get on in.
It's
How do
gone.
you get past Adam? There's the Infernal Soul and a free fight to boot. Thank you so much for the drive-through. I'll take it to go. KC have to run for their lives as their jungler's now dead. And with Baron still there for another little bit, the push will continue.
There's a wave on bot side as well. Kana,
no! Second time this game. A big mistake from the new top laner. He was imported, but now he's dead.
Vladdy has to go bot side to clear out that wave, which means BDS can play off the mid wave. Nuke going to escort that wave and bot as well. This is going to be a massive blunder from KC, dropping 2 inhibitor turrets off the back of this wave.
At least it's 2 inhibitors. I mean, you have Upset and Vladdy, but they can just get engaged on Adam still has ulti.
And Flash available as well. He burns it. At least Upset flashes away. It's not that clean as the proc goes on in as well. BDS maybe back away. We didn't get what we wanted as the ulti burn and Ice almost dies on the back end. Upset threatens more and KC managed to defend as BDS. That trigger pull a little bit sketchy too.
Adam tries his best to bait out the flash, not actually going for the flash engage, but flashing forward, maybe scaring Upset into flashing and then ulting into that. Doesn't quite work out. Upset nerves of steel.
As you'd expect from this guy as well, the only one with a gold lead in this game, or at least even gold. It's a full item Zeri. They've been relying on him all game, but BDS with a major gold lead in this game, an Infernal Soul. They can't end the game there, but mid inhibitor is open, and Baron spawns in a minute 45. So in this very tense game, where so much is on the line, it looks like BDS are still the ones in charge, and KC needs some kind of miracle, some kind of pop-off moment from Upset again, or Vladdy in that note, to find themselves a lead.
It feels like it has to be a pick of some description though, because in a full-on 5v5 where Adam's there, front to back, I favor BDS. And that's why you can kind of see them, it looks like maybe depth rushing, hoping Nuke would overextend on this bottom side, but he doesn't do so. So KC going to reset instead and hope that maybe they can defend these top turrets from the BDS onslaught.
It's just an outplay, isn't it? It's an outdraft, it's an outplay. You can see the micro differences, the macro difference, and now it's just so easy for them to run in anywhere, whilst KC, they can't walk in without Mega Knight. It feels like they're so tied to this Narbar because no one else can walk into Fog of War, so they've got to stack that up, have Kana absolutely everywhere in this top side as well.
His positioning has to be perfect as well, right? We've seen in the last couple of plays. The one mid was a bit of a bait that lured Ice in, but overall, Kana's misstepped a couple of times this game. It's hurt him a lot when they have so much relying on this top laner, and BDS have been exposing it quite often.
It's so hard to defend this top lane turret, especially with Lebrov and Adam just threatening the potential dive. Nuke escorting in the mid wave as well, and now a Baron in 30 seconds. Vision galore for BDS on this top side, and KC trying to walk through this is, I mean, it's nightmare fuel.
Look at that. It's so dark right now. You walk in there, you get completely triggerable, and then they end, right? It's not even Nash. If you more than 2 of you die, they just end. So
True.
BDS, at any point now, they can start Nash as well when it spawns.
And then you're just one game away from KC of not making season finals. everything, the rest of their season relies on them being able to find some sort of miracle here, some sort of way to fight back against BDS.
5 months off, right? Almost 6. It's a long time not to play League. It's a long time to be sent to the bench. I mean, Giant X will be cheering. Jackies will probably do a dance on the desk, but right now, KC fans need to unite here because Game 3 is running so far away with the Baron taken.
But even Mad Lions Koi's fans as well, like you get 4th place as MDK, which lets you have that double elimination, that second life.
Very true.
In our season finals. If KC go down, it feels like the world is against KC and they need to find that moment to step up and see how they can bring this series back.
5 people in the top lane. It's a last stand now for KC. You can imagine that they're actually just going to pull the trigger and dive here if KC are left unawares. Upset's got to be really careful with his positioning. Vladdy now has scaled up and has 4 items as well. Can the auto-attackers of KC free
Oh
it?
my god, but Ice can, that's for sure. Ice's W hit, and ladies and gentlemen, quick reset. Baron,
oh, closer.
As well as the fact there's a Rabadon's Ice keeps hitting. He don't miss. Wait for the next W, only a couple of seconds of cooldown. He hits again. Closer needs to be further right now as a Nexus turret drops. Targamas gets hit as well. It keeps landing. And again, and again, and again as Flighty goes into GA. And now Ice will run to save the day. He hits, he kills, and BDS are finding their final moments in this game as Closer has no chance but to go in. The dive under turrets is good enough as well. And now with a triple down, BDS will take us to match point in clinical style.
KC tried to make their last stand, but BDS cut the legs out from underneath them. BDS is back, and KC's blood is on their hands right now.
And it just felt like BDS had answers into everything they were going to draft. They were blind AD top laners. Oh, we'll throw Malphite in there. You have a bunch of AD carries. We can counter that. You want to go Vi? We know Closer plays Vi. We're going to pick Morgana into it. Shea's never played it before, but we have the counter there.
I mean, I love the draft from BDS. I love the option. KC going to have to go back to the drawing board, and I'd love to hear how AD breaks this down right after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
damage isn't here.
I mean, the question is Adam going to find anything with the flash ulti? Follows through the Lulu polymorph. The wild growth is there, and Targamas does die. Sheo flashes away. Ice in trouble. Vladdy flashing on his head. Reaches there. Killer instinct, and it's turned around. Nuke the second day. Upset kills Ice anyway.
Come here, sit down. Bye, 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 bye. No flash. Nice. Nice.
It's BDS that arrives at match point first, but what the flip did we just watch? Because, I mean, there was so much going on. There was a draft that was rumored to be absolutely unplayable. They got some kills. Then the game was almost dead, but then somehow KC got revived. What the hell is this?
I don't know. I wish we had a heartbeat monitor for Jackie's because his mood was going up and down in that game all the time. So
he was just like, BDS. But yeah, so what did it came down to? I think maybe it just came down to what we said in the beginning, right? This draft is really difficult to pull off, and on top of that, the Malphite is just constantly threatening you.
I mean, to be fair, props to KC because they should, like, this game should not be close after 25 minutes. Like, true. That should be an insta BDS, go team fight, nice stomp, GG. That's what should happen, and KC were just completely outplaying them. And BDS was honestly like running the team fights, like it was disgusting, I'm gonna be honest. Like they always like targeted like one guy and they never killed him, went another, never killed him. So I think BDS have to step it up a bit because almost losing with this draft, that's like criminal. You know?
Yeah, imagine they had a real draft.
but it's funny, right? Because that was unironically KC's best early game this entire series. And that was against what we saw right now. And I'm actually starting to be a bit worried about KC now with the jungle development that we've seen. Because it started with the Sejuani, then the Maokai, then here on red side from BDS. It's both things getting banned. What is the thing that Closer can then default to? It's the Vi. But you already got double AD carry, you're going full AD, there's a Morgana coming through on 3. Like, it's already doomed from the first 3 picks.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, Jackie's main takeaway was from the beginning of that draft. You said, Closer champion pool is a problem, and it's going to continue to be a problem in this best of 5.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Like, if you're looking Vi here...
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, I mean, I said it, yeah. But if you're looking Vi here, like, I don't know what you're thinking is going to happen, because if you go for the Tristana first pick, and like they didn't even pick anything, right, as I see, so, and then you just commit into Vi, for me, like, you just have to go like something else. You have to go Ivern, you have to go any other English champion, just go Viego, like, just go something else than Vi, because, yeah, it's just crazy to me. You know?
Viego?
Yeah, I mean, Viego is bad as well. Like, it's tragedy, but it's not that bad. Okay?
It's not as easy as it looks thinking about what it should be, actually.
Actually, AP junglers are open, like, I don't know.
All of them, pretty much.
It's
like, Syra's away,
like,
but everyone else is available.
It's insane. I think when we go into this draft next, this is definitely what we'll be looking at with a hawk eye to know if KC has a chance in this best of 5. But for BDS, then, they did right the ship, right? We got to give them praise where praise is due in that regard. I mean, we're still not happy with them, I think, at all, because we know what their potential is, GB, but how did they bring it home?
Well, through a lot of late game skirmishes that finally started to go right. The thing is with this draft is that you could pretty much wait forever. No matter how bad these early games get, you just have to wait it out, sweat it out, and you'll just win because you just have better tankier stats, and Ice is a god on Kai'Sa apparently. But I also just straight up think that with the amount of misplays we saw from BDS, you still saw how winnable this draft was from them, and that is what this game will be remembered by. It's the draft cap.
Yeah, and with Ice, Jackie's, you were singing his praises the whole time. You were like, I'm his biggest fan. Yeah, how happy are you with him today?
I'm pretty happy. I think he's doing really well, but sometimes it's a love or hate relationship. Like when he ran it down twice, like I didn't like him for a second, but then he carried it again. So I'm a #1 Ice fan right now.
Yeah, when in doubt, he does tend to carry BDS when they need it most, and they are on match point, right? We talked so much, Goldberg, last week about if you're in a race against the bear being G2, you only have to be faster than the opponent you're playing. Well, if they were to win, the bear is waiting tomorrow, though. So for BDS, regardless, if they were to close it out in this game 4, what do they have to show you to inspire confidence for tomorrow?
More of game 2, less of game 3, but I also just think that in general, they're going to have to make this one clean. And I think that's going to be very difficult with the kind of trajectory they've had so far. I will say I've been really impressed with the way they've stepped up in today's series, because I did not expect them to actually have this kind of prowess against KC. I thought KC was going to be favorites with the way they've played. But hey, who knows? Maybe BDS is just distant for that third place. KC, they really need it though.
They do. And for KC, it's so weird looking at this series, I feel like, Jackie's, because in the first game, they got away with murder with that game they won. Then they have a game like this one where they're... they can't figure out their draft at all, and it shows in the later portions of this game. So I don't really know. I really don't think I have seen the KC that made us so hopeful in the past couple of matches, though, particularly. So how do you think they have to adjust in order to stay in this series?
I mean, for sure, from KC, something has to be missing there. I don't know if it's comms or if it's gameplay related, but if you look at other KC games, you can see Closer, Targamas pulling the trigger way better.
Yeah.
And now they're going to draft where they can't even pull the trigger, so they are kind of lost on the map.
Trigger.
They don't even like they have Vi into Morgana shield, like they cannot play the game. So for BDS, I think they have really good prep, and their drafts every single game have been kind of nice. Like it looks like they finally know what they want. So that's a good view from BDS, and for KC, they just. Like, they're 2-1 down, just go comfort, you know? Just lock Azir, lock Sejuani if you can. Just go Jace, Kana is smurfing on that, something like that. You have to just go back to comfort.
They are on blue, so.
Yeah, and I think that was going to be my point exactly. You just have to make sure that the stylistic of the draft is coming down to it. If you know that you're playing an AD mid laner, okay, sure, but you have to commit to an AP jungler then. If you're not going to play that AP jungler, don't bother with that AD mid laner. Just put Vladdy on Azir then, because then you have Vladdy still on comfort, you get close on more comfort champions, and it becomes infinitely easier for the rest of the team to actually play the game.
Absolutely does, but Azir was also banned last game, I'm pretty sure, because they know that on the other side that's dangerous too, so that makes everything a bit more complicated. And I think that's exactly the problem that KC find themselves in. So will the coaching staff find an answer?
Well, the thing is, right, on BDS probably going to go for the first three, which was the Maokai and the Sejuani and then the Rumble, right? So it still should still free up a lot of different options for KC in terms of what they want to go in their first three. But I think the first three is where most of this draft is going to be decided. They griefed it in game 3 with their first three. This is where it has to come down where you know exactly what you want to do with it.
Vince?
Yeah.
Gonna see if KC stays with their bans as well.
Oh, Rel banned?
Yeah, they do not want LeBron on that Rel. Understandable. And the Malphite as well.
But that worries me.
That's so situational. Like, are they gonna run this comp back?
Yeah, that is what is a bit like worrying, because that tells me they want to go full AD again.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Or they're baiting it. I don't know.
I don't know what they are actually doing. I think, like, look, Shiro is laughing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, BDS stick to their bans. I think they should still go Tristana for sure, and Closer just go Ivern, personally. Like, if you cannot play AP jungle, like, if you really cannot, actually, Zyra is open, that changed, no?
Yeah.
No,
so maybe...
Oh yeah, they banned Zyra on 3 early and then they had the Malphite, right? So
maybe he wants to play the Zyra, but to me, if you cannot play AP jungles, just go Ivern. There is no harm in going that. So I think BDS would also like stick to what they played. Just go Corki Kai'Sa or go Corki Zeri. I think changing it a bit is also not bad. But yeah, they're just gonna stick with it.
Yeah,
makes sense.
You're probably just expecting Opposite's gonna pick the Zeri here, and then hopefully we get the AP jungler. This should be the only adaptation we want to see here.
All right, we'll see if Closer gets what he wants then, or if we're gonna go for Zeri first for upset, which makes sense. 2 ADs, that's fine.
It is the meta now, yeah?
Yeah,
4 AD carries.
Sometimes even 3, yeah. They're all over the place.
But now I'm expecting something else. Oh, Kennen. Oh, that's one way to salvage it, I guess.
Yeah.
But
which problems does this solve?
It solves the full AD problem for sure. That's why the Malphite ban is there actually. So I guess it makes sense. I'm still not convinced, because now you can still target Closer champion pool.
Yeah.
And you can just ban his AD options. So I'm like, I actually don't know what to predict here, because I'm really lost in this draft.
Yeah,
You've been lost in the drafts today. It's been interesting.
Yeah, because there is some things I cannot predict. You know, Cassio lock-in, Kennen, Malphite ban, like, it's crazy. But I think Nautilus is a really good lock-in here, because anyone who gets kinda ulted should die into the Kai'Sa.
But you also just get to take out so many of the other support, right? Rel is already out of the picture. You can get rid of Braum, you can get rid of Leona, you can get rid of Alistar. Like, it's so easy to get rid of these S-tier supports with these two picks. You have Rakan as well, obviously. But so I think whatever really just makes life easier for Targamas, get rid of it.
We'll see. A lot of stress, of course, because this might be the last time you draft in the LEC this year, right? If you're the coaching staff out of KC,
Zyra
just come
banned.
to think about that. The Zyra gets banned, so they won't be able to go for it, but same for the opposite side. But
Oh,
they
really?
can play red.
Vi ban?
Vi.
Oh, interesting. I guess they're
They were scared of Morgana
Yeah,
ban.
yeah, Morgana. Yeah, exactly.
They were scared of that, probably. But for me, I don't know, but both junglers want to play. Like, maybe I'm reading the meta wrong, but Ivern for closer here is beautiful for me. I don't know. I think it removes the one-shot potential from BDS. So, and I know closer plays it.
Yeah.
So what do you do if they Ivern on 4 here in BDS? Is that a good takeaway or?
Personally, they should go Brand, as you guys like.
Oh,
Brand
you've
is
been
still
converted, Jackies.
open. Brand is still open with Nautilus into 3 squishies. Just go Brand, Chio. It's not that hard.
Boom.
Lovely. Okay, now Ivern gets a bit tough. Yeah, I have no idea what Closer wants to play.
Okay, I hope he does.
I actually think
okay.
KC did Sheo a favor by banning this Talia. Like literally just saying,
Yeah,
well,
I
you're
think they
forced
just
to be- yeah.
They actually did do that, yeah. Oh, that's the Viego I've been talking about. It's just comfort. It's just comfort, isn't it?
The funny thing is we saw Sheo go up back on the Viego as well as a comfort, and it didn't go too well when he was the one who had to play it. So
Look
still
at
have
the-
that game 5 or champion in number
But
5
look
coming
at the
through.
conference right now. They're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, looks like they called in an emergency meeting.
Yeah, and it's the Viego,
It is
guys.
the Viego. But now Adam, what is Adam gonna play into Cannon? Because for me, like, I'm just a Jace fanboy, you know? Like, just lock it in. I don't know if he plays it, but
I think it's ambitious.
That is ambitious. I think I agree with
he's
that.
gonna outrange the whole team. I'm pretty sure Jace is good here, but I have no idea if he plays it, so...
Well, I've never seen Adam play Jace.
I'm sure that he plays it, you know,
Sure.
as in he ever has. But in this
Back to
situation, Sion.
Looks like they tamed Adam, no? He's just playing tanks now.
Yeah.
He's gonna do the proxy farming again. Okay, this might be KC's last draft. What do you think of it, you both? Goldberg, you start.
Well, it still has some of the core issues that the other one did. I think this draft is a bit more playable than the others, especially because, well, you have at least a front line to play around with. You have an AP actual stylistic where you get a bit of both. But I still think I like BDS with what they have, just because I'm such a big Brand fanboy and I just hate Viego most of the time in this meta. So I'm going to be curious to see how they pilot it.
Jackie?
Well, if we're talking about meta, I think BDS for sure have the advantage, but for me, K-Corp draft, it's probably just, they just go back to their comfort, now even on jungle, right? So, and also this is the only kind of draft they won early game with, so maybe they were happy with that, and now they're like, okay, these team fights are actually playable now, so maybe we can like actually win the game.
Okay.
But I'm a BDS fanboy, so BDS.
Let's see. When in doubt, go for comfort. We'll see if this is the last game KC will play this year.
Thank you very much, Shox, and welcome to Game 4, match point for BDS. They liked some of the innovation from KC, but gentlemen, what do you think? Where do we stand? I mean, Viego, last pick here for Kana is a big if, considering that, sorry, not Kana, but Closer rather, when we talked about him at the start of the series being the setup, the engaged jungler, right? He had a very simple style. And this has branched off a little bit here for the last game and in previous games as well.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Viego. I think it doesn't really offer much with your laners because you don't have a huge amount of CC setup. I don't... Oh, how so? Sorry, excuse me. Also on to the... into the engage.
You don't like it that much, back then.
I think you just struggle into the likes of Brand to just you absolutely destroy here.
Yeah. I think at the very least they had an adaptation, right? They realized, you know, that generally the side of KC are struggling to blind in when the Malphite's potential, so they ban it early, and then they have a lot of range champions and deny that potential into the AD carries. I will say the double AD threats from the mid jungle once again is going to be a problem. KC clearly don't think that's a problem.
Yep.
They've done it twice in a row now, and they did it another time in another series. So at the very least, they have an AP threat on the top side.
Now, I've just been updated that there has been an issue, unfortunately, with runes getting into game. That's why we have a game delay. So it's going to be reloaded, fixed. Not sure what player it was, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We'll get to resolving that, then we'll be jumping into the game. As Shock said on desk, could be the last game for KC of the year, considering that when there's so many stakes on the line, when you just need this win, this series win, to get through.
And I felt like they needed to kind of go back towards comfort, as you heard the desk say, which was try and get something that Closer is able to have some sort of impact on, which is why I think we did see the Viego, but I think it is going to be very much an uphill battle here. maybe Kana can get a ton of advantage over Adam in this matchup, and you can look to try and utilize that. But in the grand scheme of things, I imagine we probably see an exhaust coming in on towards the like of the Nautilus for Labrov, so you can try and keep that cannon in check. And then trying to find good team fights is going to be quite difficult when you're just running into a brand.
Yeah, I think definitely in terms of the top side, it'll probably just be a first strike angle, and you just try to, you know, milk the Scion for as much gold as possible, as well as platings. So it will be fairly neutral, but yeah, at the very least, you do have a bunch of engage. I think KC have been really struggling with being pinched in terms of closest pool. Every single game now, it feels like Close is completely targeted. His best champion, Sidwani, because he's so good at facilitating his lanes and getting engages off in the mid game, keeps getting taken off. Maokai's off as well. I think it's become incredibly difficult because Closer has a very small pool this playoffs.
Yeah.
Only 3 champions before today, and it's being really tested.
Which is crazy, because when you look at him coming across from 100 Thieves, he was kind of renowned for being a big carry player. He was the Lee Sin, the Nidalee. He wanted to step up and be that mainstay carry, but you kind of have to change your identity when you join new teams to slot into what the team needs, and this is what the team has said we need from you. It's just unfortunate that at this stage, when you need a different look, KC haven't been able to find it, and now, with their backs against the wall, they need to perform in a comp that is not going to be easy to do so.
Yeah, we're getting faster, we're getting faster. Does it get us into game faster? Go on then. No, we're still waiting. The crowd's rearing us up to go. It's nice, you know? It's nice hearing them loud and jostling for KC when it's just been crazy. Yep. You know, and I came into this split and I thought, well, you know, KC going to be 9th, 10th. We got to this point where not only they made playoffs, but they made it in firm fashion. I think it was even the week before the last week. And then here we're at this point. I mean, BDS have shaped up today. Let's be real. BDS have had better quality games. And we're questioning the draft a little bit. We're questioning the man on your screen, his role on KC this game. It's the biggest question of if they can snowball, if they can get this game rolling early enough.
And yeah, the way they've come back, I think this is such, I've said it before, but an excellent case study for what happens when the meta coincides with your strengths. When all the players on your team suddenly rise up in terms of their level of play, you have Targamas suddenly being incredibly proficient after getting so much flack. You have upsets at Pool becoming the strongest champions in the team, and Vladdy's consistent play, as well as Kana being played for well around Closer. So I think it's just everything coming together. It'd be a shame to see them go out.
But it is up against BDS, who consistently have shown that they belong in the top teams.
Put his hashtag in there.
But
let me OPGG that guy.
Where BDS, they stumbled, don't get me wrong, against MDK. They stumbled in their last series as well against Giant X, but they've still managed to trudge on. And now against KC, we're starting to see a lot of the BDS that we thought we would be promised coming into playoffs. And when they have shown that they have put in the effort, changing their style, with Shale moving from tank duty to being a mainstay carry, from Labrov turning into that main engage tool, which was lacking last year, their side lane control getting better. BDS have put in the work, they put in the leg work to get to a position where they can be considered one of the best teams in Europe when they perform to the expectations you expect.
That's why it's nice it's come back to that expectation we got from their regular season performances. I've been told we're loading into the Rift now. Let's hope that KC aren't like Bobby Sins. Diamond 2, 63 LP, support main, you know, got to Master before, but again, for Bobby, much like KC, I think it is a hard road ahead. The drafts were questioned in both games. At least it wasn't as egregious, I think, as last draft. We've got question marks about this one, but last draft we were like, there are issues running into this Malphite, and the smart pick that came through from BDS, at least this time there's more avenues. Finally, here we are. Are they a Bobby? Or are they going to take us to game 5 and fight their way through BDS? Much to Giant X's chagrin, which I think means not a grin. Welcome back. Chagrin is bad, right?
Well, no, it's just Charmander smiling.
It's
which is really cute. No, it's Charmander, but he smiles.
What, chagrin. Yeah. Dagda, we're going to mute that. Can't mute Dagda, that's a lie. We can mute Vedius, that's the difference. And Aragon a little bit.
What? I was about to get into the runes. You don't want to hear about the runes?
No, I'd love to, I would. I'd absolutely love to.
Yeah, immediately looking across the board, the Conqueror for Kana into Adam. You know, range champions are going to be harder to keep stacked up, but he won't get the income from first strike. An interesting choice from Kana, looking for more lane domination against this tank. Adam, You know, my biggest questions in that draft were, what does Adam have on R5 into Rumble? And I was going down the rabbit hole of, you know what, maybe you go Mundo. You know, maybe you pull out the Jace for the first time in a long time. I think, Dagda, you said the Callista top lane was something you did get excited. I was excited.
Adam
you
has
were
been
grinning.
spamming lethality Callista top, and I was like, you know what, maybe this is an angle for it, but...
But it was a Scion.
Yeah.
And that was sad.
He's been watching Keen.
Are they faking the lane swap?
Are we?
Oh, they were spot on a ward. Good ward for KC. So I think they are trying to fake it essentially, because you can see Adam didn't show on the top wave. So like, oh, maybe we can try and figure out something here, but ward was spotted out. And BDS, again, like they're just going to try and see if they can withstand the early laning phases and then just come in to be that mega buffed up team when it comes to team fights.
Looking already in the early game, mid top prior should go over to the side of KC, which can convert into grubs later on as the Tristana and the Kennen team. On the other side, down in bot lane, you do have Prio for Closer, so he's going to path down to bot side, going to be able to get that the initial camp spawn of the grab.
I am curious though, because with Closer moving down towards this bot side, if they wanted to try and set up for some sort of play on towards the bottom side, but I don't think, as you say, they're going to be able to, especially with Upset and Targamas struggling to get that the priority in that bottom side, but always an option when you have that pressure coming through. You can see Vladdy already starting to lean down, place a ward just to try and spot it exactly where Sheo's going to be.
For the time being, the Corki Tristana matchup continues doing what it does mid, so we'll focus on jungle pathing that slides its way down. My biggest thing is what you guys said approaching draft before we got into game. It was talks about the brand, what it does to this comp as well, what KC does running into this draft. I just want to see how it operates as we get to the mid game. KC had a really strong start last game, and it didn't make for anything as BDS started getting into team fighting mode and started becoming really dangerous.
Yeah, I think the big thing last game was the Morgana Black Shield became incredibly, like, it became harder and harder to deal with as the Vi, whereas Closer now, it's also quite difficult for him. I think dashing into a brand and generally AD carries and a lot of lockup is incredibly difficult when you don't have a lot of facilitators to be able to play off of, like an Ari and champs like this.
If you do get the ideal team fight for KC, though, he can have a field day. Like a big Kana ults into those resets could set them up beautifully, but good ward here from BDS already. Despite a Closer trying to get in onto this bottom side, and Sheo is there, depending on how heavily they want to try and play this.
I think BDS are quite strong in terms of this 3v3 right now. Unless Targamas can get a big knock-up, I think it should be Closer going up towards topside grab and conceding this one. I mean, they do have Prio in the mid lane with Vladdy, but yeah, Sheo are going to be able to secure this. Another question is, can he double back and go to top grab as well? But looks like he's just going to recall and do his respawn caps.
We'll just see what happens through mid as well. Burst trades often lead to topside priority as Closer moves his way up. Sheo's a little bit slower, and Closer will just have this in the bag nice and easy there. So full clear, done and dusted.
Yeah, Sheo isn't going to reset though. He's just going to immediately take the camp. So a bit worried about Closer trying to come in and steal it away. He dragged it away. Nicely done.
All right.
So able to get them all for Sheo. So Sheo, like, good heads up, cancels a reset because he knows that Closer's going to try and evade it now, getting some decent damage down onto him as well.
Yeah, the damage is there. I mean, Closer at half HP though can out-sustain this. Sheo running forward, gets another stun again. In fact, Closer, he's close to getting that Blaze passive on him again with Conflagration, if I can say that properly, as Kana comes up to support.
Yeah, that's a disaster for KC because Closer has Prio in both mid and top lane, so he's looking for this invade proactively. Kana was on the way, but he gets chunked too hard to the point where he can't steal these Krugs anymore. And that's just going to be a happy Chappy and Sheo going to be able to clear down the bot.
See, he's not happy. His Ice as he gets stunned up and pushed up against the turret.
It also means Closer's invested a lot of time on this opposite side, so he's going to be very behind in tempo. So you can see reset now from Sheo. He can move immediately down into the spot side. Could look for a potential dragon just off rip if he wants to, knowing that he's got that little bit of advantage on timing over Closer, and then still be in a position to look for the topside camps, the Void Grubs when it comes to Ice.
Targa gets another good engage. I mean, Ice is isolated and has to barrier out. Labrov's on a mission, but meanwhile, Ice is stuck in the freezer.
Yeah, it looks like Labrov kind of moved over to see if he could help him out with the big grin on you as you move over towards the helping out his jungler, because Sheo, instead of also going for Dragon, could immediately do these two camps and then start to lean up towards Void Grubs if he wanted to full contest here as well. So you got a lot of options as Sheo since he was off that a little bit quicker. I mean, Closer hasn't even reset yet.
Ice as well, his mana condition is pretty poor, right? So I suppose Upset is as well, but this Dragon could be contested. Either side, kind of weak right now. No barrier for Ice as well if there's a skirmish.
We look top though because something's happening with Adam. Level 6 reach for Kana before, so Slicing Maelstrom comes out. Decimating Smash gets him on the back end, but Adam is chunked to half HP.
So the idea is he has a slow push coming in. Maybe, you know, Adam will be a bit scared of the dive and back off. I suppose he has that zombie form anyway. He has no TP to bail himself out of this kind of bad situation on this slow push, so we're going to try and catch the wave on the tower.
Closer making a desperation play here. He still hasn't reset. So this Dragon was going to BDS. They should spot Closer hasn't reset though as soon as they get vision of him, which means that you're actually able to immediately roam up towards this top side as well. Closer's early pathing, like he took a lot of risks to try and make something happen, but this is just giving a lot of control to BDS.
Yeah, the 3v3 down bot side wasn't winning, and then he tries to invade with Prior. It doesn't work out. The hook comes out though.
Line starts us off. Second skin now stacking up. Targamas gets the disengagement. Look who's there. Sheo about to roll on in as Upset does the same thing over a wall. Meanwhile, we go towards mid because Nuke and Vladdy are fighting it out as they do. But nothing happens down bot side. It looks like in the end, it just Targamas getting out of dodge.
We haven't even talked about mid lane, where these trades, of course, the same matchup over and over again, but they are very volatile, right? They can be extremely volatile, so you can get a lot of attention towards there. Closer going to sneak away the grubs as well, with Sheo being late on them back in base.
Yeah, it stayed around to try and help out his bottom side, so I don't think BDS ever noticed that Closer hadn't reset. I think they thought he'd gone for the reset and then shown up on bot, so hadn't done his bot camp. So Sheo expected to say, hey, he could probably stick around a little bit longer and then come back out onto the top side of the map, but now that Closer has reset, immediately moved top side, means you can't really contest this either.
And also, Sheo probably thinks, you know, it's expected. He's probably going to get grubs because of the fact that they have a Kennen into my Scion, as well as the Tristana push. So just going to concede it, play for bot push, and then reset and full clear once again. This is the big strength of the AP junglers.
That's Scion who just altered back to the wave as well, so now that's off a cooldown, but at least he catches the majority left of that wave, but still. Big CS lead, big gold lead for Kana in the early game, as you'd expect. Adam decided to play Scion into this, and you know, Kana's getting a bit of a freebie again. We just have to see what he can do with it while Adam push back to his wave. Camera keeps scanning bot. That is a nice cancel, actually. Look where the wave is, gents.
Is he on a ward? Or is that blind?
I think he was just... Oh, no, actually, yeah. Might have just been blind. So saw him pull off the wave and was like, I'll just check and see what happens.
Pretty smart. Targamas is here. We ignore mid for the time being. Sheo's just covering as well. Flighty tries to get the push.
Yeah. Just trying to let Nuke clean this one out and then probably look for the reset. They're going to try and invade on this bottom side, knowing that Upset hadn't reset, but they don't have the numbers here. This is going to be very dangerous.
Labrov could be... Ooh, the buffer on the hook. Very nice to get out.
Really nice. Actually, he was in a lot of trouble if he didn't.
But it was also, like, look at where Nuke was. Nuke had just gone for the reset, so a little bit of an overextension, honestly, from BDS they were lucky to escape from.
Slicing Maelstrom starts off. Adam might be in a bit of trouble. This is solo kill territory. I'm waiting for the Shuriken to come through, but a minion stands in the way. Massive wave up for Kana as well. Adam doesn't want to miss out. He's got flash. He burns it under turret. That's big. Kana is going to kite around a decimating smash as well. So the stun stops it, but I mean, the fact is Adam can still stand here.
Yeah, the E flash.
Oh, he got him. Got him.
Does he fall? No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. But at least the minion wave, I feel like for Adam, the Pulse would be watching that saying, man, at least the minion wave's gone.
Yeah, at the very least, Adam played that quite well. E flashing, flashing away from the E from Kana to avoid the 3-stack passive of the stun. Managed to clear out the wave. The initial Q gets cancelled, but that only puts it on 2-second cooldown so we can cast that again. Still, very nice play from Kana, using the Conqueror to find that dive.
Pressure on from Nuke. They started to teeter down towards his bot side. BDS heavily playing for Ice in this lane, but here we go.
Timing's not good. I mean, Closer is here, but yeah, Sheo's behind as well. The Brand has himself a Pyroclasm to throw out. Closer's going to blaze for a little bit as Lebrov is the trade. It gives a reset to Closer. Dredge line there. Ice pull back in. The Heartbreaker playmaker. Closer comes in. And looks better than Showmaker.
Just barely not enough damage to try and finish off Closer there. And there's the resets we're talking about. Able to finish off Lebrov and then set up for a lovely hook onto Ice afterwards.
Yeah, it looked a bit dicey when Closer's W missed on that Viego. It looked like he was left out to dry and the combo from Sheo was going to do too much damage, but he manages to find the combo into finding that reset.
Wait, you can go forward on this. Vladdy just jumped away. Ulti burned. Satchel Charge going to explode for a bit of damage. Nuke has flash available still, but Vladdy paces off as Lebrov now hovers.
X-Flash potential there for Lebrov, but they're just going to back away. But we're going to catch the replay here as the engage comes through. Sheo does get a good ultimate off the back of it, but just wasn't quite in position right as the play comes through. Good heads up from Targamas to get the Hex Flash just behind, just out of vision of that ward as well. And even then, you get the hook from Lebrov, but as the damage steps through, like, you get one bounce, goes to Targamas, and then back to Closer, but kind of fizzles after that. And then Closer barely able to get the kill, and then follows up with the hook onto Ice.
Yeah, the damage from Upset's ultimate there and the chain lightning and the continuous chase down is just too much, and they don't find it.
You see that as well? He Heartbreakers away, so the Blaze passive doesn't hit again for the double, so he doesn't actually die. Also, when he's possessing too, with a Sovereignty or whatever it's called, Closer avoids the damage from the passive on either Upset or Targamas. So, again, insane play. That has now actually netted an early game lead for KC on top of the one already brewing in top, through bot, through jungle. We had a lot of questions about what this Viego could do, and for KC, this is the perfect opener for them to try and launch into a game 5.
And while I do like BDS's draft more, it's not as unplayable as last game, right?
Yep.
Like, you still have a lot of ways that you can try and take these fights with good flanks, with good opportunities to set up for plays. So KC, off of this lead, can most certainly bring us to a game number 5, especially as they start to look towards things like Dragon here. I'm going to try and steal that one away. Void Grubs are up on the opposite side, but you can see BDS have already invested onto this bot side of the map as well.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to contest here. Unless everyone abandons Closer and Sheo can make his way in. Labrov is going as well to play Human Ward.
Thinking about it. I mean, maybe the fight afterwards. Closer is here. Might have to get the smite down. He does. But BDS now shown 3 members here. In KC, there's an opportunity to just walk up to topside and get 6 scrubs. Closer's thinking about it and probably doing it.
But like you said, I completely agree. This is the perfect game state for KC. They really need to find something with this Viego, because naturally Viego's going to get out-farmed by Brand, outpaced, and eventually that lead's going to culminate into too much for the side of KC to handle. Still, great plays from Closer, just getting every objective across the map and skirmishes down bot side.
Kana cresting very close at level 11. Going to try and force Adam away from this top side. With Vladdy coming across, this is going to be 6 Void Grubs. And you've already gotten 2 of those plates on top side as well. So Kana going to start to extend this 1.4k gold lead that he finds himself in and be able to play highly aggressive in these fights. So BDS looking to try and trade this underneath the mid-turret.
This is the Hex Flash, isn't it? That Nautilus is coming over the wall, and now Vladdy knows that he's got Flash available, but Dredgeline hits nothing instead. Vladdy just going to kite it back. Forward he goes with the marching band, and I guess he's the trumpeter. Vladdy just pushes Labrov off, and at half HP, they're back away.
I feel like I've seen this before in the previous games in this series. BDS have no answer to the plays being made from KC, no cross maps available. They can't take any jungle camps. They're already taken away by Closer, and there's no dive down bot side. So now Closer, they secure the grubs and the red buff.
Everything in the kitchen sink. This early game from KC is going from better to best, and it's more than a 2k gold lead now. It's with the 6 scrubs, going to be 3 shortly. Vladdy stays for a little bit though. Is it too greedy as Ice has the ulti available? But there's no tag at a second skin. He just procced it. Vladdy gets out.
Ice considered it, but not going to try and go too close to Closer. He was waiting in behind his mid laner. So say KC take that opportunity to shift down into this bot side, set up vision so they can spot out at BDS. They're going to be here to defend. I think Upset, especially with Static Shiv, should be able to push in this bot wave fairly quickly. And KC now pressure on top and bot lane.
Bro's the fastest clearer in the game, or at least one of them, right? Brand clears so quickly, and right now, because of Closer's tempo, he is up in CS in the jungle, which just feels like it's unheard of.
Yeah, it's unheard of, and it's just part of this naturally accruing lead across the board for the side of KC. I mean, in top lane as well, you have plating's difference, you have a CS lead in jungle when you should be out-farmed. It's just winning across the board for KC.
There's little that BDS can really do. Closer
On a ward. Peekaboo. LeBron might have to dredge line away, and he does indeed, as Closer just shows and puts pressure on the map, while Kana's fine because he knows exactly where the enemy jungler is. Adam is just stuck in lane.
At the very least, I will say that KC have had more lanes of prior to play around. So you've seen Closer attack Brand, attack Sheo. Maybe that's why he's been set that far behind a little bit. You have very strong prior in the top lane with a huge CS lead as well as mid.
And this is why KC have just been leveraging it super well, and now they can leverage it towards another objective of Rift Out. You've already got that top tower is about to fall with Kana as he clears out this wave. So Adam going to start to roam down bot lane. This is an old school trick with Sion as soon as he first got released, which is you just ult onto that bot wave and see if you can make something happen.
Yeah, conceding that first tower up topside is rough, but maybe they can find something onto Tristana. My only concern is he can buffer the Sion ult even if it connects.
Well, it does come down, and maybe they have to question where it is as Vladdy and Targamas are giving space. He runs out of range. Dagda calls it, I see it, and now we believe it. Kana has flash available with his ulti. Exhaust is only on Labrov, and unfortunate there, BDS do get out, but hey, first turret topside, the TP wasn't in vain because now Herald's also going down with it.
Kana doesn't even need to go for the ultimate, even though he has flash. He paths in a way which tells me he wants to avoid the vision and hide in the bushes, potentially find an ulti, only if it's free. Because on the other side, you have Closer securing a Rift Herald anyway, and once again, it's KC winning the map in the early game.
2.5k gold lead for top, by the way, after that first tower, 15 minutes into the game. We're going into a very strong mid game for KC. And this feels like the strongest early game, right? Last game we had a bit of an early game lead with their comp, but we started seeing some of the flaws of it. This time around, we asked for them to snowball, and we know where this goes with Upset again on Zeri, with Vladdy on Tristana again, with Closer on a jungler that can run the map.
But this is where it's a big enough gold lead at this stage that the comps just kind of stop mattering. Where KC are just going to be able to take over, because it's a 4K gold lead now, but Rift Herald in mid lane, that's going to crack open another turret. It's going to give you pressure, as you can already look on that bottom side as well. Another turret about to fall. It's going to be a 5K gold lead very, very quickly coming through for KC, and this is getting put to the point where BDS, this may just be insurmountable.
I mean, it's big for KC, but I mean, you can look on the other side of BDS and say, you know what, we can make an argument now that the power trough of Corki's gone, he's got his completed Triforce, and we're matching items across the board now. I suppose as well, Sion can kind of hold waves under tower now, mitigating any side lane threats. So maybe there's an angle for BDS with the relatively even items.
I mean, how much oxygen you have in your tank? The cope is there. I feel like at this point, 5K gold lead, and as you guys said, it's crazy. KC are back against the wall. Their first time in playoffs. Their first move here happens from Kana in the past couple of minutes, and it gets the flash out of Nuke, or rather, it was the W, excuse me. Kana's the one who flashed there, who tried to make a noble attempt.
It was a nice attempt from Kana, because he's like, oh, if I can get the pick on towards Nuke, I can't get exhausted in a fight, and maybe we can make something happen. But this means that Nuke can reset, TP in, no ult on Kana, no flash, a potential 5v5 with the Dragon if BDS feel like it, but it looks like they're not going to try and go for it instead. Sheo on that top side already. They're just going to look for the turret and the gold instead.
Yeah, securing Dragon, but they are bleeding a bit top side. I mean, they're going to lose a tower up top as well as multiple waves. KC trying to find plays down in bot side with Kana Flash engaging with that ultimate. But at the end of the day, relatively even trade. Second Dragon to go over to KC.
I mean, KC, look, second Dragon who's big. Cloud Dragon and Cloud Soul rather at that as well for a cannon. Hell yeah, we like that. I think as well for Upset, he's going to be cheering off that too. So the two electric rats on that team going to have a field day as, man, we're talking up KC because this early game has been supreme. It has been sublime. It has been perfect. It is what you want from a team that, again, I was just mentioning before Kana decided to flash over the wall, that this being their first playoffs, this being their biggest moment in the sun in the LEC in their debut year, and they are delivering when it's needed most.
And this series defines if KC is a top three team. But KC's gameplay has already shown that they well belong with the top teams that we have in the LEC right now. They've been so good at finding these moments in the mid game to turn things around. Their early game here has been absolutely spectacular, and that's why, like, it will be heartbreaking to lose this team if they lose here to BDS, because they've turned into such an immaculately strong team.
Because I think what we decide in this series is whereabouts in the top teams KC is, right? Are they in the top 3 for this split, or are they a little bit below, top 4, top 5, right? Depending on what happens with Mad, of course, season finals. Let's pause for a second, though, because Vladdy's caught out for a tiny bit. Lebrov's coming in, and BDS want to make this an engage. A Dredgeline would set it up, and onto Targamas and Closer. They're out of range now as BDS try to leverage some part of this gap close.
And what we're seeing right now, right, as well in the LPL 14.14, if KC on this patch go, or rather the same meta, similar meta, because it's similar on 14.14, go to season finals, I think they can be a very, very strong team, because it doesn't change. They've shown this is a perfect meta for them, and it'd be a shame to lose them.
I mean, again, we're talking about this because KC are in a winning position in this game, but they still have to close it out. BDS are the ones on match point. BDS are the ones who hold not only Mad's top 4 position, as Dagger talked about before, but Giant X's fate in their hands, as well as another top 3 finish for them too, just like the other splits.
And BDS has been a team that has turned around the unturnaroundable.
Oh yeah.
Every time it feels like BDS just find these moments with one fight, one pick, one just small opportunity to turn things around, and they will take it. So for BDS, they are very much capable of just taking this game out of KC's hands.
So essentially BDS or Eminem, as you're saying.
Yeah, I realized what I was doing. I was like, ah, crap.
Well, Eminem versus who? I don't know any French. I know Stromae. I don't know if that's correct. I know he's not a rapper, but absolute banger song as the setup is there. This is also a banger engage. LeBron has to flash away. Dredgeline gets him to the wall, but he's stunned up for a time being. Upset runs on any ultis, but is it too far? BDS say, no, please get out of our jungle. There's a reset there for Closer. Vladdy now joins in as well, and it's just an opening.
LeBron saying Papa Uwe on that one as he immediately regrets his life choices. KC now setting up for this push on the bottom side, and Kana is still on top. Like, he's still an absolute threat as he works his way towards these turrets.
And KC, they know they win. Targamas knows he wins, that he continues the fight, even though it looked like Upset might have been pulling back a little. They have 2 items across the board to 1.5, so they just keep going and forcing the play until Labrov falls. Is an excellent force, and now I imagine what they can do is strong side either Kana or Tristana here, Vladdy, and play for them in hitting this tier 2. It's a really easy way to snowball.
KC has such good control over this game.
Oh yeah.
But again, this is where you have to try and just close it out. Baron is up and available. You guarantee your mid push with this build from Upset at the moment, to having that advantage over Ice. So if you can start to play through that mid wave, set up your vision on top, let Kana and Vladdy be those threats in side lanes, and just continue to keep the pressure up, slowly burn down BDS as they try and set up on the map.
I mean, trying to set up towards Baron, it looks like there is a cheeky ward on the right side here, as observers can see, thanks to BDS setting it up a little bit earlier. So they know, again, that KC around this area, and Targamas, the angle's beautiful. Lebrov caught out again. When he's not on the rel, this guy struggles in the mid game. And once again, 0 and 3 here. KC have an opening towards the Baron.
Yeah, they have so much damage. They have the double AD carry composition that we always see. They can turn on it and rush it down if they want to, but they're going to play for the turn. Targamas fishing.
That ward is a little bit annoying for the time being as well, as close as coming in. The electric rat. Kana has flash, and down he goes. I mean, Lebrov doesn't have the exhaust available, but he jumps in, and Sheo under turret is safe for now. Vladdy's running up, tries to get the kill, and Sheo will survive off the back end as KC can't find their pick to open up the map more, but they get damn close.
That could have been the play for Kana. The exhaust was dead on BDS, but the flash and then the Seeker's arm guard was clutch for Sheo, keeping him alive. But now, Dragon in just a couple of seconds, and you don't have those tools for Kana.
Yeah, KC have to reset as well, so BDS are first on the map. I wonder if they can rush it down relatively quickly with Ice's DPS. Looks like they're going to sell for midway first and move into River afterwards.
But will they have enough time to do that? I mean, Teleport's going to be burned. KC moving into position. Ice spotted out, and they're running him down with Targamas at the helm.
Too slow.
And yeah, a Scion is going to do about 10 damage a second, as it's going to reset now, and it turns into a team fight where you know KC are much, much stronger.
Sheo doesn't have his ultimate, so that backline threat is completely gone, but KC don't exactly have the tankiest front line either, so this could be a moment where BDS maybe can play the front to back, but it's so dangerous. Kana's ultimate still a little ways away from being up.
I think the most important thing here is Sheo's really weak right now. Just 1.5 items, a broken Seeker's arm guard. He can't do anything. And once again, I have to criticize BDS's cross maps. Here, it isn't so egregious because you maybe think you can do the Dragon before they come off of their resets. But all game long, it's just closer. It's just KC doing objectives and there being no opposite play.
But it comes back to what Adam talked about on Euphoria. They don't feel like they're on the same page anymore. The things that clicked, the communication that was there, hasn't been there for BDS as soon as they got to playoffs, and they didn't know what it was, and we're starting to see those little cracks again here when BDS had an opportunity.
And don't you think it's funny, because in this series we've had the best of both worlds, haven't we? We've seen the cracks here, and again, you know, you guys criticize the macro, but was it game 1, gents, or game 2, the macro from Adam on the Cassante we talked about, and the fact that BDS were playing the sides of the map better? We've had both, and we've seen the failings and the success of BDS within 1 best of 5.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem here they have is they didn't realize how big Kennen was into Adam's pool. I think they have really struggled to find an answer, and going to blue side, if BDS do lose this, they'll have more room to target ban. That way they can maybe ban away the Kennen as well on blue side.
That's also what makes Kana such a good top laner. I mean, yeah, you can criticize his Gnar performance last game, but we saw the Jace previously in last week where he absolutely popped off, MVP performance. Here on the Kennen as well, it's been a clean game, and granted, he's against a tank, but Kana just has this small champion pool that he really excels at. Everything else sometimes can be a question mark, and it is nice to see, not only within this series, but within this game, that Kana is set up for success on a champion that I think he can do well on.
If we do go to a game 5, though, BDS has never won a game 5 in playoffs.
Oh my God.
Every single time BDS have been knocked out of playoffs, it has been in a game 5. BDS would have to overcome so many of their demons, not only just this playoffs, but historically as well, if they wish to take down KC and guarantee themselves that top 3 spot.
It's a big ask, isn't it? Again, in this game, we know it's more than an ask. It is a golden opportunity if they find a way back in, because the gold is out of sight right now. Baron is constantly the threat, and KC are setting up to clear some of this vision, but that ward is there again. They know they're starting it, and BDS are moving in.
I mean, look how much damage a Brand can do. If he throws it in right now with the magic resist shredded on the side of KC, they can get absolutely popped. So it's on KC now. Will they peel off?
Kana has no flash though, so he's going to join in the rest of the team. Adam looking for the flank, so KC pulling away. BDS happy enough with that. They can try and play off of mid-wave to try and get the turret. So Kana going to put pressure onto the tier 2 top, knowing that BDS will have to respond.
And let me repeat what Dagda just said, is mid-turret will eventually go down. Closer just hovers over the side, and BDS, I pull it back. They don't get mid-turret at all, and it's cleared away. But Dagda talked about Kana's flash not being up. We know one of the biggest tools for the cannon. That's about 5 seconds off cooldown. And so the fact that Baron's pulled off and BDS pulled them away, now that it's up, maybe a benefit for KC.
KC doing well as well, sweeping out all the vision that spotted them on the first attempt. Now you have the Void Seekers from Ice, going to be able to spot out if they're doing Nash as well.
But that ward is spotted that KC have not left that pit, so BDS will be very aware that this Baron is going down. They move into position. KC back away once more. Kana, they want to try and set up where they get mid-push and can get Kana some sort of flank opportunity, because if he has to try and flash past Adam, flash past Lebrov, it becomes very difficult to operate that team fight.
And 2 items now for Sheo. He's actually strong at this point. And they have a very good front to back. So they can find this kind of situation where Kana isn't on a flank and they can just auto-attack, hit the first target.
Yep.
That's ideal.
As long as Ice doesn't get caught out here. Closer again. He's the one with the level lead, and he's had this game in the palm of his hands for quite a while, still with the gold lead too. We're not at that point where gold stops mattering, guys. Just remember, we're way, way off that for the time being as we're focusing on this Baron, but there's also a Dragon Soul that spawns in a minute 30. Cloud Soul is huge for KC, a permanent buff that could lead them and get them into this desperate game fight.
It's great for people like Kana, so he can try and keep up in fights, but it is still going to be, like, again, a struggle as BDS. They've kind of slowed down the pace of the game. It's a 5k gold lead that started about 5 minutes ago, but hasn't really explored any further from that. So this is where at least BDS are getting items onto Ice now at 3 items. You're getting crucial moments for BDS to start to farm up.
That's exactly it, right? They've really stemmed the bleeding of getting hit on by those tier 2s with all the wave clear that Sion can offer. Kana and Tristana can't really do anything to snowball the game in terms of those bundles of gold that they can still secure in side lane. So BDS halting the bleeding, and I will say, I'll pose this to you. In game 1, we had something similar. It was a big lead for KC, and they got quite a relatively weak soul.
True.
BDS were able to team fight back and come back into the game and then eventually win it.
Well, KC as they approach again, we waited out. 25 seconds. Remember again, KC won game 1.
KC won game 1.
Yeah. Other way around. Dagda, what
Bar
do we
is
see?
being started. Kana threatening that inhibitor turret. Does he TP? This is going to go so quickly.
It really is. I mean, BDS making a mega play. KC are now walking in. It's pulled off, though. But that's BDS's damage on Baron. Again, double 80 carry with Brand. It melts. One mistake, and KC could drop.
Big wave lost to BDS in that bot wave, though, so TP definitely going to be valuable, especially if you can send Nuke down to start pushing this out. And I think it'll be Vladdy now who starts to take up that mantle of pushing in on bottom side. Dragon going to be secured for KC, though, and that will be the soul.
That's just soul. Cloud Soul for a game 4.
Yeah, an attempt onto Baron, and it isn't fruitful. And now it's just a Cloud Soul, like you said, so effective for these teams. Kana's going to absolutely love it, diving the backline, all the move speed that Zeri can get upset as well. It's been incredible for the face checking for Targamas too.
Well, I wait with bated breath still for this Baron. I wait for this Baron that's been drawn out for 5-10 minutes now. For the Cloud Soul now to be enacted. For the flash with Kennen. See if Lebrov can react. I mean, again, it's obvious that KC are not overstepping. They're not overstating the game. Wards are going to be cleared here, and they're thinking about starting Baron again.
You can see what Nuke and Adam are trying to expend both numbers there. This is going to work out. They're going to have to teleport.
It's going down really quick.
Adam starting to move in. Kana not really in a position, but Baron.
Targamas ulti's out. The Brand ult does a lot. Targamas in trouble. Decimating Smash, not enough. Not enough. He has Warmogs to come back in.
Kana on the flank, but Targamas is so low.
He's spotted. Wait, Lebrov, Dredgeline, flashed away from. A flash defensively for Kana. That is a bit of a nightmare. Mid's now going to be opened up for BDS.
KC have to run topside, and BDS, they're trying to keep them away from the mid lane turret. The hook! Not going to go out.
God, we're just on an edge, aren't we? Now Close might be caught out. Heartbreaker, no, he dodges away from Adam, and we're doing this tango in the jungle. No one pulls the trigger, but mid-turret open. BDS with a bit of gold, and the fact that the Baron was stopped as well is also their win.
I think the ring of move speed from the Cloud Soul in that jungle going to help everyone avoid any potential engage. BDS now, it's going to simmer away, and the recall's going to come through.
They desperately need to try and get these resets off nice and quick, because KC going to try and set up a ton of vision on this bottom side, maybe look to get these waves back in their favor, but KC, you can see how desperate they are to try and get some sort of position here for Kana to get these flanks, but his flash being down makes him significantly less less threatening in these fights. We'll have it up for Elder Dragon in 4 minutes time if we get there, but it looks like BDS want to try and use the fact that they got these core summoner spells out to threaten topside and threaten the Baron area.
Yeah, vision control going to be trying taken again for BDS. You have Labrov with his wards refreshed, and now control is over the side of BDS. It's on KC to face check.
Massive push from Vladdy on the bottom side. He has the TP.
True.
So
well,
BDS,
have to start it.
You have to start it, you have to draw it out, but there's the TP from Nuke.
I mean, he's going to try and bring in some damage of his own. He's part of the reason why it made it so quick. BDS sitting in front of the Baron. I mean, Kana's here, but again, Vladdy's just pushing for the game.
The Baron's
at
so
5K, the Baron's going down. BDS might have it in the palm of their hands, and it's not contested, but Targus, the flash three-man engage with Kana coming up as well. Shocks and awes. KC now explode the fight, explode the sides, and as Vladdy comes on in, and Ice tries to win it out, it's a trade. Upset cleans up the rest, and just like that, KC find their window to strike.
The Baron went down, but KC take the fight. The TP to the wave that was prepped earlier. It looks like KC have done it.
It was an excellent play with the side lanes from KC. They TP in and clean up. It's a 5-0.
They bring it back, and this is a dominating game to take into game number 5. The death timers are too long. The minion wave is there. And KC, when their backs are against the wall, the blue wall rises out of the deep and says, not today.
KC had never made it to playoffs in LEC. They do it. KC have never made it to the season finals. Can they do it? Or can BDS do what they have never done and win a game 5 in playoffs?
One final game to decide if KC's year goes on much longer or not at all. One more game to find out if Giant X will be carried through to the light by BDS. It all comes down to this. It's your favorite. It's a banger. It's a BO5 coming to the final game. BDS and KC. Only one will remain.
Silver Squad, baby!
The throw out, Closer is going to blaze for a little bit as LeBron is the trade. It gives a reset to Closer. Press on there, Ice pull back in. The heartbreaker, playmaker. Closer comes in.
Look at Alistair. Okay, look at nothing. No flash, no flash. Go. Guys, there's look here. We should start, no?
It's not contested, but Targus, the flash three-man engage with Carter coming up as well. Shocks and awe. KC now explode the fight, explode the side, and as Bloody comes on in, and Ice tries to win it out.
It all comes down to this. Can KC win just one more game and go on that road that they've been walking on for the entire year, but only as of recent have found their form? And can BDS win that game 5 when the pressure is at its highest? I don't know, and you don't know, and you're so nervous.
I am so nervous, yeah. Can't believe it went to a game 5.
It's crazy because just to recap, if you didn't get the context earlier in the day, KC winning would mean that Giant X is out of the season finals. MDK goes to seed 5. BDS, of course, is already locked into the season finals, but BDS has always finished top 3, so they definitely don't want to buck that trend now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the story for BDS should be that they should try and surpass that. Throughout the entirety of Summer Split, we've been talking about how do they evolve so they get past top 3. They can't even make top 3 right now. They still can, but they're so close on the edge, and you don't even know what's going to happen in this game 5.
It's crazy. And let's talk about the previous game as well, Jackies, because again, we had doubts about the draft coming out from KC, about some of the choices that were made, but you said, at the end of the day, comfort is your best bet in a situation like this.
I mean, yeah, it's true. I think in EU, if you have comfort in a high-pressure game, I think that's what matters. I think meta is important, but if you can like kind of round it out for your comforts, that's kind of what matters in the end. And I think, to be fair, I've just seen 4 prio games, or like 4 prio lanes, or like 3 prio lanes in 4 games, there we go, and all of them are won. So I think just get prio lanes and win. Like at this point, you have to.
It's spelled out for you, indeed. Let's talk about the ADCs as well. I know you've been looking at Ice so much, and he's been so tremendous for BDS. On the other side, we have Upset, who is also integral to KC's success. And again, last game, right? Ice almost just, yeah, well, effed over all of KC's plans, but it wasn't enough.
That kid's got hands. That's all I'm saying. He's got hands. But the thing is as well, I'm sitting next to Jackie's here as well, and every time Upset's in a position to just take over the game, you can hear how nervous he gets, how good is Upset. And I mean, his Seri is incredibly good. We've started, I mean, last week when KC was playing, he even had his Kai'Sa and Seri banned. Question is as well, should he be allowed to have one more game on this Seri, because he just gets away with it in the late game?
I mean, I think Upset is like for sure smurfing. I think this series is just about who gets better AD carry matchup and who gets ahead from lane. Because if one of those players get the lead, it's a hard time for the enemy team for sure.
It absolutely is. When we go into kind of like the final draft, when everything is on the line, there's a couple of things now that we've learned from these 4 games, right? We talked so much about the champion pool for closers specifically, and the fact that the brand wasn't coming out and that he was pushed into this Viego corner. It worked though, so does that now change the dynamic of this next draft?
I think it becomes interesting because you go into that situation with BDS on blue side where they don't have to ban the Sejuani. They can first pick that Sejuani for themselves and play off a power lane or top lane or bot lane, which is probably more likely.
I mean, for me, Sejuani should be out 100%. Like, KC are red side, right? So
yeah,
that's a 100% ban for me.
We don't know. Did we get it confirmed?
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just assuming that any team would pick blue side.
I mean, it makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that we had it.
Okay.
Yes, BDS blue.
Okay, so I think Seju should be out. Then I think Labroverel is out. That's already like 2 locked bans. So maybe KC might have a hard time drafting this, but it just depends on BDS how they can use the moment of blue side.
What did you think of the Ken?
Cannon? I mean, look pretty strong, yeah.
It was also something that gets kind of thrown in the pool, right? That you now have to think about on top of everything else. But when it comes to these 2 teams, you started the day showing kind of the meme format of template that we have when teams do things that are unexpected, specifically for KC. So walk us through how we got here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure all of you've seen this 10th and 10th, both in winter and spring, with the 2-7 meme being a thing, and already coming into summer making playoffs. They've just done something they've never done in the LEC. They've made playoffs, but they need to do so much more, right? They need to go all the way to make it to season finals to still have a lifeline, and currently they are there. They need to make it to that 7-5 to get up there, and it all comes down to this. If they don't make it in this game 5, where they've been spent their entire winter, spring, and summer to get here, it's no different than not even being here. They need to be in season finals.
It's insane. Give us a bit of an insight into kind of the psyche of a pro player in that moment, because I feel like you have a couple of players that are probably very burdened by the context of that year that just came, right? Upset because he was part of the situation where they couldn't make it work. But then you also have someone like Vladdy who seems kind of unburdened and is just playing his game.
I mean, for sure, it's like a really hard situation for Ghana, any player right now in this game. But yeah, I mean, KC players are for sure like handling it really good because they are performing out of their mind. And I think BDS, like, I've seen Adam call themselves the gatekeeper of top 3. So I wanna, like, if they wanna actually gatekeep it, then I wanna see something more.
Okay, well, we say it so much about the game 5s from BDS as they are stepping back on stage as well, but it's been kind of a trauma, right? The reverse sweeps, the fact that when it matters most, now maybe it helps here that they are already in the season finals. Maybe that helps. Maybe that just leaves off a little bit of the pressure. But I feel like if you're BDS and you're a competitor and you want to get to that top 3, you want to secure the best possible seed going into those season finals. You want to get another chance at playing G2, at getting to those finals. I mean, it's just important as anything else.
No one steps on this stage with the mindset they want to lose. That's the last thing you want to. And that doesn't matter if you're already in season finals. You've gone in a best of 5 all the way to game 5. The last thing you want to do is have spent your entire day for nothing to a loss, end the rest of summer and have to wait for season finals. I know it's just around the corner, but they don't care. It's all about winning, and there's nothing else to it.
And I'm going to ask you, who's winning game 5?
See, I know you're going to ask me. I honestly can't tell. It's been so difficult with the games we had so far, so I asked a random fan on my way here. They said BDS. So that random fan, I'm going to go with my gut with that.
Jackies?
Well, not saying BDS for my position is a bit weird, so of course it's a BDS win from me.
Oh yeah, it's good for him if he votes for BDS, so his word is worth nothing. Let's see if KC can pull it off just one more game to get them to that coveted top 3 spot. Nobody said they could do it. Let's see if they can.
We all said it wasn't possible. At the start of the year, we started getting an idea of KC. Both winter, spring, the 2-7 meme erupted. Again, they've already done so much getting to this point. And if they can get top 3, they can get season finals. Who knows how far they could go. If KC went from that to this, then you start asking, like, how far could they go? Could it end up being at Worlds? Like, this is a big run. They've got to do this first, obviously. That's way too far ahead. They've just got to beat BDS in now a BO1.
But that's the thing, BDS, they have never won a game 5 any time they have been in playoffs. This has got to be a first. They've lost twice to Fnatic, twice to Mad Lions Koi, twice they were reverse swept. And now Karmine Corp want to see if they can put them in their place a 5th time, a 3rd team to beat BDS in a game 5.
But I remember we were doing EMEA Masters, and I remember the BDS Academy fans were also saying extend to their Academy team. It's like a whole organizational curse.
Yep. These
best of fives, regardless they're now. BDS on blue side. I think what's really, really important now is the fact that they handle this Kennen. Kennen is so important in Pivotal here because they do not have answers. That Sion pick was very limp.
But here's the thing, so Rumble Trist, is it going to be the Sejuani ban? Do you let go of the Rel from game 1, the Ashe from game 2, where Karmine Corp were on the same side? Or how do they want to try and approach the draft? Because Maokai, by taking away, that would force us into a position where we are going for these more carry-orientated junglers.
And remember again, that other pick is the Rel for Labrov. Renekton gets banned away here as a potential blindable, but Labrov's Rel also is up and available if Team BDS want to get him on his strongest champers. I'm glad you brought up the Sejuani. That's a B1 lock-in.
Sejuani up and available, and they just lock it away. Corki as well, and they're going to lock in Upset's best champion.
Do you take away the Rel then? That's been the other ban that's been locked in. Do you try and steal away the Ashe? Because I think Targamas could potentially steal away the Rel. He's had some great performances on it. Or do you end up giving that potentially across the rod there? They steal it away.
I think the problem is not Rel. I mean, there's Braum, there's Alistar angles. You can go Ashe into it as well. I think it opens up potential for Leordian combos. Let's see what they pick.
That's got to be a little slight at the previous game of Targamas playing the Enchanter. As we channel through what are BDS going to pull out of their hat. I mean, they've been innovative drafters thanks to their top lane. Right now, it looks like go back to a classic ice back on the Jinx that he popped off with a few games ago.
And then you take the Braum. I think you're right, Aragon. You just set up for this very defensive bot lane where you don't really want particularly much to happen, but you've got a great team fight, a ton of slows and set up for this Jinx, and once she gets excited once, that could be the game decider right there.
Yeah, I think you could also do Nautilus for the lockdown versus the Zeri, but it isn't absolutely necessary. I think the Alistar is fantastic into the Rel as well as the Braum, like you said, but they're going to drop. They think we have enough options. We're just going to drop the second rotation and lock in our AD mid.
And that's where now, probably the Corki going to come through here to try and answer. Gives Nuke control over that mid lane. You get control over the bottom side of the map as well. BDS setting up for 2 strong pushing lanes, which has already been a major factor coming into this. The big question is, what does Adam want to try and take now blind into this top side? Is it just going to be the Cassante, or are Karmine Corp going to try and ban it away, knowing there's too many answers for Labrov on that support role?
But I guess also the other question is, do you now start banning supports as well? What pull do you pinch, considering you've already got the Rel?
I think you could definitely ban supports here. I think Renata bans Curious. I mean, it helps you survive single target burst combos, so maybe they're edging towards something like a Viego composition, regardless it's ranged.
I think it's great anti-dive as well, so it's probably Rel, probably the Braum, just things that do very well into dive compositions, because you're already setting that up, right? And as you say then, if you want to go for the Viego, less of an issue. If you want to try and go for even the Kennen again, for Kana in that top side, less of an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now, support pinch away is pretty important. There's the Braum, and now you're setting up for a Braum for the side of BDS as well. You have so much free hitting, so much CC potential with the Sejuani as well. I think that's a great takeaway for BDS. And then, like you said, blind for Adam, what's he got? And then R5 counter pick for Kana. We've already seen him flex his muscles. His Jace just got banned.
It feels like a Cassante pick coming through for Adam. They're setting up well. Option to potentially pull it away, but I don't think that's it. I think you want to guarantee yourself a good matchup here where you can go for the Gnar, something like that. So
I think
that's
the Gnar,
probably where they're looking.
You're completely right. I think the Gnar is the pick. Kennen and Jace do counter the Gnar extremely hard. Maybe Adam's fishing for a Gnar blind pick as they lock in the Viego like we called.
Yeah, it's going to be going back to comfort here for Closer. Worked in the last game, needs to find that early success again, but this time doesn't have the same momentum pushing lanes, so going to have his work cut out for him in that regard. Moving forward now though, feel like it's the Braum, feel like it's the Cassante, but BDS, what exactly do they want to try and lock in here?
We've been setting up for it, haven't we? And it would just be a standard round out. Labrov thinking about other engage tools to follow up. The Rakan into this Rel.
Okay.
Dag just shook his head a little bit. Aragon looks a little bit sus.
The thing is, I like, the Nautilus because you can interrupt the crash down. Same when you look towards something like the Braum, you can get in front of it, right? The Rakan doesn't have that option. You can be stunned up relatively easily. So I think this is a little bit dicey. Good when people are playing into you because you can get that ult off, but...
No way. Are you going to blind this top? Do you just assume Kana's going to play Cassante?
Jax, Camille, these are all great options, but now Kana kind of needs AP. That's the problem. So what does he have? Akali is a fantastic matchup into the Olaf because of the value of the execute, as well as just not being able to auto-attack her. I really think this could be a lock-in.
I mean, again, we talked about Adam's champion pool. Is it going to be exposed? Is there going to be a question here? He blinded Olaf B5, and Kana, the question is whether he's going to take Akali top. to final to round it out. Akali top lane here. When KC's year hangs in the balance, you know it's going to rely on that lane.
This matchup is so good for Akali because of how Adam wants to play on low HP on the Olaf continuously, and Akali can execute him from low HP. You also have the Shroud. He can't land the axes, he can't auto-attack. It's a beautiful counter pick from Kana when they need AP.
That gives you so much threat for this double AD carry on the backline, makes it so difficult to operate. But if you come out of this laning phase, even as Adam, there's very little that Karmine Corp can do to stop you. Like, if you were just running down Vladdy and upset, they have no way to really deal with you. So this does become an issue. This game, again, when Adam locks in a champion like Olaf, becomes about Adam, and he needs to make it about Adam.
And I know on the desk, or at least the stage for that final game, Jackies was talking about how AD carry getting ahead in the matchup dictates the game. But I feel like we're going to be starting by talking about the top lane, who comes out of that lane ahead or at least alive, because that feels like it could actually dictate this game and maybe help decide this series.
Yeah, I think the thing is with Kana here on this Akali, he doesn't have that many threats. You know, he doesn't have a Vi on the enemy team who will point and click him. He has just auto-attackers without much peel who he can dive in the backline. I think Kana, if he gets the ball rolling, he can definitely run away with it.
To get that ball rolling is going to be tough though. Level 1 to 3, Olaf gets push. When you look at mid, you get push. When you look at bot, you get push for BDS. Opens up for potential invades, and we've seen what these triple prio lanes can do as we roll on in to game number 5.
We get to find out what the fate of KC is, what the fate of Giant X is in the same game. We've been saying it all night. BDS win, it's sorted. Remember that a KC win here keeps their unique dream alive. And it is crazy that they're in this position to even approach season finals when BDS also set up Giant X off on that same road to Munich. Remember, if you're interested, which you better bloody should be, you can grab your tickets for the EMEA Masters and LEC finals in Munich now on Ticketmaster. Yeah, I'd be buying, because right now the stonks of KC have never been so high, regardless if they win this or not. I mean, this has just been an incredible end to the year. And BDS have been challenged. We thought they were our second or third best team. Yes, there's been some mistakes. Yes, let's be real. The series hasn't been perfect, but KC have been challenging them every step of the way.
And I do think this game is looking very BDS favored. I think with the range advantage down bot side, they should have prio. As I say this, they're looking for an invade. Is this a lane swap?
Looks like it.
Ice is going top. And how does that affect the matchup?
So curiously, it's not an early game painful matchup for the Olaf. Maybe he's just not familiar with it and he doesn't want to lane into it. It's very much Olaf favored early game, and then as the game goes on, it becomes incredibly difficult. But still, gonna avoid that laning phase of the Akali. That's probably their goal.
At the very least, Adam helps out, as you expect here with the lane swap. A lane swap for a game 5 keeps it a little bit more interesting. Again, I was talking about season finals before. Ticketmaster on sale now. You can go and check those out. And hopefully, if you're a KC fan, they'll be there. Hopefully, if you're a BDS fan, you already know they'll be there, depending on who you love more. Vladdy, big trade from Nuke. That's rough. 2 hit first.
Really well played by Nuke, just playing very far up in the lane, hits the level 2, immediately goes in. Vladdy not respecting it, and press the attack on towards Nuke makes him very terrifying in these plays. Yep. Same for Kana, who is very terrified of potential dive on this top side, so we'll completely back away from this turret.
Yeah, looking for a potential 3rd into 4th wave crash for the side of BTS, and then you'll send your bot lane back down to bot lane to catch this wave and mitigate any tower damage. My only concern here is the fact that Olaf's going to be behind. You've set yourself quite far behind now in terms of levels.
And he doesn't have teleport as well. So it's not like the teleport can be matched for the growing wave that we often see the trade of the map. So Kana can't have a bit more versatility. Adam can't. He hovers around and gets a push in.
So I suppose this is a problem that Kana has with the champion. He doesn't really help jungle clear. His jungle clear is terrible, and he can't gank mid lane like a TF would in terms of a lane swap. So he just has to wait. He doesn't have anything to do. And now after this wave take, BDS's bot lane, they should drop a reset. I mean, they could stay a little bit and potentially stop Kana running back to lane. But I think they should reset and defend that bot lane turret.
But also look at the way the map has been split out, right? Sheo moving back in towards his top side, going to clear out that. Could potentially move back up here as Kana tries to get into lane as well. So with the bounce back, maybe they want to look for some sort of play, but it will take a little bit of time.
It is scary if you're Kana here. You're not sure if the enemy bot lane are still here, potentially, you know, going to be here to gank you as you try to walk back to lane. He does make it back, though, and he's going to get that much needed CS. Mid lane push already as well. Vladdy having to burn TP.
But there are 3 plates that have been taken down the bot side, and Adam is yet to pick up 1 as well. So we go back to standard laning, and the CS difference is there. I mean, that's a big trade. Another reason, again, remember the fortification was buffed recently in top. It is harder to get those plating down, and still easy to get them in bot.
It's such a weird decision because there's no reason to lane swap. Your laning phase is okay pre-level 6. It's not that bad for Adam, so you're not avoiding a terrible matchup there. And then bot lane, your matchup is fine too. You've just dropped 3 platings to avoid not really a terrible matchup.
To upset on Zeri.
Also, setting LeBron behind in terms of Targamas, you can see level 3 to level 2. So in a bot lane play, potential here for Targamas to punish LeBron. An upset, having a great reset, even picked up the early cull as well to just try and even further grow this gold lead, matching the cull from Ice.
Yeah, now Ice has to face a potential bounce back. How will they navigate this? They need to crash. You can see Sheo is down in bot side, and I suppose Closer is not there. Nuke is chunked.
I mean, he's got no mana to really follow this play up. There's no Arctic Assault or anything. Sheo just pops his head in.
And that's the thing, Nuke still has to have his reset, so still can TP back into lane, so any damage to Vladdy will stick, whereas Nuke gets an option to come back in towards that lane. Push out for BDS though, and at least with Sheo showing that he's moved back into the spot side, Ice has the push.
Vladdy really needs help. Nuke, he's in such a good game state because he still has teleport, whereas, you know, Vladdy, he doesn't. He just had to share a bunch of XP, and now he's going to be significantly far behind as he walks back to lane. Nuke, however, he can just TP back in and be all right.
As we said, mid's going well, and we saw some of the trades on screen, rather. I am a little bit worried about top gens. I mean, again, this Olaf we talked about a little bit from the early game state. You know, Adam only picking up CS now, but you saw Kana actually got to push the wave out. He's walking back to lane. Well, Sheo is getting Dragon early, which is good. I mean, Kana's in a good spot to, again, approach that level 6 with a lead over this Olaf that we talked about being a fearful matchup.
He is behind a bit on XP naturally because of the lane swap, so things are going to be a little bit delayed in terms of when Kana can start fighting, but there's a Dragon skirmish here. Sheo, he's tanking that Dragon. It's very painful.
He's on a ward as well, so they know exactly what's going on. I mean, Sheo at half HP, as you said. Nuke is running in. The knock-up not connecting onto Closer. Lebrov getting battled away by Vladdy on the Gatling gun. BDS have just leashed this Dragon. KC will come in and yoink.
It looked like it could have been a decent start here with Nuke having at least the double longsword to the cloth armor on the opposite side, but Lebrov going that bit too far forward gets punished. You can't get the damage from Nuke, who hadn't quite hit the level 6 yet. And KC are able to pick up that Dragon right from underneath BDS's noses.
Yeah, Sheo, he was tanking the Dragon for an extended period of time, doesn't pull the trigger on the engage, but then you have Nuke dashing forward, so it felt a bit disconnected. In the end, Dragon goes over to the side of KC.
It's a good early game start. I mean, I feel like even though the EXP point there is for the top lane, Kana and Adam are even enough where Kana's only going to be half a level behind, but he still has the gold as well. Got double amp tome, and Aragon, I mentioned it because he walked back to lane because the teleport advantage is going to be there. The Sheo now starts grubs up on the top side of the map, trying to use Nuke as leverage.
Targamas is here though, and you can see Closer very quickly coming across. I think it's just a yoink one and dip, because KC, they can happily use Kana having that advantage on top side with the at least being in top lane to help out. So KC will be able to succeed on this.
My growing worry for the side of BDS is how they're going to manage this Akali in side lane. Because you have a hard losing side lane matchup in the Olaf versus Akali, and then other AD carries who are going to match the Akali, and Akali's just going to one-shot them all, right? So I think Kana coming into side lanes, come the mid game, are going to be a real is going to be a real threat to the side of BDS if they play through it properly.
Can't believe pull this out on a game 5
it's
as well.
so high.
It's crazy. I mean, Kana is the man of everything, right? Like, we've already seen the regular season. He played one of pretty much every champion available to him. He did the same in playoffs already as well. 2 of the Jace being the most played. But if he could end it here with a win on Akali to get into the top 3, who knows what they're possible of, as Upset now appears in the top lane. Ice is here, he's engaged on, he cleanses, he flashes, he gets on out, but that's a double summoner down as Upset just threatens him away. Now Ice is exposed a bit with nothing to his name left as Close as walking in. Is he caught out? The root's there, it's onto Lebrov. Good damage, but again, that's not the target.
But it still gives you the control that you need, and KC read the lane swap really well. Upset immediately up here, now you get the push out. You're the ones that can even go for the reset if you want, or just continue to take more plates on this top side, knowing Lebrov is realistically too low to kind of help out.
Yeah, both side lanes now going to be winning as well. You have the top lane play, like you just said, winning, and then you also have the Akali hitting level 6 as well. Significant item advantage in terms of the all-in. No summoners for Ice now, so that looks like a regank on my screen, if they can manage to find the CC potentially.
And Ice is thinking the exact same thing. He's just launching those zaps around the place, trying to figure out where the hell this jungler might be. But from this position, It's just going to be the reset from Targamas, and they're walking back towards that top side. But LeBrob stuck around that little bit longer on the top end, afraid they might go for the gank. So KC can get to this top wave quicker if they want.
I was looking at bot lane with Sejuani hovering the Olaf, potentially looking for the chain CC. I think now is one of the best times they can pull the trigger onto Kana as it gets worse and worse and worse. But not going to find it, going to reset if you're Sejuani.
But this is one of the places that BDS have been the worst at, which is trying to answer for what the enemy team is doing, be reactive instead of proactive. And we've talked about it all series long, where they haven't responded well to KC map pressure. And now they got Shea, who's trying to defend on bot side, but they've completely lost track of where Closer is. Upset is on his own in this top side. Yeah. We have to see BDS. We need, if they want to take control of this game, they need to be the ones proactively making plays, not responding to KC.
They definitely do. But that vision in the river is going to make Upset a little bit safe, feel a little bit safe at the very least. He can hop over the wall if he needs to get away, and he's just going to receive some more waves. I think it's pretty hard to play make with the lack of damage coming from the Labrov and Jinx here at this stage of the game.
But I mean, again, look, we've talked about it. KC's early game has been pretty good. The proactivity's been great. Again, BDS's response has been criticized, but at 9.5 minutes here, KC sitting with 2 grubs, 1 dragon. Kana's going to keep pushing out this wave. Aragon thinks something is a little bit disgusting what's happening.
I mean, that mana bar condition is not nice for Olaf there. I mean, he has a couple of cookies he could munch on if he wants to up the mana, but he's really kind of hostage in lane at the moment. Kana can take a free reset, but
tempo.
There it is. The Upset Rocket cancelling his recall.
Okay, well, slows things down a little bit while minions keep battling down as BDS are hovering around the top side of the map for now. Nothing available yet. I mean, Close is just going to try and come on in and find something. The root not there either. Labrov is out with a sidestep and Shao's there in case it gets a bit more dicey.
Nobody wants to overinvest anything on this play because Dragon is in 40 seconds, which is why you're seeing, well, what was, I thought Upset going to be moving back towards the bot lane to Kana to take top, but with no TP, it looks like they're just going to move Upset up, knowing he's a little bit quicker on trying to move around the map thanks to that E.
Completed proto belt for Kana here. I want to see them move him up to this grub fight potentially. I mean, grubs are spawning soon, as well as Dragon. He either looks for a 1v1 onto the Olaf with a significant item advantage, or he joins the grub fight and absolutely 1v9s it. It looks like he's going to choose the first one.
The only person as well with a fully completed item outside of the Zeke's Convergence. Shao has got himself that first item we know is cheap, but the fact that there's already a proto belt on Kana just kind of shows, again, how this early game has gone, and we can't stop talking about it. It's just been so good for KC.
You can see Adam already moving up towards topside, potentially shifting up to mid. Looks like this grub fight is going to go the way of BDS because they have numbers advantage. I mean, you can see Kana trying to follow closely behind.
KC are the ones that start it for now as well. Labrov and Ice thinking about an engage. Remember, the Jinx Rocket has a short cooldown. It's already back up and available, looking for a reset.
KC only need to get 1. That's all. They don't need to stick around for any more. They can go 3 for 3 and be happy with that. BDS are the ones that really want to try and get all 3 here to force themselves to 4.
Yep. I will say, as this game goes on, Adam diving the backline with a Rakan over the top of his head is incredibly hard to peel, if not impossible.
This is dangerous. Kana's a really good flank position if BDS try to overcommit to this. Targamas having no flash though, and no ult is crucial though. BDS might be able to play this with Labrov having his ultimate.
At least they're going to get the first grub, but again for KC, they're trying to move trepidatiously into this fight. Shao gets over the wall, there's the setup onto Closer. Jumping into the back line, Labrov gets deep and Closer heart breaks out, but look, Targamas and Kana into the back line as Ice is getting shredded, but Kana needs the damage, the Assassin's Mark! He couldn't auto Ice! They dove so deep, but KC was split in the decision.
Support diff on that one. Labrov had the level 6. He gets the charm. He gets the double knock-up and sets up for Adam to be able to make the play. But Vladdy?
He runs over the wall. I mean, he flashes as well. He's got the damage. Upset now follows too. They get nuked down and out he goes. Labrov as well running for his life while KC forces him off the grubs. A hero move.
That's a bloody rookie. Vladdy is jumping into the middle of them saying, lads, we've got to get this across the finish line. Follow my lead.
Just the sheer confidence to dash in 1 versus 3 into Fog of War, potentially. I'd love to see a replay of that, but like, this is the overall fight. Dak to take away with the support diff.
Yeah, you can see there, just the flash in onto the back line, gets the double knock-up onto Upset and Closer, flashes away. So Adam gets the 1-for-1 trade on the top side. Targamas tries to go into the bot side, but it's 4 members of BDS that are able to peel from Kana as well.
Yeah, you can see Kana, he doesn't have the gas to keep going. Once that burst is down, it runs out, and there's nothing nothing there to finish off the Jinx. Managed to use the Get Excited dodge out of the beam, but take a look at Vladdy.
What a beast! Jumping into the fight, says, flash it. I'm going to flash over. I'm going to outplay you all. I'm going to set up for these kills that KC desperately needed. And off the back of that, just the control they can hold. And look at Kana. That's not the play that the rookie is supposed to make here.
I mean, man, Vladdy, again, he's been a pillar for KC, hasn't he? We talked him up coming into this, and we'll talk him up again.
There is still one Void Grub there. If teams can get up into that position to try and steal it away. It wasn't taken after KC finished it, but 3-2, you're fine if you're going to look at Dragon.
Because they're looking at Dragon with a TP as well. Target's with the engage. The ult comes out. The Magnet Storm brings him in place, and Jungle's just under fire. Sheo needs to find a way out, but he won't. KC with a big pick in front of the Dragon that would make 2.
And this is the problem. Adam has no TP, so Kana comes down, and the threat of him being there as well means everyone else has to leave. Sheo gets stuck, and Adam, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to take much in the top side.
Is it the Game 5 curse? BDS not having the best of times.
God.
It's been a couple of these objective fights that have just not quite gone their way. Kana getting back to that top end to defend the tower, but BDS are not so lucky in the bottom side.
You ask a very important question, Dagda. Gold is even. That 4th grub won't be taken for BDS in the end. It's going to reset. That becomes Herald now, and as Closer hovers around bot with a very weak turret, they want a little bit more. KC feeling it as Targman sets up the engagement. Turret still stands strong. Upset is taking the damage for now as he engages there. It interrupts, and there's the quickness. Targamas is dead. Culling is max ranging Upset as well. Vladdy's here to save the day, though. A good boss response. A good boy. The turret almost dead, but Upset can't clean it up. Vladdy dies. Upset auto attacks and he wins it out. But Sheo cleans it up as well. We are in the mud for our Game 5. And I think Sheo's the only one to claw it out.
It's 3-2 on the kills as BDS will lose their bot lane tower, but that was very close to being a disaster. That tower stood for so long, dealing so much damage.
That tower did so much work for the side of BDS. They thought they could just finish it off with a couple of auto attacks because our loaders, but the fortification kept it alive. Initially, it was a nice knockup from Labrov to cancel the Rel W, and the Chain Season comes out, and KC, they get a little overconfident.
They weren't expecting Vladdy to come in here for BDS, and he's able to get a ton of damage off. But
tower.
1 dies, 2 dies, the tower gets more shots off, and then it's Nuke just barely going down to Upset, getting that little bit of extra damage to sneak past Sheo as well, sets him up. But that is now 4 kills on towards Upset, and when KC have needed someone to stand up, it has been Upset so often.
And then we just come back and like, wait, maybe Jackie's is right. I mean, the Game 5, Upset 4 kills. Zeri is going to get them through at this point. 1,700 gold lead, 2 items. Upset got so much off the back of that play, and now for BDS challenging the Herald, this could be doom if Upset gets uptime, and I'm looking at BDS trying to approach.
Kana has a great flank angle as well. BDS have to respect it. Ignite and ultimate available. Upset looking to poke Sheo out over the wall. The Rift Herald lower and lower.
Some of our best team fighters are trying to find their fight of their dreams, but KC get themselves a Herald. Targamas goes in. Perfect execution, but the charm! Lebrov's knock up is big. Adam is cleaning it up as the Heartbreaker out in the back line is even bigger. Adam survives. Kana jumps in, but he dies for the trade. You've got to clean up the rest. And Lebrov, man, the support diff in this Game 5 is insane.
It's absolutely massive. BDS find another team fight win, and now it looks like it's going to be the mid lane tower as well.
I cannot believe BDS managed to come out on the back of that, especially as I saw at the end, Ice was basically zoned out entirely, but just having enough damage with Nuke and friends to finish off Kana, finish off that fight. But KC, they want to interrupt. Lebrov, give him the dash, Ice, give him the dash.
Man, okay, Lebrov's going to get on out. He's not caught, but Nuke is finding the side lane.
Rift Herald in the mid lane. Immediately KC want to try and punish that. Lebrov getting caught out, so they will be able to get this mid lane tower. I'm pretty sure, especially with the next wave, Upset should deal just enough damage, but BDS fighting hard to keep this mid turret alive.
And the fight just keeps going. I mean, you'd think in a Game 5, everyone would be a bit more reserved, but they keep pulling the trigger closer, trying to find an avenue with that Rift Herald, sending it down mid lane. Let's take a look at this replay in this fight. It looks like Kana maybe can do something, but I think he gets his Shroud off late. If you take a look at when he engages, he gets chunked before anything can happen on this flank.
Yeah, you can see him come in here, and Lebrov, immediately he dashes into the charm, so can't end up getting that Shroud down. Then it's the knock-up. Nuke is dealing so much in this fight, because you can see Ice, he got separated over the wall, so it has to be on the BDS mid laner to step up, and he's just shooting people down left, right, and center.
I mean, it's 10 out of 10 kill participation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, What do you think? Who will win? BDS or KC? You can spam in chat because this game 5 is electric. It's 2 dragons to KC, and we want to hear it. 45 seconds until the next one spawns would lead to Soul Point for KC.
Adam is already on the mid wave, shoving that in, wants to make sure they can get control there, get the vision that BDS desperately want for KC, looking to approach this objective. Nuke, the only one with TP, considered going top, but is immediately going to go bot to match the pressure here from KC.
Yeah, first mid, move into the river for BDS. You have Prio in the bot lane because you have that TP advantage for Kana. You don't have it on Adam. Wow, that's close.
It is close indeed, and a fight's about to brew on top of it as well. You keep your eyes peeled because, again, this third dragon, I watch for Labrov with flash available. Guys, we also have a 2-item Lucian on Nuke.
Someone needs to match Kana. Nuke is keeping his eyes on him, but I don't think you really want to be that one that spots him out. They need vision in behind them because Kana can threaten this at all points in time, and not having Nuke there to open up at Culleen gives an opportunity for Targamas to look for engage.
You can see Kana tried to go for the flank down the left side, but he sees he's spotted out and is now going up the opposite side as well. But BDS are doing such a good job of marking him. He's finding it really hard to find a way in.
Sheo is tanking up as well. Labrov is absorbing the damage too.
Ice going towards the mid lane. They're going to threaten the turret, so KC, they're going to start this up. They're going to push back BDS.
I mean, Targamas starts to engage onto Labrov again. We watch for his flash to try and get this game across the finish line to get BDS back into the top 3. KC now going to be quickness on. Kana's caught out. The hope of the top lane is just dead at melee range. It's a snipe. GG kill. KC off the back end, and BDS zone them out while the Dragon is denied from going to Soul Point. And Kana thought he had the edge on them, but it was BDS lying in wait.
Kana with the counter pick, Akali trying his best to find a flank the entire time. Just gets chain CC'd by Labrov with the Rakan knock-up, and he falls. Immediately going to be a Mountain Dragon over the side of BDS.
I think we're going to start praising Labrov more and more, man. I mean, this game is absolutely bonkers as Adam and Sheo find closer, walking into a jungle that's no longer his. The permafrost stacked up as well. That easy. Guess who was involved in the kill again? And guess what Adam got?
It is not been a great playoffs for Labrov, but when BDS need him most, in game 5, to push them to the top 3 in the LEC, Labrov is stepping up massive on this Rakan and consistently finding the picks.
Things coming down onto the Nash. I wonder if KC might just pull the trigger on the Nash at one point here. They do have double AD carry. They seem to be fishing for it.
The question is, how desperate are you getting, right? Because again, in the early game, we saw some good kills from KC in the top side, but every time BDS are now in a fight, it seems to be going their way as Labrov finds Targamas looking for a return, but a 3k gold lead, a Dragon Soul stacking denied, and 3 grubs. BDS are moving into this mid-game quite strong with very fed carries.
And I think the biggest thing this game is Labrov managing to mitigate the potential flank opportunities that Canas does have on this Akali. He can never find a way into the backline, and because of that, the AD carries can free hit.
And this is the problem. Every time I think of what can KC do, it's like, they can't. Can you try and play for sides? Not really, because Ice controls mid lane, opens up for Labrov to roam, opens up for Sheo to play around them. Can you try and look for those potential team fights? You can't, because of how well BDS have set themselves up with the vision control. How do you try and get back into this game as KC? It has to be some sort of miracle flank. It has to be some sort of like TP down onto this ward to try and find this flank in onto the mid lane. But even then, BDS are playing so heavily into this topside jungle. These small wards that have already been placed by KC mean nothing.
And I mean, in KC, the fans are behind them. If you're wondering about the vote, bottom left, you can see 53%. The fans obviously behind them. But right now, BDS have the edge. And I mean, KC, they've come so close. It would be devastating if this team drops out right before the finish line, right before the safety net of season finals, right before that top 3. It's BDS's rightful place, but KC are coming up in, I was going to say disgrace, not absolutely. They're taking over. They just need to get through this final gap.
And I think now, what it's coming down to is upset. I think him, 2.5 items, almost 3 with that Lord Dominic's guards. Once he completes that, he's going to be the strongest member of his team by far. You can see that they're funneling so much gold into him. In terms of item parity, he's the closest. And I think it's on him in these team fights to turn it around.
One engage from Targamas, one big fight from Upset, the execute from Kana. It can turn back in KC's favor, but as this game is slowed down, as BDS look to set up the vision, play for objectives, this is where BDS are going to look to slowly choke them out, not give them that opportunity. We've seen BDS stumble in these positions before. But BDS in this series have looked way more locked in than we've seen all playoffs long.
Oh, yeah.
And it's now Adam who's moving bot to catch a Kana.
Because Kana's full committing, isn't he? Perfect execution there, and the culling comes through, but now an undertow to follow in as Nuke gets ultied out and the Shuriken toss to get on out, but there's a pick in mid onto Targamas, and LeBron with the quickness out, puts Targamas into a corner and gives Ice a nice reset. He moves into the mid lane and Closer can't do a thing but watches BDS with the pick have some turrets to start taking.
The wall worked against the blue wall there. Targamas couldn't get over it and ends up getting caught out. So then BDS find the pick, but there's not much they can really get off the back of it. It's some vision, it's some breathing room, but the dragon in a minute is still what we're looking at.
And BDS, you can tell they're reading all the plays. They knew Kana would potentially try to cheese. You had Adam shadowing Nuke in the side lane, so if Kana even tried to all in, Kana would have to disengage as well. So every single play that KC are making is getting read.
Jackies must be sitting on the desk, must be sitting with Shocks, with Goldborg, and thinking, oh my god, I think they can do it.
Every member of Giant X the same. Every member of NDK hoping they can take that 4th place the same. So much rides on this final game, both for KC and for so many other teams. But Karmine Corp, with their backs against the wall, need to find something here, some moment, and they're trying to find that pick onto Nuke. He still has flash.
Because Upset, he has 3 items. The hope, the carry, the pride of KC. Culling now going to be running into those 3 members as Nuke's ult is now down closer, pivoting off the edge, looking for the pick. Nuke walks into it though. The engage from Targamas is big. The shock from Upset also bigger as the rocket flies through, but Upset has his ulti available. Nuke might get the kill, but Kana fully sends it, runs on in. The final fight, is it? A big question mark as the Shuriken flip. It's baited. Permafrost there. LeBron for the first time this game, not getting a good engage. BDS are low. They have to run.
They've got the Scuttle Crab though, that giving them the speed up to try and disengage. They will be able to escape. It was KC looking for the pick, but Upset, he still has Closer here. Sheo on the way. Nuke has teleport if they want to try and overcommit for this, but Upset going to back it on away.
It's a nice attempt. Targamas trying to find the play, but in the end it's an overextension. He falls. Regardless though, not quite a Nash start for BDS.
And as we talk and live and breathe, and yeah, the turret is going to die.
Ooh, denying the local gold.
Yeah, he did. Looks like he wanted to. Still gives global gold over to BDS as Ice also picks up the Dragon, which is stat for this Olaf and Sedge. Gents, I was going to say, uptime for Upset in that last fight, although it didn't amount to anything, we're starting to see what it can do, and we're starting to see, again, why KC want to stay in that fight.
But it's about to be sad time for Upset, because Mountain Dragons being stacked for BDS is a disaster for them.
Very true.
You do not want, like, you're looking at Kana trying to burst people out, Vladdy trying to find these fights, but the more stats that you are getting to defeat that, it makes it very difficult for KC to really find these threats in these fights.
And so far, let's just say, compositionally, I mean, we loved what KC did in the draft, right? We loved the response, but this Akali top hasn't delivered on the level that we expected. I guess the lane swap, you could argue, for BDS was a start to that, but I think when we saw the early game lead, we saw it good for KC, and we didn't see the lane swap go all that well for BDS.
But the thing is, you look at that last fight, that could have gone KC's way.
Yep.
It was so close. Now, don't get me wrong, BDS, you know, Sheo's ult went wide. There was a lot of missteps. Lebrov ult missing and going that bit too far forward. But if these mistakes come through, KC can capitalize. It's just about trying to find those moments.
And what you're saying about the Akali, so much of what Akali as a pick should promise you in terms of team composition is just not shining through.
Yep.
The side lane threat onto AD carries, the ability to dive backline with very minimal peel, it's just not there because players like Labrov finding the engages. You saw Sheo in the last fight headbutting Akali out of the engage and locking her up, and she just could not move because she had all the stacks on her.
Because right now, Adam is rushing backline, and it's working better, right? Adam has been more influential on this Olaf, now with 2 items in Sterak's Gauge, which gives survivability. Then Kana, and you know, there's experience there in the top lane, but it's nice to see Adam in a game 5 also stepping up to the plate when he was criticized coming into this series.
BDS are stalling though.
They are.
They aren't finding the push that they need. Like, Ice is getting control over mid, but getting vision in this top side has not been happening. Getting pressure onto this top lane has not been happening. The game is slowing down, and it's giving KC these moments for Upset to finish off a potential Infinity Edge, but here BDS is stepping forward.
So the thing is with BDS right now is that they have side push in both sides, and what they can do is bring up Nuke into the mid lane and then continuously get pressure in that top side, potentially able to start up Nash at any point right now. Look at this vision. It's going to be so incredibly hard for KC to check. I mean, they do have a little bit of vision, but they don't know if the Nash is being started.
Again, completely blind, as you said. Lebrov is hovering over the wall. He can join at any time. Blast Cone is separating them as KC need to walk on in for the series, for the game, for their season finals, for their life, as Targamas is hit out hard with range. 5K being bursted down. Upset's doing damage, but still the Baron holds its ground as Closer looks for the steal. Baron hasn't fully reset. It hasn't fully reset. KC running into the pit. Their hopes and dreams are down. Closer's dead. Baron hits the ground. Khan has to get out of there, but BDS, their macro is safe and sound.
Adam was trying to chase them out, but Targus goes in.
Magnustorm is there. Shao re-engages onto Upset, who needs his uptime. He starts fighting it out, but Nuke runs in and takes him down. BDS are given Giant X signs of life.
Upset tries to find the angle, dashing over the wall, but Nuke does too much damage and two-shots him.
The curse might be broken here.
Dagger,
BDS with the Baron in tow will crack open the base. The TP from Nuke onto the bottom side. They want to try and get more. KC, what have you got left in the tank? Because it feels like BDS have run it dry.
It's a major advantage. It's a major play. It is 10K now in BDS's back pocket. Inner turret bot drops. KC are well and truly in the backlogs of this game. Their year in culmination now decided by what looks like this Baron.
But it looked like maybe this could be the steal from Closer. Watch as he goes in, gets the invincibility. The Upset putting damage onto Labrov, manages to scoot away, and here they just about manage to keep the Baron rolling.
Nice attempt.
But the second Adam spots Closer, it's all hands on deck. Finish the Viego, finish the Baron, finish KC. But here, the re-engage from Targamas Nerdy goes well.
Yeah, and you can see Upset trying to fly over the wall as well. But take a look at Nuke's damage. It's just too much. He's too fed, and one shot Upset through the double auto attacks.
Kana jumps back into the team. Ice is all she wrote, and Nuke again. I mean, another great performance on this Lucian. Someone who I voted as one of the best mid laners throughout the split as well, throughout this regular season and playoffs. It feels like Nuke, although BDS haven't had the best time, Nuke has been that guy in some games, and it feels like in Game 5 on this Lucian, he's that guy again.
Solo killing Humanoid, now stepping up against Upset, trying desperately to lead BDS to the promised land, to guarantee themselves that they will continue to be the gatekeepers of top 3. And Baron buff now working with them. Another inhibitor tower falls.
Upset needs to pull off a miracle here. He has all the gold, all the damage, and if they can find a Viego reset, that's exactly what they need for Closer.
They haven't found one all game, have they? Closer, it's his most played champion, or his second most played rather. And BDS now with a reset, try to find the final trigger as Upset sitting back. Closer's tagged out. The range is too much to deal with. Nuke as well burns a hole right through them. Even the zap is hard to look at. The range, Aragon says exactly right. One Nexus turret left remaining.
Targamas has flash though. Can he find the engage? It has to be on the Rel. It has to be the support.
The man who's been criticised all year finds a Magnustorm, but Ice is not in it. KC have run out of gas. The Nexus exposed. The blue wall has turned grey. A year completely done. They were so close yet so far, and BDS will carry with them Giant X to the season finals. And BDS back to the top 3, Dagda. I want you to tell me that curse is gone.
The curse has been broken. Game 5's no longer hold back BDS. Top 3 is secured, but the next curse remains as they will look to face off against G2 in their next series tomorrow.
I'm scared. Labrov doing so much work in that game. The constant peel, the engages, his Rakan, making Kana a complete non-factor, playing so damn well.
On the opposite side though, heartbreak for KC. We will have to vote for your key player of the series at LEC on BD or on X, Shao, Nuke, or Ice as we toss it over.
Well, you can toss it to me, Dagda, because as you guys were saying, it was an insane end of year for KC. They challenged BDS. You know, you got to say your farewells because KC were one game away from not only going to season finals, but going to the top 3, as many people started thinking, well, maybe they can do it. A dream run taken away, and now their year done until 2025.
They will fall here, but they were one of our top teams.
Yeah.
KC showed up. KC showed what the blue wall really could do, and it is heartbreaking that we will not see them in the season finals. Let's be real, they are one of our best teams, but it is BDS who are all smiles and giggles as they will find themselves in towards that top 3 spot.
It's such a shame because I feel like everything positive about the game, it culminated at the right time. It felt like everything was going well, whether it was gameplay, whether it was meta, everything. People stepping up where they weren't before. It just wasn't enough in the end.
I mean, at the end. You know, they showed what they can do. 2025 is an exciting year. That was an exhausting series, 4.5 hours plus in that BO5.
And now BDS have to do it again tomorrow.
They do.
And if they win, they have to do it again the next day. This is a grueling weekend for BDS after KC pushed them to 5 games, but they now have to find that success again against G2 of all teams tomorrow.
That'll be a fun best of 5. There's a lot of questions raising. You know, BDS showed some weaknesses in this series. I think we saw as well, and thankfully we saw that Labrov can play more than just Rel. And we know he can, right? We know he can play Engage, but the Rakan he excels on, much like the Rel. Same performance. I just cannot believe the quality that came out of that man when his back was also against the wall.
Incredible stuff, and especially when Labrov has been struggling at times in playoffs, getting caught out in positions where he really shouldn't be. He stepped up massively, and also with the man who we will get on the stage in just a moment, Sheo had a phenomenal performance, and Trouble is going to hear all about that over on the stage.
Thank you, Dagda. Absolutely agree. You had a phenomenal performance. Congratulations on locking the top 3. 100% kill participation in that last game. I guess Sejuani is a little bit broken. But before we dive into that interview, Sheo, I want to extend some thank yous from the Giant X fan base, because by you guys winning right here, you also guaranteed them season finals, such as yourselves. Now that we've got a moment, give me all your thoughts about that last game, because you guys were throwing bodies left, right, and center.
I mean, I think we were kind of prepared in the last game because we had like the Sejuani, and I think the teams that get Sejuani is pretty happy, I will say, because we knew he is not comfortable on AP jungle. So we took the Sejuani and he went on Viego. So I think just on that, the game was like 3-win already.
All right, I interviewed Adam the other time in the Giant X series, and he was all nerves. He was like, that series was absolutely terrible. We played so bad. What would you consider this series in terms of what you learned playing versus Giant X and bringing it here?
I think we showed a better gameplay already. I think first game we should have won it and then it would be 3-0, but we kind of choked and it was like 50-minute games. But I think overall we played way better than in the best of 3. We are way more cool as well and way more prepared in draft as well.
Would you agree that this particular series versus KC was a little bit of a draft game overall? It felt like you guys lost in game number 1 and then every single one of you went on comfort champions. Was that something that you guys did on purpose just to get back into the headspace of winning?
I mean, the first game should have been win, but we lost with AP junglers, right? And then when we lose the AP junglers, we say, oh, the tank junglers are so strong. So we went back on Sejuani and we take the win on the second game.
All right, and then you guys realized that Sejuani and Maokai are very strong on closer, and you didn't give them any of that.
Yeah.
Was that the case? Did you not expect him to have anything else in the pool to go against you?
I mean, we saw that he's mostly playing Sejuani, Maokai, Vi. Into Vi, we had the Morgana prepared. And then if we ban like his 3 picks, he's kind of out of champions.
Now, the series overall did not seem easy. You guys seemed a little bit lost when it came to the side lane pressure, I want to say. What was the communication like? Because it felt like you guys were very focused on playing a lot of team fight compositions, with Adam going for the Malphites and the Scions, rather than creating a lot of side lane pressure against KC.
I mean, we knew that they can like always play late game and team fights, and we didn't have like the Tristana in our teams, so we cannot really play sides. And we went only like for the full front to back classic stuff. If it goes to late game, we just play better team fights and win it.
And apparently you guys did, because you did play better team fights overall. Now the question remains, you guys have to play G2. And everyone's been talking about a curse because you have not been able to bring them down in a best of 5. However, G2 has not been able to make it out of a lower bracket ever since the format changed. So they haven't won through the lower bracket. Now you guys are facing them in the lower bracket, but you haven't beat them in the best of. What do you think about that?
I mean, we want to win the split and go finals, so we'll have to beat them no matter what. So we'll do our best and beat G2 tomorrow.
You're going to beat the G2? What's going to be the score?
3-0.
3-0. You're going to deprive us of 5 games? All right, 3-0. Thank you so much, Sheo. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it over to Shox, who's standing by with Nuke Labrov in the post-game lobby.
Yes, I am. And also a very, very happy Jackies, because GX is locked into the season finals. Thanks. So can you first start by thanking them, maybe?
I mean, I already thanked them when they come, but guys, like, you can't make it that flip these games, man. You guys make my heart explode.
We still won. We had everything under control.
Yeah, Lebrov, you did. What a monster series. I think especially that last game, that was insane. Talk to me about kind of like your position in the series, because we talked so much about you're really great on Rel, but after Rel, we had some question marks at times. Your recon was also crazy. So talk to me through like your experience in picks and bans through this series.
Yeah, basically I was expecting Rel to be kind of banned for the whole of the series. I was very surprised. I got it in a good matchup as well, so I knew the game would be like free win going into game 2. I agree with you. I feel like I haven't shown that good performances outside of Rel, so I'm happy I managed to have a good game 5 on a champ I didn't pick that much recently. So yeah, it feels good.
What did you think of enemy Rel last game?
He should study my bots. I'm joking. I think it was hard to play, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it wasn't really the Rel's fault, probably.
Yeah, I mean, we did flash out every flash ult of her, and yeah, I guess it was hard for him to play.
Yeah, I want to know your perspective on kind of the drafts that KC threw out there, because we were watching, and we felt that they were stuck at a certain point in the series with kind of the jungle pool, and then also kind of the AD picks and all of that. Nuke, what did you think?
I mean, from a draft perspective, we could see like we basically attacked what they're the most confident on, right? The jungle that is set up, plus the Azir. I think if they don't have Azir, and like apart from Vi, the other two jungler, it should be really hard for them to play, because like I don't think he's like that confident on the AD matchups overall. So we could like get a lead from this. And yeah, I mean, like you see, he's playing Viego into Sejuani. Like,
3K.
Yeah, the draft is like really hard for him to play if he's not picking AP jungler, and they're not a team that are like just playing AP jungler. So yeah.
It's kind of insane, right, Jackies, when you look at where we are in the playoffs now, like this happens a lot. Can you explain, like, from a per player perspective? Like, sometimes we arrive in playoffs or in really important games and a certain player does not play something that has been, I'm not calling out closer or anything, but it's just to ask your opinion on this matter. How does that happen? Is that because in scrims it doesn't get prioritized? Is that because teams think that they can always pick against it or play against it, or?
I think, to be fair, like KC probably thought that they will just trade with BDS, just trade Maokai Sejuani or something like that. But what is that? But yeah, I thought they would just trade, you know. But looks like they got mega surprised by BDS prep. So I think that was really well played by the coaching staff. And yeah, I think from game 3, when they completely fumbled the draft, like that was
crazy.
Actually disgusting what I noticed. And you guys almost lost somehow.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, from there, like you could see just go back to comfort, you know. From that point, meta is out of the window. Just go comfort.
I wonder what the momentum would have been like if you lost that game, because that's...
Wait, the Vi game, right?
The third game, yeah. It would have been tough, I think.
Yeah, like it was such a draft gap, and I think if you would have lost, like unironically, I think even if you were like 6k down, if we get to mid game at 2 item, we will win, because like the draft is so like gapped.
Yeah.
Like you have Malphite into full AD, Morgan into Vi, Kai'Sa, like a good DPS. It's like, I think, free win.
Yeah. How was it rather playing the bot lane? Because Ice was obviously on one again. He was doing great, but upset is one of their biggest strengths as well.
I think bot lane was fine. I mean, to be honest, I think we kind of knew everything, like in terms of draft, that they would pick. Like, for example, we were ready with Morgana into Vi, the Malphite into full AD and stuff like this. So I was feeling pretty confident going into today, and yeah, I think we had really good prep, and we managed to show it on bot lane as well. I feel like only game 3 was a bit tough, but I think we just misplayed the lane. It shouldn't be that hard, but other than that, it was a good day, I think.
It was okay. Nuke is the Kia player of the series. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, Jackie's, you a couple of times when we were watching you, like, Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like, I remember especially game 3, you know? I don't know.
Which moment, actually?
You played Corki and...
when I flashed
tell me when I was good.
On Nash or something, where you guys could just finish it, because you're running.
Flashed in, right?
You just W flash in and die. I'm like, oh my god.
It was dopamine, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
myself.
I understand. I saw the angle. I saw the angle, but...
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I think you brought it back on that one shot on the Zeri. Like, there you brought it back. There I was like, biggest Nuke fan. So
Thank you.
You deserve the MVP for sure.
But I gotta say, it's like symptomatic though for your play today, because you know, on Adam was on Euphoria talking about how you're not on the same page. He said you're terrified when he was interviewed last week, like you're not the BDS that you usually are. And then today you were flashing in there. Sheo had an insane, was it Sejuani blocking the brand?
Oh, that was good.
That was
It
lovely.
also
That's
script.
crazy.
Are that the kind of things that you like feel like, okay guys, now we're cooking?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I have this like skirmish in mind because it was actually crazy. Like Leona tries to flash on me, I flash insta. Then Brand tries to follow the flash, but since I created distance, Sheo can like come, Q ult, then I ult both of them, and we're like, crazy.
It was
crazy.
The synergy was on point. Also, definitely a draft gap as well. But that, of course, brings me to tomorrow. Lebrov, you've beaten one curse, which is winning a game 5 in playoffs. Let's go. And tomorrow is G2. And arguably, G2 look a little, you know, I don't, you know what I mean. They're not looking their absolute sharpest. So, yeah, tell me what you expect.
I'm actually pretty confident that we can reach the final. And even, I mean, I don't want to say like,
No, no,
okay, I'll just take game by...
I mean, Sheo said 3-0, so.
game by game, but I think if we step up a bit more and play like as today, I think we have a decent chance of beating G2, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
What do you think in your play today specifically were you positive about? I mean, that sounded really wrong, but it's because, you know, it didn't look good before you came to this series, right? So what are the things that you were really proud of from this series?
I think our team fights and skirmishes were like much better, I feel like. And also like early game, just connecting and like being proactive and stuff like this. I think we improved a lot, and yeah, I feel like we're getting better game by game, and I can notice it during the series, so it's really nice.
Okay, Luke, what do you think?
I mean, like when you think about BDS from like the best of one and everything, like especially after best of one before the Mad Lion series, I was like really confident because I felt like we actually knew the game, like how League of Legends works. And suddenly after Mad Lion, we kind of collapsed. And I feel like it was like a full reset. Like we just had to learn everything again. I think it's mostly based on confidence, right? Like in this job, confidence is all about confidence. So yeah, like slowly we're playing better each best of 3, 5. Now we got to like a decent level, I would say. I would still have love to 3-0 them, right? But not today. So I hope we can even step up even more tomorrow and just giving a good show and try to reach final.
Yeah, it's interesting because when we talked to you in the past, it was about like, you guys said, oh, we're really improving. We really got our eye on that final. We really got our eye on that title. And then it's kind of like you got knocked down back to earth or something. But in the long run, you think that's going to be a good thing, probably.
Probably.
Season finals also, Worlds, like,
A good reset.
Yeah, a good reset to examine everything.
Yeah.
Jackie's, you're in the season finals now.
Yeah.
So no more analyst desk for you, I guess.
No more BDS fan as well.
No more BDS fan as well.
well.
Might be playing them. But I'd love to talk a little bit about KC as well, right? It's unfortunate for them because I really think that they had a lot of momentum in the end of this postseason, and someone has to lose, right? But their story, I'm pretty sad that it ended today. Of course, I'm also still happy that BDS won, but you know, yeah, I guess you can put yourself in their shoes because it was actually a coin flip between you and them. How should they look back on their playoffs?
I mean, for sure, if I'm them, like I would be like so disappointed, right? Because it's a crazy run they had. I think their improvement has been completely insane. Like if you look at them, even at the beginning of the split and now, like they're crazy improved. So if I'm them, like sucks, you know. And to be fair, I feel really bad for them because in Czech there's like a saying that if you don't score, you get scored on, and it basically means if you miss the easiest opportunity, which was us beating BDS, you kind of just like lose after. So I was kind of, honestly, I came here, I was expecting a KC win. I will not lie. I'm sorry,
a lot
guys.
of people
I
actually,
expected a KC win.
It's okay.
Yeah.
When I looked at our series, especially, I will not lie. But
you guys were just too good.
not that good apparently. But yeah, I mean, sucks for KC, and I don't know what's gonna happen with them for next year because there's probably gonna be some changes.
Yeah.
Since Kalista is coming in, probably, or I don't know. Which is probably a hot topic now because Upset is smurfing.
He is.
So yeah, I have no idea what's gonna happen for them next.
That's for
That's for
Twitter
them.
in the postseason. Hey, but look how good this looks. Your team is in the.
Oh, it looks lovely.
Locked for, do you like it? Yeah, it looks really, really
looks
nice.
lovely, yeah.
Those are some beautiful season finals. It's like, who is the imposter here? I guess we'll find out when we play our season finals.
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
We'll see. But tomorrow it's going to be BDS versus G2, so we're going to send them home so they can get ready for that all-important best of 5 to see who is going to face Fnatic on Sunday for the summer title. We'll see it then. Good night.
Chasing him down, and Sheo has nothing to get out. And Zenith play with a flash on top. First blood for Vladdy.
Mokai, no flash. Mokai, no flash.
after Nuka, Alf.
I'm looking.
We have good back.
It's good.
Safe no flash. Look, Corki first.
I'm coming.
Corki.
It's winning.
It's nice.
Yeah,
Look so fine. It's good. Look behind.
I'm looking. Has no flash. He will take this. Nice, Korean sniper. Push me.
Dosage has been used, and BDS are moving on in. Nuke is there. When the petrifying gaze is what I look for. Standing on ground. I mean, he's there and he gets a 2-man.
I'm thinking. Just run. No, nice. I will kill Leona.
Look Ben.
No flash. Okay, I'm coming as well.
He's dead. Careful.
It's okay. Careful, bro. Okay, be careful, guys.
Question is Adam going to find anything with the flash? Ulti follows through. The Lulu Polymorph, the wild growth is there, and Targamas does die. Vladdy flashing on his head. Reaches there, killer instinct, and it's turned around. Nuke the save the day. Upset kills Ice anyway.
Slow. Play good checks. Slow.
Go. We win, you guys.
Yeah, good job. Penta.
Let's go.
We did it.
We did first best of 5.
Bro, I didn't ulti this fight, man.
Let's go, team.